Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Spiritual realm. The dragonkin, who had sealed themselves away and been imprisoned for 1,000 years, long past mere centuries. Qua, shut up already. While modifying an artifact for Alone in real time, they pondered about the black thing clinging behind Alone. What in the world is that? By sealing themselves, the dragonkin had lost most of their power. Even their name and abilities had been scattered somewhere in this world when they sealed themselves, leaving them even weaker. And yet, the dragonkin could still see the two eyes behind Alone, because the divinity they had possessed since the age of forgotten gods made it possible. A being that can interfere with eternity. Unlike the blue one, the black one actively interfered whenever they tried to speculate about it, without Alone noticing. With overwhelming power. That power. It made their entire body shudder. Even though they were in a spiritual form. Just by scattering its residual echoes, it could erase their very existence without hesitation. A terrifying force unlike anything they had ever encountered before. In truth, even if it hadn't threatened them, there was little the dragonkin could deduce. However, despite their lack of understanding, it didn't seem like the Black One intended to harm the last remaining mage in this world. Even if they couldn't grasp that enigmatic existence completely, some intentions could be inferred through its actions. No, it almost seemed like it was helping. In the end, the dragonkin let out a heavy sigh. Even if they wanted to imagine what it was, they had far too little information. And so, just what is that thing, that he carries something so terrifying behind him? Muttering softly, they could do nothing but drift blankly through the spiritual plane. About 2 weeks later, as they neared the end of their desert crossing. Godfather, I think I'll be heading back now. Is that so? Yes. My work here is done, and there's something I need to take care of. You seem to have a lot to do. At Alone's words, Ryan let out a small chuckle. Most things are handled by my capable secretary, so I'm not that busy. But there are still some things I must do myself. Like preparing a gift for you, Godfather. A gift for me? Yes. Alone was momentarily puzzled, but responded nonetheless. I don't need anything too extravagant. It was true. Though he had felt just a tiny bit disappointed when no one had prepared a gift for his last birthday, that didn't mean he was expecting anything grand. Of course, a bigger gift would be nice, but ultimately, what he truly wanted was for someone to remember his birthday. No, this is something I genuinely want to give you. Is that so? Yes. I want to give you a gift you'll never forget. If you insist, I won't stop you. But don't overdo it. I won't. Ryan slowly shook her head. I want to build a relationship with you too, Godfather. A relationship? Yes. Like seal ring. Why is seal ring suddenly being brought up here? After a brief moment of contemplation, Alone spoke. Seal ring or you are both like family to me. Is that so? Yes. If you're preparing a big gift just because of that, you really don't have to. No matter what you think, I truly see both of you the same way. He cared equally for all of the 5 great sins. Then, do it for me too. That thing. That thing. Yes. The one you did for seal ring. Unlike before, Ryan was now being surprisingly direct. Alone hesitated for a moment, but then placed his hands gently over her ears. A brief silence. And then thank you. At the end of it, Ryan smiled once again. Are you satisfied? Yes. Then that's good. A simple exchange. Yet, the commotion around them grew. What is that? It seems meaningless. Ugh, you're so clueless. Well, I guess a snake without hands wouldn't understand. Huh, another human brat acting up. So, do you know what it is then? Of course. What is it? I don't know. Question mark. Didn't you say you knew? I lied. The Silyora stared at Evan with an expression that clearly said, this bastard. As they watched this nonsensical exchange, they finally emerged from the desert. Well then, I'll be off now, Godfather. All right. I'll visit sometime. I'll come see you on your birthday. Alone parted ways with Ryan. And after his carriage had traveled far into the distance, Ryan turned around. The relationship between me and Godfather isn't just that. She whispered softly. I want something deeper than anyone else. Her jade green eyes shimmered faintly. More than anyone. She walked forward quietly. Alone arrived at the Marquis of Palacio's territory about 2 weeks later. And the moment he saw the estate. Is this really the Marquis estate? He couldn't help but be shocked. He had only been gone for a month, yet the estate had grown even larger and more magnificent. Wow, that was fast. It's only been a month, but everything's changed so much. Is this thanks to magic construction? Magic construction? Yes, apparently if you have enough money, you can hire mages to rapidly build structures. I see. Only then did he understand why the estate had changed so dramatically in such a short time. And when he stepped inside the house. Hello. Are you all right? I think I'm fine. Maybe. Maybe not. There stood Pina, looking utterly exhausted. Did something happen? She looked like she had been wrung dry and completely withered. Feeling a little uneasy, Alone asked. Pina gave a self-deprecating smile. A lot happened, Then, as if she had suddenly realized something, she snapped back to attention. Nothing happened. She hurriedly corrected herself. Yes, really. Absolutely nothing happened. Right. Of course. As Pinia's energy suddenly dropped, her movement slowing, Alone briefly wore a strange expression. But soon, he understood why she looked so utterly exhausted. Wait, did you actually finish all of this? Didn't you tell me to do it before you left? Looking at Pinia's resentful expression, Alone shifted his gaze back to the research journal she had brought. It was so thick it could practically be classified as a legal textbook, making Alone's mouth slightly part in astonishment. No, what I meant was just a preliminary summary. Huh? What? I clearly said to just compile the magical array sums according to the formula. But isn't the combination method included in the sum? No, it's not. What? Then what the hell have I been doing this whole time? Pinia's face went blank with despair. Alone felt a little guilty. Even though he hadn't explicitly instructed her to do all this, the fact remained that she had put in a tremendous amount of effort. Wondering if there was any way he could compensate her, Alone suddenly let out a quiet, and spoke. Would you like to take this, if it's all right with you? He handed Pina a glass vial. What's this? Her eyes, filled with exhaustion, injustice, and frustration, now fixed on him with suspicion. Alone awkwardly met her gaze. I heard it's a very high-quality catalyst. A high-quality catalyst? Yeah. He wasn't entirely sure of its effects. He was just repeating what Seorang's secretary had told him. Well, Rhine seemed to think it was incredible too. So he figured it should serve as a decent reward for Pina. She took the vial with a doubtful expression and carefully infused a bit of mana into it. Gasp. She immediately recoiled in shock. Where did you get this? Why? Pinia's voice trembled, and even Alone was puzzled by her extreme reaction. This is unbelievable. Even in the twisting forest, this would be impossible to find. It's an absolutely incredible catalyst. With this, I could finish experiments I hadn't been able to complete. No, I could repeat them at least 5 times over. Muttering rapidly to herself, she clutched the vial tightly, her previously resentful eyes now shimmering with excitement. It was as if all her prior suffering had been wiped away, replaced with a thrill of listing all the magical experiments she could now attempt. Hee. As she even started letting out a strange giggle, Alone was once again reminded that she was, at her core, a born magician. Does this count as compensation? Yes, absolutely. More than enough. Watching her twirl around in place like a child given a kitten, Alone recalled something the servants had mentioned earlier. Now that I think about it, I heard Yusha came to see you. Did anything happen? A casual remark. But, thunk. Pina abruptly froze in place. She stiffly forced herself to move, like a broken machine, and answered in a forcefully cheerful voice. Yes, of course. Nothing happened at all. Really? Yes. Absolutely nothing happened. Not at all. Her response was incredibly awkward. I should get going. All right. Yes. With her eyes suddenly welling up with tears, she hastily fled the room. What exactly happened? Watching her retreating figure, Alone could only wear a puzzled expression once again. About 2 weeks after the Marquis of Palacio had returned. Outside the land of the elves, Grainifra, Filda, and Pirian arrived near the Palatial Marquise. You seem to be in a good mood. Pirian glanced at Filda, who was humming happily. Filda nodded. Of course. I much prefer wandering through human towns over staying in Grainif. That's an unusual preference. It's called curiosity. Instead of locking myself in a room to research magic, I'd rather travel the world while doing it. Is that so? Yep. But isn't what you actually do just lounge around and drink? Is that so? That's fun too. Even as Pirian pointed it out, Filda leisurely took another sip of her drink. Pirian watched her with skepticism, then shook his head slightly and continued speaking. By the way, Lady Filda. Have you ever seen the primordial elf? Nope. But the soul eye allows you to see souls. If you've never seen the primordial elf soul, how do you distinguish it from others? Filda pondered for a moment before giving a simple answer. I don't. Excuse me. I don't distinguish them. What? Pirian's expression hardened. So, does that mean you lied to Her Majesty? Seeing his reaction, Filda chuckled. Lied? No way. There's a method, of course. And what method is that? Listen closely. The soul is always structured to match the body perfectly. If a soul doesn't belong to its body, there's a mismatch. So if I just check for a soul that doesn't align with its body, that's it. Filda casually took another sip from her bottle. Though honestly, I think the chances of that happening are less than 1%. That rare. I've never seen it happen before. Then isn't the probability effectively zero? You're the one who was suspicious, weren't you? Pirian remained silent for a moment, then came to a realization. You just wanted an excuse to leave, didn't you? Maybe a little? But hey, I am checking, aren't I? Filda let out a bizarre laugh, making Pirian's eyes turn cold. And this woman is supposed to be a mage of the ninth circle? He sighed, but only for a moment. We've arrived. Oh, this is it? Still tipsy and in a good mood, Filda flicked her fingers. With that, the distinct elven spirit magic activated, and a hidden magic formation silently spread around the outer walls of the Marquise. Seeing its immense scale, Pirian let out a low whistle. A moment of silence followed. Then, with her eyes closed, Filda suddenly spoke. Found him. A playful smirk crossed her lips. At that moment, the magic formation projected an image of the Marquis of Palatial inside his office. Now then, let's take a closer look. With a lazy voice, she activated the soul eye. And then, Pirian saw it. The face that had been smiling just moments ago suddenly froze with an expression of pure horror. And he heard it. The soul doesn't match? A whisper of disbelief slipping from her lips. Among the elves of Grainifra, Filda was the greatest magician, and she possessed a natural gift, soul eyes, which allowed her to see the souls of all beings, from the smallest of creatures to the most powerful. As long as something was alive, it would naturally have a soul, and she could see them all. However, she never paid much attention to this so-called blessing. First, because she wasn't a necromancer who dealt with souls or dark magic. Second, because she had never found souls particularly interesting. While every individual soul was slightly different, it wasn't usually distinct enough to be fascinating. A soul was just a soul. Of course, when she was very young, she had seen gods and foreign deities with unique souls, but that was only because they were gods. For ordinary living beings, souls were all more or less the same. That's why Filda had been completely shocked when she saw the soul of Marquis Palatial. Because his soul resembled the souls of gods she had seen in the distant past. Unlike a typical soul, which appeared as a blue sphere, his was faint but tinged with radiant gold. That was something no ordinary human could ever possess. A golden soul meant one of two things: it was either a being close to divinity or a god itself. And there was one more thing that stunned her. The soul doesn't match. Marquis Palatial's soul did not belong to his body. Filda had never seen anything like this before. As she had told Pirian, every soul is meant to fit its body perfectly. But the Marquis' soul, while appearing to belong, actually did not. In other words, the soul inside this body was not originally his. As soon as she realized this, countless questions flooded Filda's mind. The first voice that came to her thoughts was Pirian's voice, suggesting that Marquis Palatial might be the primordial elf. Could it really be? Until now, Filda hadn't taken Pirian's words seriously. She had come here more for an excuse to escape the boredom of Grainifra than because she actually believed the Marquis might be the primordial elf. But now she wasn't so sure. The soul she saw within the Marquis shone brighter than anyone's. Like the legendary primordial elf who had been worshipped as a god. A soul that did not match its body. As if it were telling her that someone else had taken over that body. Filda stared at him blankly, her mind spiraling with even more questions. But if he really is the primordial elf, why is he hiding his identity? From Filda's perspective, if Marquis Palacio was truly the primordial elf, there was no reason for him to conceal it. Even if he had possessed a human body, proving his true identity shouldn't have been difficult. Why? Just as her confusion deepened, she noticed it. Something writhing behind Marquis Palacio. Instinctively, her gaze shifted toward the movement. And then, it vanished. As if it had never existed. But Filda had caught the brief distortion in space. Determined to confirm what lurked behind the Marquis, she activated her soul eyes once more, drawing upon her mastery as a high-ranked mage. And what she saw? A black abyss? No, it wasn't an abyss. It was an eye. A pupil so vast it swallowed her entire vision, an abyssal eye. And then, be silent. A voice ripped through her mind. You weak. Filda vomited blood. Lady Filda. Pyrian, utterly shocked, rushed to support her. But the blood wouldn't stop. It gushed not only from her mouth but also from her eyes, nose, and ears. The price for seeing something she should never have seen. Lady Filda, stay with me. Pyrian desperately tried to rouse her. But Filda, still choking on her own blood, collapsed into the crimson pool she had created. As she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, she realized something. The reason the primordial elf never returned to Grainifra. If that thing were to reach the world tree. Filda recalled the thing she had glimpsed for only a fleeting moment. She didn't know what it was. Not even a fragment of its true nature. And she knew she should not try to find out. But there was one absolute truth she had understood. Under no circumstances must that thing go near the world tree. Her instincts screamed louder than ever. Even more than the beings sealed beneath the roots of Pagade, this thing was far, far worse. At the same time, another realization struck her. The primordial elf had died fighting the black entities. As pieces of memory resurfaced, her mind began assembling the true picture of what had happened. And then, Pyrian. Yes. It seems, your words. Filda swallowed, still struggling to speak. They might be true. You mean, that man? Filda confirmed it to Pyrian. He might really be the primordial elf. Pyrian's eyes widened to their limits. Meanwhile, should I hit left? Or right? Here? Here. Shoo. Shoo. Just hit already, damn it. Left? Right? Here it goes. Smack. Gaia. Ahaha. That was perfect. Again. Do it again. Alone stared at Evan, who was cackling madly as he swung his hand, coated with his black companion, at Basiliora's head. And Basiliora, who had taken it personally, was furiously demanding another round of the game. I can't believe they're having this much fun with just a simple game of chop chop chop. Shaking his head, Alone was yet again baffled by their boundless energy. 2 weeks later, exactly 1 month after Alone's return to the Marquis. Huh. You've worked hard, Marquis. As Alone dissolved the magic formula, Penia spoke beside him. How is it this time? I think I've reached about the 4th stage. That's promising. But from the 5th stage onward, the density becomes too high and the molecular structure collapses. At this rate, your original plan might be difficult to achieve. Is there no solution? I think either we need to pour in a lot more mana, or we need to adjust the density accordingly. Let's try again. After taking a brief breath, Alone straightened his posture once more. For the past month, he had been delving into the study of seals alongside Penia. Their main focus was on the structural changes and molecular combinations caused by the overlapping of seals. The more precisely the seals were layered, the more complex and novel structures emerged. Though he hadn't succeeded yet, he had even discovered a method to manipulate a spell's molecular structure to resemble another, drastically amplifying its power. His research into magic was progressing quite successfully. That was close this time. Was it? Yes, the structure was just slightly misaligned, so it failed. Let's stop here for today. Understood. With today's training session over, Alone immediately reached for a sweet potato and took a bite. Do you really like sweet potatoes, Marquis? Penia asked cautiously. Alone nodded. Yeah, I suppose I do. Don't you get tired of them? I don't think so. To be honest, even Alone himself didn't quite understand why he never seemed to tire of eating sweet potatoes, no matter how many he consumed. Normally, I'd be sick of something after eating this much. He examined the sweet potato in his hand with a curious expression. Maybe it's just because Yusha brought them. They do taste better somehow. He remembered how Yusha had visited Penia while he was away a month ago and left these sweet potatoes behind. Thinking of that gesture, he finished his bite. Upon returning to his office, Alone patted Blackie, who was sprawled out asleep on his desk, before taking his seat. Marquis, what is it? Evan followed him inside almost immediately. The kingdom's grand ball is in 2 months. Will you be attending? It's already that time? Yes. After a moment of consideration, Alone nodded. I suppose it wouldn't do to keep skipping it. I'll attend this time. I'll make the necessary arrangements then. Right, weren't you planning to go somewhere soon? Yeah, I'll be moving out soon. The time had finally come. By now, the tutorial phase should be wrapping up and all of the main party members should have gathered. This is the perfect time to join Eli Ben naturally. Alone glanced outside. The weather was gradually shifting from the warmth of spring to the heat of summer. Using the changing seasons as a rough estimate of where the protagonist should be in the story, Alone calculated his next move. All right, time to go get that thing. Having made up his mind, exactly 1 day later. Marquis, you have a visitor. A noble? No, he introduced himself as Eli Ban. Eli Ban? Yes. He specifically requested to meet you. Eli Ban, the protagonist of Psychedelia, had come. On his own. Beyond the Roxas Sea, on the peninsula. That concludes my report. I see. So that's all I need to know. Yes. As Yuna finished her report, Raiden was about to rise from his seat when, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Her words made him pause in confusion. Something you forgot to report? No, not quite. It's more of a personal matter. What is it? It's about the Great Moon. Is someone speaking ill of the Great Moon? At the mere mention of that name, Raiden reflexively grabbed the trident beside him. His body leaned forward as if ready to charge out at any moment, but Yuna quickly calmed him down. No, nothing like that. Then what is it? Well, now that she actually had to say it, Yuna found it difficult to phrase. The Great Moon was, pouting no, feeling left out? She couldn't find the right words, but since she had already brought it up, she decided to just be direct. And so, she explained about the Great Moon's birthday. His birthday? Yes. While the Great Moon showed no outward reaction, so he may not have cared. Evan brought it up, so I thought. Raiden tapped his fingers on his desk in thought before grinning widely. All right. When's the date? September 20th. That's what I was told. 4 months from now, huh? Yes. Good. Raiden stood up immediately. Where are you going? Pausing for a moment, he replied. What do you think? I need to go find a gift worthy of the Great Moon. A gift? Worthy of the Great Moon? Yeah, and I know just the thing. With excited strides, he left the office. Meanwhile, after hearing about this from Yuna, Haydn passed the information to Deus. I see. Yes. All right, I've made my decision. You mean the gift? Yes. I'll gift the Great Moon a grand statue. That's going to be expensive. I'll just take the funds from the second prince. Deus, with a completely serious expression, began spouting nonsense of unimaginable proportions. And very obvious nonsense at that. You don't just personally want the statue, do you? From the start, it was you who told Yusha about my previous statue, which then, no, never mind. In the middle of his sentence, Deus suddenly averted his gaze. Following his line of sight, Haydn turned as well. And realized. He was looking at the spot where his old statue used to stand. Haydn was stunned. Just how obsessed is he with statues? A temple stood atop an unknown foundation. Within that eerie, alien landscape, 3 figures shrouded in dark robes sat, their faces obscured. Wow, is pride really dead? TSK. What an idiot. Everything has its time. One spoke in a tone of surprise, another in sheer disdain. the third remained silent. They were none other than the apostles of the 5 great sins, peers of the fallen apostle of pride. It's kind of amusing, really. He even received power from that one, yet he still got killed by some outsider trash. Ridiculous. The apostle of greed leaned on their hand, eyes filled with contempt. XXXX. The apostle of sloth clicked their tongue, as if utterly unable to comprehend. He got cocky. It had only been 10 years since he received power, and he barely knew how to use it, but his arrogance was sky-high. Yeah, that's true. Utterly arrogant. Oh, was it because he was the apostle of pride? Even so, it's still strange. He was the weakest among us, sure, but the fact that someone out there was capable of taking him down is unexpected. Naturally, their conversation shifted toward a particular individual. The one who had defeated pride. Sloth nodded. I didn't expect it either. Though, of course, it wouldn't have mattered against me. That's true. Greed acknowledged it without argument, then shifted their gaze toward Wrath. So, Wrath, what are you going to do now? What do you mean? A voice, devoid of discernible emotion, echoed from within the shadows of their hood. Pride's death had broken the seal on their domain. For the first time in centuries, they were free to leave. What he means is exactly what he said. The barrier is down, we can go outside now. So, what's your plan? I'm thinking. That's so. Yeah. A defensive response. Greed thought for a moment before casually remarking. Is there even a need to think? We just have to go reclaim it. Wrath remained silent. You don't feel like answering, huh? Greed shrugged, as if it couldn't be helped. Well, since everyone's doing whatever they want, I guess it's time for me to make my move. You're leaving. Now that the barrier is gone, there's no reason to stay here. I have to check on the seeds and make sure they're properly maintained. Greed grinned and rose from their seat. Well then, I don't know when the rest of you will come out, but see you all on the outside. With that, they left. Watching Greed disappear, Sloth also stood up. Guess I'll head out too. You as well. I'm still considering it. Or rather, I'll wait and see how Greed handles things. If there's anyone who can clear obstacles in our path, it's him. Sloth, too, vanished. Wrath remained seated in silence, staring at the now empty space where the other two had once stood. Marquis Palatios' office. Hello, Count. Marquis. Yeah. Alone studied the youth before him, one who had grown so much compared to when they had first met. He definitely looks like the protagonist now. When Alone had first met Eli Ban, the boy had still been a child. But now he undeniably looked like Eli Ban from the game. He really is good-looking. No wonder the game always depicted him as a pretty boy. Alone found himself evaluating Eliban's appearance purely on instinct. But the real reason he had even thought about Eliban's looks was the people standing behind him. 2 women. 1 man. Yen, Bina, and Ralph, if I remember correctly. A mage, a rogue, and a warrior. Alone recalled how Eli Ban had recruited them in the original storyline. Yen was the first to join Eliban's party, a mage from the Blue Tower whom he had met while traveling with a merchant caravan. Yen had agreed to join simply because Eli Ban had helped gather magical materials for her. Bina, the rogue, was the second. Eli Ban had run into her in the next town over as a pickpocket. And, as ridiculous as it sounded, she had been described in the game as a very promising young thief. Her reason for joining Eliban's party? He had caught her stealing and then let her go. It was hilariously flimsy reasoning for a serious RPG like Psychedelia, and the community often joked about it. Most of the early party members, except Ralph, the one other guy, had extremely weak motivations for joining Eli Ban. That led to frequent discussions online about how Eli Ban must be an absurd-level alpha male. Alone casually observed the 2 female party members behind Eli Ban. And immediately noticed it. Holy shit, the joke was real. Yen and Bina's gazes were blatantly filled with admiration for Eli Ban. For a brief moment, Alone felt the sheer unfairness of the world. But he quickly cleared his throat and focused. So, what brings you here? Well, Marquis, I actually need your help. Would you be willing to assist us? My help? Yes. You once told me that if I needed assistance, I should ask. But, would that be too much of a bother? Alone immediately shook his head. Not only had he really said that, but even if Eli Ban hadn't asked, Alone had already planned to help him anyway. Eli Ban was growing fast, and soon, there would be a lot he needed help with. What do you need? It's about the Abyss Gate. The Abyss Gate? Yes. There's one we need to deal with soon, but it seems too difficult for just our party. I was wondering if we could request your assistance. Eli Van let out a good-natured laugh, but Alone frowned slightly. At this point in the story, the next Abyss Gate Eli Van was supposed to tackle should have been well within their abilities. Wait, wasn't this the one I was planning to go to myself? Alone thought for a moment. Then it clicked. Ah, right. In the original storyline, this gate was supposed to be extremely dangerous, so they originally planned to request support from Asteria. But things went sideways and they never got back up. Alone recalled the game's events and nodded. Normally, they would have requested help from the nearest noble's territory, but since Eli Ben actually knows me, he came straight to me this time. That worked out perfectly. I'll go with you. Huh? The Marquis himself? Yes. Wow. I was actually just hoping to borrow a few soldiers, but this is even better. Thank you. Eli Ban bowed deeply. It's nothing. I said before that I'd help you, didn't I? As for when we leave. No reason to delay. Let's go tomorrow. Without hesitation, Alone set the departure date. After directing Elebin's group to their rooms for the night, Alone returned to his office. Only for Evan to approach with an incredulous expression. Wait. That guy. He's that kid from a few years ago, right? The one you kept helping. Yeah. Wow. Evan's jaw dropped. And then, in a hushed voice. The world is so damn unfair. Alone sighed. Honestly? I agree. Eli Van was too ridiculously good-looking. Right? Your personality suits your face perfectly. What the hell did you just say, you bastard? Am I wrong? As Basiliora let out a mocking laugh, Evan scowled, then suddenly let out a gasp, as if realizing something. Wait a second. Marquis, that guy, Eli Ban, now that I think about it, isn't he a chosen one? Chosen one? Well, yeah, he is. Alone had momentarily forgotten about that setting. I kind of ignored that aspect after the early part of the story, but yeah, that was a thing. The Chosen One, a title given to those who could close the abyss gates plaguing this world. In other words, the role was akin to a hero in other games. Eli Ban had received the title after closing a massive abyss gate in his hometown during the tutorial, thanks to Cyrone's blessing. By now, even the 5 Great Kingdoms should have officially recognized his status. Was that why Yusha visited a month ago? Alone recalled how Yusha had briefly stopped by his territory and left. It dawned on him that she had likely gone to Turin to formally appoint Eli Ban as a chosen one. Just as Alone was piecing things together. Wait a second. So, Marquis, did you already know that Guy would become a chosen one? Evan's voice carried clear suspicion. Alone hesitated, unsure how to answer. But before he could respond. No, never mind. You don't have to answer. Why not? Because it's not like this is the first time you've known things you shouldn't. I just accept it at this point. Is that so? Yep. No matter what weird things happen, it's not like you're suddenly going to change. I've gotten used to it. Whether it was indifference or trust, Evan simply shrugged and moved on. For some reason, Alone felt strangely touched by how naturally Evan accepted him. I'll raise your salary. Really? And just like that, Evan felt touched too. Meanwhile, in Elebin's quarters. Thanks to Alone, Elebin's party had comfortable lodging for the night. Whoa, this is amazing. It's been so long since I've slept on a real bed. The moment they entered their room, Bina and Ralph immediately threw themselves onto the mattress, rolling around in pure bliss. Aya, this is the taste of nobility. They happily rubbed their faces against the soft blankets. Unlike them, however, Yen was frowning. She turned to Eli Ban and spoke in a grumbling tone. Eli Ban, did we really have to come here? Huh. To Marquis Palacio. Well, we needed support, didn't we? Elebin's answer was simple and casual. But Yan's frown didn't fade. But this means we'll have to share the Abyss Gate rewards with the Marquis. Yan's real problem. It was all about the loot. Elebin's party had already cleared 3 Abyss Gates, and they knew firsthand how valuable the rewards were. As a mage, the artifacts and materials obtained from those gates were especially valuable to Yen. She did not want to split the profits. However, Eli Ban simply smiled, his usual good-natured grin. Don't worry too much, Yen. You never know what might happen. When we got this request, they did say it was really dangerous. I still think we could handle it on our own. Better safe than sorry, right? But still. Yen still wasn't convinced. Eli Ban, awkwardly scratching his head, sighed. He knew Yen wasn't great at expressing herself. And so, she continued grumbling. I just don't like the Marquis. He's always so expressionless. I can never tell what he's thinking. As usual, she vented her complaints before glancing at Eli Ban. And then, Yen froze. Eli Ban was smiling. But the smile on his lips was different from the ones she was used to. His mouth was smiling, but his eyes weren't. Chill. A sudden shiver ran down Yen's spine. Yen. Elaban's voice dropped to a low, quiet tone. Why, yes. Yen stammered as Eli Ban stepped toward her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Then, bringing his glowing face right in front of hers. I don't think you should talk about the Marquis like that. Don't you agree? His deep blue eyes locked onto hers. It was definitely Eli Ban. And yet, in that moment, Yen felt an eerie fear creeping through her. She instinctively swallowed dryly. Am I bad? Eli Ban. I think I was just being too selfish. Slowly, almost mechanically, she apologized. Elaban's grip on her shoulder tightened for a moment before finally loosening. It's okay, Yen. Just be more careful next time, all right? He smiled again, a bright, radiant smile that only made his already stunning face even more mesmerizing. However, Yen felt something terrifying beneath it. The next day. Let's move out. Yes, sir. With that, Alone and Elaban's party departed for the Abyss Gate, the next stage of the dimensional runes, known as the Ruin. This refers to a state where the distortion of dimensions occurs more intensely than with the dimensional runes. Ruin is divided into two forms, external ruin and internal ruin. The distinction lies in the time of creation. If the creation time is short, it is classified as an internal ruin. If the creation time is long, it is categorized as an external ruin. The degree of overload also varies depending on this time difference. When the ruin takes the form of an internal ruin with a short creation time, monsters do not emerge from the ruin. In other words, as long as someone enters and clears the ruin, it can be closed without causing any harm. However, if the ruin is left unattended for a certain period, a phenomenon called overload occurs where monsters pour out of the ruin. Depending on the type of ruin, specific species or monsters emerge, designating all living beings on the continent as enemies until someone closes the ruin. Come to think of it, didn't this cause a duchy to collapse? Depending on the choices, even Ashtalon was destroyed because of it. Alone sighed softly as he recalled various pieces of information. Looking at it like this, by the time this psychedelic world reaches the starting point of the original story, it's complete chaos. The 5 great sins, outer gods, and the 4 great powers all intricately intertwined. Of course, the 5 great sins were ultimately the most critical element. Even the dimensional runes and ruins were said to have occurred due to the 5 great sins. What kind of structure is this? Alone thought back to the settings he had seen in the game, but shook his head after some contemplation. He couldn't deduce the connection between the ruins and the 5 great sins. Well, Eli Ban will handle the ruins anyway. Alone looked at the man before him. Constantly smiling as he chatted with his companions, he appeared to be a genuinely likable person. In other words, he truly looked like a protagonist. Marquis, do you have something to say? Eli Ban had turned his head to meet Alone's gaze at some point. Maybe I was staring too openly. After some hesitation, Alone decided to ask something he had been curious about. I was wondering something. May I ask? If it's you, Marquis, of course. Eli Ban straightened his posture as he responded. The excessive reaction left Alone feeling slightly flustered. You don't have to go that far. No, please speak freely. Impressed by Elaban's courtesy, Alone began his question. I've heard you became a chosen one. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. It might sound strange to ask, but what drives you to act? In truth, Alone's curiosity was genuine. In psychedelia, players who become chosen ones move autonomously and choose their storylines. While the chosen one receives the special mission of handling the ruins and a minimal guideline, most players do not follow it. This is because the guideline is sparse, and as ruin phenomena occur simultaneously in multiple places over time, players are forced to make choices. For this reason, Alone was curious. What drives Elebin's actions, and what criteria does he use to make his choices? After some thought, Eliban smiled. For them, of course. Is that so? Yes, I believe I must act for their sake. I've been blessed by them, after all. Unconsciously, Alone nodded. It seems he follows the original purpose of a chosen one, though his devoutness is somewhat surprising. Then again, maybe it isn't surprising at all. Of course, even without Cyronia's blessing, Elebin's talent was already extraordinary. However, receiving Cyronia's blessing and becoming even stronger was undeniable, so Alone simply nodded in agreement. Maybe I should use this opportunity to form connections with Elebin's other companions. He then turned his gaze to those standing beside Eliban. The three companions who followed him were all incredibly talented and would later become renowned throughout this world. It wouldn't hurt to establish a rapport with future luminaries. The only issue was, why does that one seem to be glaring at me with such wary eyes? One of them, Yen, seemed to be watching him with oddly sharp eyes. It wasn't blatantly obvious, but Alone, who had grown accustomed to such looks after attending countless banquets, felt puzzled. He hadn't even had a proper conversation with her. On a steadily warming early summer day, the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, which served the goddess Cyronia, had been peacefully flowing along without major incidents since the last Outer God event. However, that was only from an external perspective. Internally, two significant and unsettling events were taking place. The first was the Pope's reclusion. Since the appearance of the artificial Outer God, the Holy Kingdom's Pope had not shown himself. In other words, he had been in the prayer room for over a year. No pope in history had stayed in the prayer room for such an extended period, prompting the cardinals to personally visit him numerous times, only to fail each time. It was physically impossible. From the moment the artificial Outer God appeared until now, a golden barrier had surrounded the Pope's prayer room continuously. As a result, no one had been able to see the Pope since he entered the prayer room. However, the second issue was even more problematic than the Pope's absence. Since the incident with the artificial Outer God, the voice of the goddess Cyronia had completely ceased to be heard. Inside the saint's chamber, Yumin let out a heavy sigh as he gazed at the statue of Cyronia. The goddess statue, which always glowed white light during his prayers, had been utterly silent for over a year. Why on earth? A sense of unease and confusion clouded Yumin's face. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't guess why he could no longer connect with the goddess Cyronia. Did I commit some irreverence toward the goddess? No, I've been using my divine power properly. Yumin stared at the golden divine power flowing from his fingertips. His divine power had certainly not vanished. If anything, it had grown stronger compared to a year ago. Yet, despite this, the goddess Cyronia remained silent to his words. And it wasn't just him. The goddess had stopped responding to anyone. What's more, since the goddess's silence, no new individuals capable of wielding divine power had emerged. It was as if the goddess had withdrawn her blessings from her followers. There had been previous occasions when the goddess's communication had been severed for over half a year, but never before had there been a case where no new priests were ordained. Could something have happened to the goddess? Mulling over this recurring concern, Yumin left the saint's chamber. Oh my saint, how are you? Cardinal Yusha. Yes. He soon encountered Yusha. Looking at her, with her enigmatic smile as always, Yumin asked. So, did you meet with the Chosen One? Yes. Was he truly someone blessed by the goddess Cyronia? Of course. That's why I acknowledged him, isn't it? Yumin murmured slowly. That's a lie. What makes you say that? This is a matter handled with utmost secrecy among the cardinals, so the information hasn't leaked outside, but you're aware, aren't you? Currently, the goddess has not spoken to anyone. Furthermore, no one has received her blessing since. Despite Yumin's logical remark, Yusha's smile remained unchanged. She only slightly narrowed her crescent-shaped eyes. Who knows, Saint, perhaps Cyronia is offering her special care exclusively to the Chosen One, just as she does with you. Given that the connection to the saint's chamber, closest to the goddess, has been severed, you must know that is impossible. Yumin's pointed observation. Yusha did not reply. She continued to gaze at Yumin with her narrowed eyes. Let's discuss this later. It's time to attend the meeting, isn't it? Are you evading the question? Not at all, but time's up, so I'm merely moving on. She walked past him. Yumin stared at her with wary eyes for a moment before quietly following behind. Eliban, was it? He thought about the chosen one Yusha had chosen, real or fake, he wasn't sure. About a week and a few days later, Alone arrived at the ruin near the Duchy of Altia in northern Asteria. The Duke of Altia asked me to visit, so I suppose I should stop by after dealing with this ruin. And I should also try using this. After glancing at the Oath of Lemuel, which he had acquired in a deal with Pyrian in Lartania, Alone shifted his gaze to the entrance of the ruin, which shimmered violet. It's massive. Though he had seen it in the game, the entrance to the ruin was far larger than he expected. Was it always this big? Though puzzled. Shall we go in? Let's do it. Alone began walking into the ruin, following Eliban. Are we really supposed to go in here? Evan, looking anxious, hesitated. But Alone moved forward without hesitation. Even Evan, after a moment of hesitation, squeezed his eyes shut and stepped into the ruin. And soon, wow! Evan let out a deep exclamation. The scenery within the ruin was stunningly majestic. It really is impressive. Even Alone couldn't help but admire the breathtaking view within the ruin, though he maintained a neutral expression. The atmosphere was more surreal and dreamlike than anticipated. A violet sky, a hallmark of the ruin, stretched endlessly. Below it, a violet fortress stood tall amidst rugged mountains. So this is the Underworld Citadel. As the name of the ruin surfaced in Alone's mind, thunk, he realized something had embedded itself in the ground not far away. Looking over. What is that? Living armors, it seems. He spotted living armors turning away from the fortress and charging toward the intruders with murderous intent. There were at least hundreds of them. In the game, their level was only around 10, so at this point, you're supposed to avoid fighting them and sneak through a side path directly into the fortress. But Alone's lips curled into a small smile. As someone well acquainted with the Underworld Citadel, he saw no need to flee. Once I wipe out these enemies here, there won't be many living armors inside the fortress. Besides, dealing with these will help Eliban's party grow stronger. For Alone, this was a chance to cast spells without worrying about conserving his mana. The situation wasn't bad at all. He began forming hand seals. It was also an opportunity to test the results of his magical research over the past 2 months. Creak, creak. The living armors began readying their bows in response to Alone's actions, but he wasn't concerned. He already knew that living armors prioritized attacking their targets before moving and that their movements were slow. As Alone calmly prepared to recite his incantation, zing! Eliban suddenly darted forward. Incredibly fast. Then, reaching the line of living armors who had knocked their arrows, Eliban wasted no time unsheathing the sword at his waist. Crash! In an instant, dozens of living armors before him were reduced to piles of scrap metal. Completely powerless. Are you all right, Marquis? Eliban turned back and urgently asked, concern evident on his face. Above Alone's head, countless thoughts churned. Among them, level 10, wasn't it? One thought, in particular, stood out. Alone had anticipated that Eliban might be stronger than expected. When Althultus first appeared in the north, he met Eliban years earlier than usual, providing him with various items to facilitate his growth. The items Alone handed over to Eliban at the time were difficult to come by, so it was only natural for his growth to surpass the average. However, no matter how I look at it, this doesn't seem like level 10. To think that his strength would far exceed imagination. He glanced down at the crushed living armors before Eliban. Living armors were monsters that were particularly troublesome for warriors to deal with, even if manageable by mages or clerics. Their characteristic was that they wouldn't stop moving just because their armor was dented. The armor serving as their body had to be completely destroyed to stop them. For this reason, most players raising Eliban as a warrior character would delegate battles in the Underworld Citadel to Yen and clear the area using other characters as shields. Originally, this battle should have unfolded similarly. Yet, Eliban had single-handedly destroyed numerous living armors. Eliban let out a soft exclamation, perhaps realizing this belatedly. Alone naturally began estimating his level. Level 30? No, given that he's annihilating hundreds with a single blow, perhaps level 40. Considering Eliban's talent and blessings, that would make sense. He probably hasn't reached Swordmaster, so level 50 would still be far off. While Alone was pondering this, Eli Ban, who had dashed off, returned with his characteristic cheerful laugh. Are you all right? I am fine. That's a relief. You're strong. With this level of strength, was my support even necessary? When Alone pointed at the destroyed living armors, Eli Ban scratched his head. I heard it might still be dangerous. To prepare for a worst-case scenario? Yes, exactly. Now, let's move forward. Without leaving room for further discussion, Eli Ban began navigating through the living armors. Alone's expression became peculiar. There was something slightly unsettling. If he's this strong, he shouldn't have been so anxious. If Eli Ban were the type to prioritize safety above all else, it might have been understandable, but he hadn't displayed such tendencies so far. After some deliberation, Alone decided to follow him. After all, they had business in the Underworld Citadel. Then he suddenly noticed that Eleban's companions had stopped in their tracks, rooted in place. Once again, Alone couldn't help but feel puzzled. Eleban's entire party seemed extremely shocked. Every single one of them had their mouths agape, as if their jaws might fall off. The strange gate held many rewards. Though the lore vaguely linked it to the 5 deadly sins in the game, the strange gate served as a source of weapons and artifacts for players, Eleban's party included. Particularly in the Underworld Citadel they had entered, there were numerous items available for Eli Ban, who started as a warrior. However, acquiring them typically required significant effort. Without leveling up through grinding in Lartania right after starting the game, the protagonist would usually reach level 10 by the time they arrived at the Underworld Citadel. At that level, it would be challenging to defeat the living armors. Players were forced to lure the living armors into separate rooms and take them down one by one. Of course, that wasn't necessary now. Alone scanned the corridors of the Underworld Citadel, which they had been exploring for hours. Scattered everywhere were the remains of what used to be living armors. They weren't just slashed with swords, they looked as though they had been smashed to pieces with hammers. Alone silently observed the carnage before turning his gaze toward Eli Ban. The man in question let out his signature awkward laugh, as if embarrassed. Standing beside Alone, Evan quietly whispered, Marquis, speak. Frankly, doesn't it seem like he doesn't need any help? I agree. Though Eli Ban had requested assistance, Alone hadn't had a single opportunity to use magic since entering the Underworld Citadel. Or rather, he had tried to use magic. Marquis, are you all right? Marquis, are you hurt? Marquis. Every time he prepared a spell, Eli Ban would rush forward and destroy all the living armors. It was as though he was overprotecting a child at risk near water. Naturally, Alone found this troubling. There were items he needed to obtain in the Underworld Citadel, and contributing to the party would allow him to claim artifacts without hesitation later. Does he want to monopolize everything? For a moment, Alone entertained the thought, but he quickly shook his head. Based on the lore and Eleban's actual demeanor, he didn't seem like the type. Rather, his personality suited a traditional heroic protagonist more than a dark fantasy character. Marquis, are you all right? Before he realized it, Eli Ban had approached him again. Snapping out of his thoughts, Alone replied, You don't need to worry so much. As you can see, I'm unharmed. That's true. By the way, you don't have to handle everything on your own. I'm strong enough to deal with them as well. Yes. I understand. It's just a habit, and it's hard to hold back. A habit? Yes, I just get worried. At last, Alone began to understand the situation. He can't stand seeing his comrades get hurt, huh? Given Eleban's personality, Alone thought it was possible and nodded, but then a thought crossed his mind. Still, your comrades seemed quite surprised when they looked at you. And extremely so. Eli Ban hesitated for a moment, then scratched his cheek with a troubled expression. Actually, I've been deliberately pretending to be weaker than I am. Pretending to be weaker? Yes, the goddess advised me that my comrades also need to grow. So they were probably surprised because this is the first time I've shown my full strength. I see. Yes. In this case, I revealed more of my strength than I usually do because of that initial army. You overdid it a bit? Yes, that's right. Alone nodded again. Now he understood why Eleban's comrades had been so astonished earlier. That's why I'm always grateful to you, Marquis. Thanks to your support back then, I was able to become this strong. I'm glad I could help. Seeing how much more Eli Ban had grown than he expected, Alone felt a sense of pride. But you can take it easy. I don't need to be protected to such an extreme degree. I'll keep that in mind. Elebin's reply was energetic. Well, not that it matters since only the boss monster remains. They had almost reached the end of the battle. And with only the boss monster left, I should be able to use my magic. With that expectation in mind, Alone began walking through the Citadel's halls, bathed in the faint purple glow of the sky. Before long, the group reached the final destination. Eventually, what they faced was Rumble, a dark night. Unlike other living armors whose armor, pauldrons, and swords floated separately, this one was fully clad in jet black armor. It rose from its spot as if to welcome the intruders and, whoosh! It swung a massive sword that looked heavy just from its appearance. Its dark coat billowed with the movement. Con, the Ironblood's left hand. The moment Alone saw it, he began forming seals. As per the nature of living armors, it charged madly toward the first attacker. In that tense moment, Marquis, crash! Eli Ban shot forward and smashed the knight's head to pieces. Both Alone, whose opportunity was stolen, and Eli Ban, who realized his mistake, let out low exclamations at the same time. The land of elves, Grainifra, and the nation built above it, Fildagreen. A report was delivered to Queen Magrina, who ruled over the nation. You're saying the things rising from the roots are increasing? Yes. Recently, their intensity has been unusual. Are they in numbers too great for Pagade to handle? No, not to that extent. The face of the Pagade knight delivering the report was clouded with concern. But as you know, this is something that hasn't changed for nearly 1,000 years. It's fine for now, but we don't know what might happen in the future. A brief silence fell. I see. For now, continue to monitor the situation. As you command. Your efforts are appreciated. After dismissing the knight, Magrina was lost in thought when a visitor was announced. Your Majesty, Pyrian and Filda have arrived. Let them in. Setting aside her concerns, she welcomed the guests. We greet Her Majesty. We greet Her Majesty. Welcome, Filda, Pyrian. But you don't look well. What happened? Could something have happened to the Marquis Palatio? Filda's complexion was pale. I am fine, Your Majesty. More importantly, there is something I must tell you. Did you investigate the Marquis Palatio? Yes. And? Though Magrina didn't seem to notice, her hand tightened into a slight fist. After a moment of silence, Filda slowly spoke. First, let me clarify. What I'm about to say is largely based on conjecture. I did not speak directly with the Marquis Palatio. So he isn't the primordial elf then. Her voice carried a faint hint of disappointment. But Filda, shaking her head firmly, declared, No. What? Yes, I believe that the Marquis Palatio is the primordial elf. That is to say, like Magrina, Filda clenched her fist tightly. He is most likely Your Majesty's elder brother. What did you just say? Her eyes widened in shock at her unyielding statement, devoid of even the faintest hint of humor. Is that really true? Magrina's question. Pyrian was shocked. The elven queen, Magrina, was benevolent and a wise ruler who smiled upon all, but she never showed her personal emotions openly. That was the role of a monarch. A being who must protect the people and always lead for their sake. They could never reveal weakness. Thus, for hundreds of years as queen, she had never displayed emotions other than benevolence and anger before her subordinates. But now Magrina, who had strictly upheld that rule for so long, was showing emotions other than joy or anger in front of her subordinates for the first time. Confusion and hope. Please tell me more. At Magrina's urging, Filda broke her silence. First, let me reiterate, Your Majesty. What I am about to say is purely speculation. Even so, you believe that the Marquis, the primordial elf, my brother, is him, don't you? Yes. Then explain why. An anxious demand. Filda recounted everything that happened at the Marquis Palatio's estate. The time when she used magic to observe the Marquis from the outskirts of the estate. How she had glimpsed the Marquis's soul through her spiritual sight. And finally, the black pupils at the end. After finishing the tale, Filda took a moment to catch her breath before summarizing the key points. In conclusion, the soul of Marquis Palatio did not match his body. In other words, someone else's soul resides in his body. As your majesty knows, it's inconceivable for a mere human to possess such a golden soul. Just as a sage cannot become a god and a hero cannot ascend to godhood. Filda stared at the queen intently. This is why I suspect that Marquis Palacio may be the primordial elf. Then the reason my brother cannot return is, as I mentioned, the person presumed to be the primordial elf has something strange attached to him. Recalling the scene, Filda involuntarily gagged, though she quickly regained composure. I couldn't confirm it completely, but based on my assessment, this strange entity is entangled with him. Entangled? Yes. To an extent where they cannot be separated, complexly and chaotically intertwined. I suspect this may be why the primordial elf cannot come here. Magrina fell silent. Her eyes trembled more than ever before. A mixture of hope and confusion consumed her gaze. Then, her lips quivered as she bit them, her head bowed low. Couldn't he at least tell me? A tearful voice escaped. Couldn't he at least say that he's alive, that he has returned? How long had she searched? How long had she waited? To her murmurs, Filda responded. That was also puzzling to me, but I believe it may be due to a restriction. A restriction? Filda nodded. This, too, is purely speculation, but as your majesty knows, a dead soul occupying a living body is abnormal. It shouldn't happen. A dead soul disrupts the order of humanity. Continue. In my opinion, the primordial elf may have made a contract involving restrictions with that strange entity. His soul is intertwined with it to such an extent. The restriction likely prevents him from engaging with ties from his previous life. Why would he accept such a restriction? This time, Filda shook her head. I cannot imagine. It's merely my guess, based on the fact that he transferred blessings instead of directly involving himself. Once again, this is purely my speculation. I have no way to know the truth. But despite that, I say this because... Filda glanced at Pyrian, who stepped forward after a long silence. Your Majesty, may I continue? Go ahead. Marquis Palacio uses words and symbols. That means... Yes, just like the primordial elf, he is a mage. Furthermore, upon personal investigation, it became clear that the Marquis has achieved feats impossible for an ordinary human. After a pause, Pyrian added, he has defeated not one but two outer gods, numerous artificial gods, and recently handled a monstrous entity. All of this, done by a mere human. This is why we suspect he is the primordial elf. Though Pyrian finished speaking, the queen remained silent. Her heart pounded violently. Memories from centuries ago, memories she could never forget, resurfaced in her mind. You're the only one. You must do it. You must lead the elves well. Please, I beg of you. Even though he foresaw his death, he smiled as he stroked her hair. After a long silence, the queen finally spoke. Pyrian. Yes. Prepare yourself. What? I must meet him in person. I must confirm whether he is truly who I believe he is. With eyes full of resolve, she looked at Pyrian. Alone managed to clear the Ironblood Citadel without any harm, thanks to Elebin's help. Is this what you need? Indeed. I'll give it to you. Are you sure? Yes. And thus, he obtained the item he desired. It felt almost too easy, but there was no reason to refuse. Alone accepted the item Eliban handed him with a bright smile. It was an artifact obtained from the Ironblood Citadel. To be precise, an artifact disguised as an object. The footsteps of the past. Alone, staring at the object shaped like feet running on the ground and forged from dark steel, spoke to Eliban. Thank you. No, don't mention it. After all, you came here to help me at my request. Is there anything else you need? Alone shook his head. From the beginning, the only thing he needed from the Ironblood Citadel was the footsteps of the past. Most of the items from this place were warrior-class weapons, and even the rare mage-class items weren't particularly useful to him. No, this is enough. Alone carefully stowed away the footsteps of the past. The eerie gate, which had been open, began to fade away. After watching the scene, Alone and his group headed to the nearest territory, the Duchy of Zenonia. By the time they arrived at the Zenonia Duchy's lands, it was already dusk. I suppose we'll meet again next time. Yes, understood. If I need your help again, may I request it? Sure, as long as it's not too demanding. Thank you. Eliban bowed deeply before moving on with his companion toward the territory. Marquis. Yes. I've been feeling something odd for a while now. May I share it? Speak. Left alone, Evan, as if waiting for this moment, began to voice his thoughts. I've been thinking this Eli Band guy. He came to us for help because he felt there was danger, right? That's right. But doesn't it seem strange? He has skills far beyond what he let on. Why would he come to you for help at all? That's true. The inconsistency Evan pointed out had also been bothering Alone. Eliban's words and actions didn't quite align. Alone, with a neutral expression masking his thoughts, quietly gazed at the place where Eli Band had disappeared. What is it really? He considered multiple possibilities. A whirlwind of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Of those, he identified a few plausible ones. He narrowed it down to 3 hypotheses. Eli Band may have summoned him here for a specific purpose. Or he may have intended to harm him. Or perhaps he was acting on someone else's request. However, Alone quickly shook his head. It didn't seem like Eli Band intended to harm him. If that had been his goal, he would have had plenty of opportunities, both before entering the Eerie Gate and within it. If anything, he was overprotective. Eliban's behavior in the Ironblood Citadel didn't match that of someone with malicious intent. So the remaining possibilities were either that he summoned Alone for a specific purpose or acted at someone else's behest. But neither explanation felt quite right. If he had suffered any harm, he could have used that as a basis for speculation. But instead, he easily acquired what he needed without any losses. For that reason, what could it be? Alone's confusion only deepened as he absent-mindedly stroked the head of Blackie, who had popped out at some point. Eli Band. What is it? Why did you hide it all this time? The inn at Zenonia territory. In the quiet inn, Yen hesitated before speaking, her voice wavering. Eli Band looked at her. About what? Your strength. He scratched his cheek awkwardly, as if unsure of how to respond. Sorry? I meant to tell you eventually, but I thought it was still too early. Eli Band replied with a sheepish smile. But Yan's expression didn't soften. If you had that level of power, couldn't you have helped in the last situation? Or the one before that? She couldn't let it go. Eliban's party had been through life-and-death situations multiple times. When Ralph was about to be crushed to death by the giant wood, or when I almost had my soul devoured by the witch, never once did you use that power. It wasn't just about him hiding his strength that angered her. It was the fact that, despite having such immense power, he didn't use it in situations where his party members' lives were on the line. It implied that their deaths weren't important enough for him to reveal his strength. But for Marquis Palacio, Yan's brows furrowed even deeper. To her, the threat facing Marquis Palacio seemed trivial compared to the brushes with death they had endured as a party. Yet Eli Band had revealed his secret without hesitation to protect him. The secret he had kept even when their lives were at stake. However, Eli Band remained calm. Yen, I know what you're trying to say. Then. But this was unavoidable. How do I put it? It's like a habit. A habit? Yeah. I'm not lying. It's really a habit. His serene blue eyes glimmered softly as he took a step closer. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he spoke. And in time, you'll understand. Understand what? The reason I acted this way. He enunciated every word deliberately, almost as if weighing each syllable. He is an incredibly important person. There was an unsettling fervor in his blue eyes. More important than anyone else. Under the rising blue moon, Yen met his gaze, and a peculiar chill ran down her spine. By the time the sun was setting, Alone arrived at the Zenonia Duke's residence within the inner castle. It's been a while, Marquis Palacio. It has indeed been a while. Have you been well during this time? Yes. First, let us have dinner. Having met the Duke of Zenonia, whom he had only encountered through the crystal sphere for over a year, Alone decided to share a meal with her. It's massive. Following the Duke of Zenonia, Alone glanced around. He had felt it when entering the inner castle, but stepping into the mansion solidified his impression. The Zenonia Duke's residence was enormous, almost comparable to a castle. The Zenonia Duke's residence was vast in the game too. Briefly recalling how he had often gotten lost in the residence before getting used to the game, they soon arrived at the dining room. Wow! Alone let out an involuntary exclamation. A large dining table was filled to the brim with dishes that left his jaw dropping in amazement. I prepared this, knowing you would come. Thank you. Please, let's start with the meal. Thanks to the Duke's hospitality, Alone sat down and began eating. As he neared the end of his meal, he slowly opened his mouth to speak. Now that I think about it, I have a question. What is it? Do you happen to know anything about the Chosen? Alone recalled the elegant face of Eli Ban. The Duke of Zenonia nodded at his question. Yes, I know. I've even conducted some personal investigations. Personal investigations? I heard rumors about them coming to block the strange gates near my territory, so I wanted to see if he could bring meaningful changes to the current political structure. And what did you find out? Not much that stands out. If I had to point out one thing. The Duke paused briefly before replying. They might have a connection with Cardinal Yusha, perhaps? Yusha? Yes. I heard that during the process of being appointed as the Chosen, he seemed to act as if he knew Yusha. Or rather, he tried not to show it, but he slipped up. Alone tilted his head in thought, recalling Eli Ban and Yusha. It seemed strange that the two would know each other based on what he knew. Though it's possible they formed a connection without me knowing. Alone knew that Yusha frequently went out for voluntary service. Where could their paths have crossed? He pondered briefly. Could something have happened? If you'd like, I can try sounding out the Chosen tomorrow. You're meeting them tomorrow? Yes, as he dealt with the strange gates near the territory, I should offer some form of reward. Alone shook his head at the Duke's proposal. Unless there was a clear justification, it didn't seem necessary for now. No, I don't think that's necessary. Understood. The conversation shifted to other topics, primarily about Kalfa. By the way, will you be attending the upcoming ball, Marquis? Perhaps. I think I will. That's fortunate. Why do you say so? I heard that kings and nobles from other kingdoms might participate in this ball. Kings and nobles from other kingdoms? Yes. I thought it would be a good opportunity to build connections with nobles from other countries. The Duke of Zenonia added, though you already seem to have many connections, Marquis. Moreover, the Duchy of Luxembourg will also participate this time. The Duchy of Luxembourg? They recently purged the corrupt forces and restored power to the royal family. I've heard about that. I also heard they changed their state religion. Yes, and... The Duke placed a finger on her lips, then spoke, as if recalling something. They now worship the one who commands lightning, Kalanon, I believe. I've heard the same, but does their attendance matter that much? Not exactly. But if the conversations go well, Marquis, as you might guess, there could be various benefits for our faction. Alone, however, was clueless. The Duchy of Luxembourg was a separate nation from the Kingdom of Asteria, and it was quite distant. In other words, he couldn't grasp how they could benefit from their relationship with the duchy. Still, it felt awkward to ask directly. I see. He could only feign indifference. The next day. I'll see you at the ball. Sure. After a brief farewell with the Duke of Zenonia, Alone left the estate. However, instead of heading to the Marquis, he set off northward. Weren't you going home? Basiliora, who rarely left the ring, asked as he exchanged an odd staring contest with Blackie. There's somewhere I need to stop by. Somewhere to stop by? Yes. Why are you suddenly so curious? It's nothing. Twisting its coils needlessly, Basiliora avoided Alone's gaze. This snakehead, are you hiding something? What? I'm not hiding anything. You say that, but the way you're acting is just like a squirrel hoarding nuts. Don't be ridiculous, human. I'm better than you who was fooling around with the maid yesterday. What? I wasn't fooling around with any maid. Huh. Did you think no one noticed? I saw everything yesterday, you lowly human. Ridiculous. We were just taking a short walk in the garden. Huh. Didn't you brag about things that didn't happen at the strange gate? Are you some kind of stalker? Evan, startled, shouted in disbelief while Basiliora mocked him mercilessly. Frankly, in Alone's view, there wasn't much difference between Evan bragging to the maid and Basiliora secretly stalking him. Huh, now I see. You're no better than a monkey pretending to be human. Shut it, you snakehead. I told you, it was just a walk. Basiliora scoffed dismissively, then suddenly flashed a mischievous smile and began. Oh, Oral, your eyes are as clear as the violet sky I saw beyond the strange gate. Ah, Sir Evan. Adjusting its tone dramatically, Basiliora mimicked voices, as if performing a play. Evan's face turned beet red, and he screamed, Wah! Hey, Blackie, can you please shut this snakehead up? I'm begging you. But Blackie merely looked at Evan with a mix of pity and disdain. In the end, after enduring a barrage of humiliation, Evan, now exhausted, turned to Alone. So, Marquis, we're heading north as you instructed, but where exactly are we going? We'll probably need to travel for about 2 more days. 2 days? If we go that far north. Evan thought for a moment before asking, isn't there a village called Parsley? Are we headed there? Not exactly. We're heading to the ruins near Parsley. Evan nodded in understanding. You're looking for something in the ruins, I see. Exactly. Well, I've been traveling with you for a year or 2 now, Marquis. This much is easy to figure out. Then shouldn't you already know when I say we're heading north? Well, I was just asking formally. Evan smirked playfully, and Alone chuckled slightly before turning his gaze to the scenery outside. But then, what is it? Marquis, you smiled just now. Evan's eyes widened. Did I? You've gone back to your usual expression now, but you definitely smiled just now. Alone touched the corner of his lips slightly. It feels like I'm showing a bit more emotion than before. He recalled something Seorang had once said but merely shrugged. Showing emotions on his face wasn't something worth overthinking. By the way, Marquis, after visiting the ruins, will we return to the Marquis? Unless something significant comes up, I suppose so. Understood. For some reason, Evan seemed slightly more cheerful as he drove the carriage, making Alone wear a puzzled expression. Like Basiliora, Evan seemed eager to return to the Marquis quickly. Alone briefly considered asking why, but he decided against it and looked out the window instead. The afternoon sun was blazing hot. 3 days later. After arriving in Parsley, Alone wandered for about a day before finally reaching his desired destination. Is this a ruin? Evan stared at the supposed ruin in front of Alone with a puzzled expression. It was understandable. The so-called ruin was embarrassingly small, just a single, narrow door barely worthy of the term. Yes, it is. But it's so small. It looks like even a single person would struggle to enter. He wasn't wrong. The door was so narrow that even one person would have difficulty squeezing through. Nevertheless, Alone shrugged and pulled out Lemuel's oath. That's the item you received from the elf last time, isn't it? That's correct. Don't tell me you're going to use that to open it? Exactly. Alone lifted Lemuel's oath and began examining the ruin. It didn't take long before he found what he was looking for. Here it is. At the lower right corner of the ruin, he discovered a slot where Lemuel's oath could be inserted. He placed the ring into the slot. Then, K-R-R-R-G-G-G-G-G-G-G-G. A tremendous noise echoed as the small door before them began to slowly open. How do you always seem to know these things? Evan's face was full of awe and curiosity as he asked. Of course, it was simply because Alone had acquired artifacts using Lemuel's oath numerous times in the game. Beyond that, he didn't actually know much. The only additional piece of information Alone had about this particular ruin was one thing. This is where the staff used by the primordial elf is stored, I believe. He had no idea who the primordial elf was or what status they held. The game never delved into the subject of the primordial elf at all. I think there might have been one other ruin connected to them. Beyond that, Alone knew nothing about the primordial elf. The only conclusion he could draw was that they must have been a remarkable magician, no, a sorcerer of the highest caliber. The artifact itself is proof enough. The door, which had been gradually opening, finally swung fully ajar. And there, inside the ruin. I've found it. With a faint smile hidden behind his neutral expression, Alone laid eyes on the artifact left by the primordial elf. The Staff of the Sacred One. An artifact in the form of a pair of gloves. At that moment. Let's move out. Do you truly intend to go yourself, Your Majesty? Yes. I want to see it with my own eyes. In Grainifra. To confirm if he is truly the primordial elf. The Queen began her journey. The desert city of Colony had been unusually noisy recently. The cause was none other than the capital reconstruction project. The capital had suffered significant damage due to the attacks of the Scorpion and Snowhorn. While the entire capital hadn't been obliterated, a section of the city wall had completely collapsed, the royal palace was destroyed, and the northern and eastern districts of the capital were severely impacted. In light of the situation, Carmax's three made a bold decision to use the national treasury to restore the capital. Of course, it was evident that this would negatively affect the governance of the nation later, but thanks to this decision, the capital was being rebuilt at a very rapid pace. However, Carmax's three had another grave concern lingering in his mind. Are you saying that the damage caused by the Shermoon, or rather, the Strange Gates, is increasing? Yes. Huh, a perfect case of misfortune piling on misfortune. He sighed deeply and, after some thought, asked, what about the reported damage within Colony? There isn't much at the moment, but it seems likely that reports of damage will start pouring in from various places soon. And the Baba Yagas? Aside from the Golden Flash, they're currently following our directives, but at this rate, they might soon reach their limit. Upon hearing the secretary's report, the king fell into deep contemplation once again. As the secretary had stated, for now, the Baba Yagas were handling the Strange Gates in line with the kingdom's interests, but this would not last long. Although the 5 Baba Yagas could be considered Colony's greatest force, they weren't officially part of the nation. They were merely gladiators of the Colosseum, free to come and go as they pleased without any obligation to remain tied to Colony. Letting out another sigh, he wasn't sure how many he'd heaved by now. He scratched his head in frustration. Things have been fine up until now. Opinions had long been raised about officially incorporating the Baba Yagas into the state. But Carmax's 3 no. From the very first king, there had been a reason why the 5 Baba Yagas were generously supported without being made part of the national apparatus. The reason was convenience. The very reason Colony, situated in a desert, had managed to thrive to this extent was none other than the Colosseum. However, the first king who initially conceived the Colosseum and the Baba Yagas had a goal that leaned more toward securing military strength than mere prosperity. Colony possessed numerous untapped gold mines that were absent in other nations. As a result, before Colony became a unified kingdom, it faced a shortage of resources and the constant threat of invasion by foreign nations. To address this, the first king devised a method. He established the Colosseum and began gathering powerful warriors from across the land who were unaffiliated with any specific nation. Among them, those who ranked in the top 5 were granted treatment better than that of nobles, even if they weren't officially tied to Colony. The title Baba Yaga was created specifically to ignite the ambition of strong warriors. The intentions of the first king proved effective. At the time, unaffiliated warriors from all over flocked to Colony, drawn by money, fame, and status. Colony, which had lagged behind other nations in terms of military power, bolstered its strength with the Colosseum gladiators. Strictly speaking, this was more for show, but it sufficed. The system wasn't intended for launching invasions, but for defending the nation from external threats. The gladiators and Baba Yagas lived up to their names, justifying the system. Moreover, for the king and Colony, this system offered numerous benefits. Since they weren't official members of the kingdom, complete control was impossible, but as long as they were beneficiaries of the kingdom's resources, a degree of influence could be maintained. And if they ever caused problems, the kingdom wouldn't be held accountable for their actions. In short, the system allowed the kingdom to leverage the strengths of these powerful individuals without politically involving them or weakening the monarchy. However, that was all in the past. With the emergence of the Strange Gates, the situation had changed. I need to bring the Baba Yagas under control. Of course, the situation wasn't urgent enough to require immediate action. The current gates were troublesome, but didn't pose catastrophic damage yet. However, other kings were undoubtedly also contemplating how to deal with the Strange Gates they might face in the future. The Strange Gates are evolving. Even now, haven't they worsened into something akin to the disastrous gates? What if these gates evolve into an even more advanced form? Or what if they don't evolve, but start causing far greater destruction than they do now? If we wait until then to respond, it'll be too late. For Colony, more than any other nation, this held true. To Carmax's 3, officially incorporating the Baba Yagas into the kingdom was a long-term priority. Among them, the one he was most focused on was the Golden Flash. I must find a way to bring her into our fold. The Golden Flash had already become an existence qualitatively different from the other Baba Yagas. Thus, she became someone they absolutely had to secure by any means. However, it was far from an easy task. From the start, she wasn't swayed by money or fame. The only one who could influence Sealrang was Marquis Palacio and no one else. In other words, unless they could first win over Marquis Palacio, bringing Sealrang to their side was impossible. Carmax's 3, grappling with the matter, eventually muttered to himself, "Is that the only way?" As if he had made up his mind, he spoke resolutely. How much time is left until the ball in Lartanya? 2 months remain, the secretary replied. At that, Carmax's three thought, I'll settle it there. His eyes gleamed with determination. At that moment, Sealrang's secretary, Lime, stood atop one of the newly reconstructed buildings that had been partially restored in less than 2 months. That should do it, Sealrang said. Is this not it? Lime asked as she removed her hands from Sealrang's ears. No, but I thought I did it very similarly to him. It's not the same as how Master does it. What part is different? When Master does it, it feels kind of. Sealrang furrowed her brows slightly, searching her memory, and said, like there's a soft push to it. She lay down where she stood, pressing her ears with her hands, and muttered in a voice tinged with melancholy. I miss Master. Lime scratched her head as she withdrew her awkwardly raised hands. She seems worse off than before. Or maybe, given the circumstances, this is actually better. Lime recalled Sealrang's demeanor before the incident. Back then, unless something extraordinary happened, she would spend her days lying around, looking bored, except when exercising or doing handstands. But now? Ever since she had personally dug and buried the graves of the guild members who were in the guild during the incident, Sealrang's lifestyle had returned to something resembling her past routine, except for honing a new ability she had acquired. However, two things had noticeably changed. I want to feel that push again. She would often say things like that. And unlike before, her previously bored expression was now often replaced with a faint smile at the corners of her lips. Lime bent down to match Sealrang, who was lying down and covering her ears. Shall I try it one more time? It's not the same at all. How different is it? If what Master does is a 1, then Lime's is about 0.3. That's quite a difference. Unconsciously, Lime found herself wearing a slightly sulky expression. What makes it so different, she wondered. Meanwhile, Sealrang, oblivious to Lime's reaction, muttered quietly, should I sneak over and visit? The journey back to the Palatio Marquis was uneventful. Stables. Check. Assistant officer. Confirmed. You snake-headed bastard. What's your problem? You agreed to it, so why pick a fight now? Just because. Occasionally, Evan and Basiliora bickered, but aside from that, they enjoyed moments of peace under the sunlight filtering through the forest canopy. Thanks to this, Alone was able to organize his thoughts at leisure. Now that I've obtained the footsteps of the past, I should go to Lartanya soon to use it. Recalling the conditions needed to use the artifact, he took out the Staff of the Sacred One from his belongings. Despite its name, the Staff of the Sacred One was in the form of a glove. It was an item he had desperately needed. If I remember correctly, its abilities include stabilization of formations and enhancement of mana. A simple ability, but one that surpassed the performance of other staves precisely because of its simplicity. I'd originally wanted this item from the start, but it required having Lemuel's Oath, which was held by Pyrian. That's why it took so long to acquire it. I still don't understand how that became the key item, but... With a shrug, Alone concluded it probably had something to do with ancient elves. Absent-mindedly, he slipped the glove onto his right hand. At first, the glove was loose, but over time, it naturally tightened to fit Alone's hand perfectly. He smiled in satisfaction as he admired the glove's black base adorned with golden embroidery. But then, a thought struck him. Wait, wasn't this supposed to have a racial restriction? The reason he had kept the Staff of the Sacred One safely tucked away instead of wearing it all this time was simple: it was restricted to elves. In the game, players who obtained the Staff of the Sacred One had to complete an additional quest in Lartanya to remove its racial restriction before they could equip it. That was why he had never attempted to wear it before. Yet, without thinking, he had slipped it on, and it had stayed on. Confused, Alone decided to test his magic. It's real. The formation is more stable, and even with less mana, the magic is noticeably stronger. The effects were undeniable. Though briefly flustered, Alone soon grew pleased. This is great. In the end, the outcome was all that mattered. Unexpected as it was, being able to bypass the racial restriction and use the item wasn't a bad thing. Just as a faint smile crept onto his lips, he thought, still, I should investigate this, just in case. Organizing his thoughts once more, Alone gazed out the window at the forest. It was a shimmering afternoon, with sunlight making the leaves sparkle like jewels. About a week later, Alone finally arrived at the Palazzo Marquis. Before he could even rest, he was greeted by visitors. Standing in front of his office were a stunningly beautiful woman and a man behind her. The pair was so striking, anyone would be left speechless, that Alone found himself staring at them in a daze. Then he recalled something the servant had mentioned. There's a representative from the Greenwood Trading Company who wishes to discuss an exclusive distribution deal for gold ornaments with the Marquis. How should we proceed? Gold ornaments, huh? Gold ornaments were highly valuable in both his past world and the current one. Even though his territory now had stable revenue, it was worth hearing the details of the proposal. But these two don't look like merchants. Their looks were impeccable, the type to draw universal praise. As Alone found himself unconsciously drawn to the woman's gaze. Drip. He saw it. A single tear rolled down her cheek and trailed along her face. Then, sniff. The beautiful woman, who had been staring at him with a firm expression until now, suddenly burst into sorrowful sobs. Alone couldn't help but feel endlessly bewildered as he watched the woman suddenly shed tears. She had simply been staring at him before abruptly starting to cry. Did I do something? A flood of thoughts raced through his mind, but naturally, he hadn't done anything. In fact, he hadn't even had the time to. The moment of confusion lasted only briefly. I'm sorry, something suddenly got into my eye. Is that so? Yes. I see. Alone could only reply hesitantly to the woman's slow explanation. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like something got into her eye. It looked more like she was crying out of sorrow. But since she insisted that was the case, pressing the matter felt inappropriate, so he decided not to dwell on it. Shall we introduce ourselves first? Yes, I am Lena, the head of the Greenwood Trading Company. For a moment, Alone tried to recall anything about the Greenwood Trading Company, but he quickly gave up. It doesn't seem to be a particularly famous trading company. All he knew was the information he'd just heard from the attendant earlier. I heard you wanted to discuss something with me regarding gold crafts. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Then let's hear it in detail. She nodded as she wiped her eyes again. 30 minutes later. Marquis. What is it? Did the discussion go well? It ended well enough. Oh, really? Alone asked at Evan's surprised reaction. Why are you looking at me like that? It's just. Normally, discussions with trading company heads don't end this quickly. And we're talking about gold crafts, aren't we? I assumed there would be a lot to negotiate. Well, you're not wrong. Alone nodded in agreement. Indeed, the value of gold crafts is high. Gold itself was expensive, and the value of crafted gold items could vary greatly depending on the artisan. Of course, Alone had a general understanding of these common sense matters, even if not in detail. Honestly, I was a little surprised too. Why? That it ended so quickly. In truth, Alone had been bewildered the whole time at how smoothly things had gone. The terms were too good. Good terms, from Alone's perspective, were naturally not a bad thing. However, the better the terms for Alone, the worse they should have been for the other party. At its core, negotiations were about balancing mutual benefits and losses. If one part of the deal was advantageous, there had to be other parts that required compromise. This principle had held true in all the transactions Alone had made with numerous trading companies so far. Yet in this negotiation, even before they began, there were many terms disproportionately in Alone's favor. Something feels off. That was precisely the point Alone found peculiar. While the negotiation ended successfully, no matter how he thought about it, Alone couldn't figure out what the trading company was gaining from the deal. Well, if I had to nitpick, it's not exactly a losing deal for them either. But still, there were definitely parts where they could have been more ambitious. Why did they give up on so much? As Alone pondered further, he eventually shrugged his shoulders as he often did. The outcome was good. Since the contract didn't put him at any disadvantage, there was no need to overthink it. Though I still don't understand why she was crying at first. The fact that she'd burst into tears the moment she saw him left him puzzled as well. Oh, by the way, Marquis. What is it? They say the Vice Tower Master has discovered a new formula. Is that so? With no time to dwell on his thoughts, Alone rose from his seat to head toward where Penia was. Meanwhile, Lena, the head of the Greenwood Trading Company, or rather, The elf Queen Magrina, who had just been speaking with Alone, was lost in a deep sea of thoughts. The human disguise dropped, and Pyrian, who had accompanied her as her escort, gazed at her with a somewhat peculiar expression. The reason lay in the queen's demeanor earlier. What was that? Pyrian couldn't understand her overall behavior today. The queen had left Granifra, a place she absolutely should never abandon, to visit Marquis Palacio for a single reason: to confirm whether Marquis Palacio was the primordial elf or not. But inwardly, Pyrian believed this journey would yield little result for the queen. If Filda, the highest-ranking wizard among the elves, was correct in her assumption, even if Marquis Palacio were the primordial elf and recognized his sister, Queen Magrina, he wouldn't acknowledge her openly. In other words, under such limitations, the queen had no way of discerning whether Marquis Palacio was the primordial elf. Thus, despite the queen's resolute conviction that she would confirm it by seeing him in person, Pyrian had maintained a skeptical stance. However, why did she shed tears? Although the queen now appeared deep in thought with a serious expression, Pyrian had undoubtedly witnessed it. Just earlier, the moment she saw Marquis Palacio's face, a single tear had streaked down her cheek. Pyrian could confidently say it was the first time he had seen such a reaction from the queen. She never revealed personal emotions in front of others. While she was certainly a compassionate ruler, she bore the weight of her royal duties more heavily than anyone and fulfilled them without fail. Could she have truly sensed something from Marquis Palacio, in a way unknown to him? But if that's the case, Pyrian looked at her again. By now, Magrina had returned to wearing the composed face of a ruler. Not as a sister revealing fragments of emotion tied to the primordial elf, but as a clear and resolute queen. Just as Pyrian considered risking impropriety to satisfy his curiosity. Pyrian, the queen, who had been silent since they left Marquis Palacio's estate, suddenly spoke. Yes. Pyrian held his breath for a moment. A fleeting mix of emotions crossed the queen's face: regret, sorrow, and a faint smile, all gone in an instant. After a brief pause, Magrina gave her command. Place the shadow leaves beside him. Shadow leaves? Yes, shadow leaves. For those who guarded the roots of Pagade, the shadow leaves were a select group of elves who protected the queen from the shadows, each of them a sword master. They were essentially the queen's personal escort unit. Do you mean? Yes, that's correct. How did you realize it? Pyrian's expression reflected his bewilderment. Magrina recalled the gloves worn by Marquis Palacio. Gloves that only elves could use. More precisely, gloves that could only be used by the primordial elf. Her brother. As soon as she saw them, tears had involuntarily flowed, but her certainty that Marquis Palacio was the primordial elf did not solely stem from that. I have my own way. The queen answered with a smile and retrieved something from her robe. It was an old ring. A ring so weathered that it had lost its luster in many places. Originally, there was only supposed to be one of its kind in the entire world. My own way. The ring of restraint, that Alone had first obtained in the labyrinth, now rested in her hand. A ring gifted by the primordial elf. At that moment, Alone was. So the trading company leader just poured out everything, then cried and laughed? Is that about right? Reviewing the earlier events with Penia. Well, the order might have been reversed, but that's the gist. Could it have been some sort of forced agreement, or something along those lines? Penia's face briefly showed sympathy before Alone interjected. What exactly do you think of me? She hurriedly waved her hands. Oh no, not that. Haha. Maybe the trading company leader just has mood swings. Perhaps. What a pity at such a young age. And with that, their oddly comforting conversation concluded. It was dusk. For Haydn, the regular meetings of the Blue Moon were generally a bit chaotic. To be precise, they started quietly but grew more unruly as time passed. While the meetings had always progressed this way, Haydn had never found them particularly bothersome. Whenever discussions became excessively noisy or heated, Red Moon would step in to mediate and restore order. However, at this moment, Haydn felt deeply uneasy. The reason? You've all heard, right? A birthday gift, huh? It was none other than the matter of the Great Moon's birthday gift. No, to be more precise, it was because of the discussions regarding the gift. Deus, just so you know, don't go overboard with an outrageous gift. I know. Are you really sure you know? Yes, I plan to prepare something appropriate. Same here. I'm planning something perfectly appropriate. I feel the same. We mustn't make the gift burdensome for brother. The moons had started a subtle yet unmistakable competition. Everyone's got the right idea. It seems we all understand that giving an overly extravagant gift could overwhelm him. Yes, I completely understand. Haydn glanced over the other moons, including Yusha. The moons wore relaxed, knowing smiles. At first glance, it seemed as though their words could be taken at face value, but Haydn, who frequently roamed around gathering reports, knew better. The 5 moons were absolutely not preparing appropriate gifts. In other words, yes, we must give something at the appropriate level. Right, I agree. At the appropriate level. Understood completely. Appropriate indeed. Same here. Me too. In this repeated conversation, everyone, except for the cheerful golden moon, was carefully hiding their true intentions while gauging each other. All because they wanted to give the great moon a gift that would surpass the others. Thus, do we really need to go this far? Haydn felt his energy drain, stifling a quiet sigh deep within. After a brief discussion about what gift to present to the great moon, the meeting resumed as normal. Of course, there were moments when Deus abruptly brought up the great moon or Sealrang exclaimed, "I'll be the gift," disrupting the flow temporarily. Nonetheless, the meeting, which proceeded a bit more smoothly than usual, began to draw to a close just before dawn. As everyone prepared to say their closing remarks, Sealrang. Huh? Deus suddenly called out to Sealrang. By the way, what's with your ears? Sealrang had been pressing her ears shut with her hands. And not just once or twice. Throughout the meeting, she would press her ears intermittently whenever she found a chance. Deus had found this peculiar habit rather baffling. As everyone's gaze turned toward her, Sealrang let out an ah and broke into a bright smile. It's what the great moon did for me. The great moon did that for you. Yes, like this, like this. Although no one had asked, Sealrang began recounting the events of the recent colony one by one. That's how it happened. As her story ended, the others each expressed their reactions in their own way. To think the great moon showed such a genuinely concerned expression. That's remarkable. Deus and Raiden looked envious, perhaps because they were used to Alone's usual expressionlessness. The fact that the great moon had shown even a fleeting emotion towards Sealrang held great significance for them. Even Rhine, who had spent several days in the colony, gazed at Sealrang with a subtly envious and sulky expression. However, of course, Sealrang. The great moon cares for us. It's only natural to be concerned when one of us, like you, is in danger, right? Only Yusha retained her usual serene smile. A calm smile with no hint of emotional fluctuation. Sealrang stared at Yusha for a moment, then suddenly shrugged her shoulders triumphantly, as if she had realized something. But I've seen the great moon smile. The great moon smiled. Yes. When Deus hesitantly asked, Sealrang nodded vigorously. Even Yusha's lips twitched slightly at this. That must have been because the great moon was worried about you. Still, Yusha didn't lose her smile. Nope. The great moon just smiled while we were chatting. Thud. A sudden shift in the atmosphere. Yusha's mouth closed tightly. Sealrang, now even more triumphant, shrugged her shoulders once again. You haven't seen the great moon smile, have you, Yusha? Declaring victory, Sealrang made a V sign with her fingers. The expression of Haydn, who had been silently observing the situation, grew peculiar. While it was true that the moons often reacted like children whenever the great moon was mentioned, even considering that, Sealrang's taunt was quite juvenile, to say the least. There's no way the red moon would lose composure over something so trivial. Haydn turned his gaze to Yusha with confidence, but soon found his mouth agape. The unchanged smile Yusha had been wearing until moments ago was now visibly twisted for anyone to see. In other words, it was undeniable that Sealrang's words had scratched her pride. Haydn cautiously averted his gaze. Right? So I'm the first to see the great moon smile, huh? Sealrang, seemingly intoxicated by her victory, continued speaking gleefully, completely oblivious to the mood shift. But only for a while. When the great moon pressed my ears like this. After a few minutes of boastful chatter, even Sealrang began to trail off and glance around nervously. Because Yusha was no longer smiling at all. The moment Sealring realized she had been far too caught up in her sense of triumph. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave now. The meeting seems to be over anyway, so I'll step out first. Raiden, who had a knack for reading the room, brought up some improbable midnight errand and disappeared from the screen. I have the same. I have a nightly meeting scheduled next. Likewise, Deus immediately escaped the meeting. As Haydn pondered whether a better excuse than a pre-dawn meeting might exist. I'll be going too. I've got work to do. Huh. Rhine, who had been glaring at Sealring with slight dissatisfaction, also left. Only then did Sealring realize something was wrong. And soon. Eek. Noticing the sneer forming at the corner of Yusha's lips, Sealring unconsciously released her grip on her ears. Her freed ears instinctively folded back. Sealring, who began glancing around nervously, slowly started retreating. I should get going now too. She fled. And then, the last two people remaining in the meeting were Haydn and an extremely upset Yusha. When Haydn cautiously raised his head, he realized he had missed his chance to leave. What should I do? Haydn began to feel suffocated. Surely, the other moons had fled because they understood. They all knew how terrifying the Red Moon could be when even slightly angered. Of course, she wouldn't mercilessly harm her allies, but her mere anger was enough to instill fear. Worried that her displaced wrath might turn toward him, Haydn nervously edged out of the screen and held his breath. The next moment. What reached his ears wasn't an angry voice, but a small sigh from Yusha. Haydn, now successfully out of the frame, cautiously glanced at the still-lit screen. On it was Yusha, her cheeks slightly puffed out. Puffed cheeks. Her slightly sulky expression, tinged with a faint blush, seemed out of character for her. I'm the one who thinks about him the most. She murmured softly, almost like a complaint, before ending the communication. Haydn was left dumbfounded by the fresh, unfamiliar side of the Red Moon he had just witnessed. Then he realized. She had let her guard down, thinking all communication had ended because he had stepped out of the screen. Though it didn't suit the Red Moon's image, paradoxically, it was the first time she felt like a unique, individual her. As if witnessing a mirage, Haydn stared into the air for a moment. I should forget this. Quickly assessing the situation, he broke into a cold sweat. If, by any chance, the Red Moon found out about this, that would be the end of him. Therefore, I need to erase this completely from my memory. He made a firm resolve within himself. It had been about 2 months since Alone met with the Greenwood Trading Company. As the ball approached, Alone began to hear developments aligning with the storylines he was familiar with from the original work. With this, it's essentially complete. That's right. Facing Penia, Alone dispelled the newly perfected magic they had just fine-tuned. Thanks. If it weren't for your help, it would have taken much longer. Oh, no need to mention it. Despite her humble words, Penia's shoulders rose slightly. Her body language shouted, "Did you see that? That's how amazing I am." Alone, hiding a faint smirk behind his neutral expression, asked, "When is the next conference?" Well, it's about 3 months from now, I think. Then let's go together to that conference. Since you kept your promise, I'll keep mine. Thank you so much. Penia, as if she had just received a priceless treasure, bowed deeply in gratitude. After gazing at his hands briefly, Alone took a seat. By the way, is there any point in further combinations now? Based on our research so far, it seems like creating a better formula would require a bit more experimentation. Penia's face grew noticeably tense, as if she feared Alone might actually want to continue. Seeing through her, Alone lightly shook his head. Well, don't worry. I'm not so shameless as to keep everything to myself, Alone remarked. Yes. Doesn't he lack shame already? Penia kept the thought to herself, deciding not to say it aloud. Still, your magic is quite unusual, Marquis, she said. In what way? Its potency. The magic's foundational structure and molecular arrangement are the same, but somehow its power keeps increasing. You can sense that clearly? Penia hesitated before responding. It's negligible if you look at it day by day, but if you compare it to 2 months ago, there's a noticeable difference. I see. Alone nodded unconsciously. Of course, Alone hadn't been secretly training at night or testing out new arrangements. His painfully small mana reserves didn't allow for such indulgences. Yet, The reason his power seemed to be increasing was likely related to his divinity, though he had no idea where exactly this increase was coming from. As Alone mused over this, Peenia spoke up again. Yes? What is it? If it's all right, could you give me a hint about the reason behind this phenomenon? Her eyes started nervously, but her curiosity seemed to overcome her fear. Alone, realizing he couldn't disclose the connection to divinity, deliberated for a moment. After some thought, he replied, "I'll let you know next time." Really? Thank you so much. Brushing off her question, Alone left the office, now essentially Peenia's research lab. Well, now that my mana is replenished, it's time to move on. Alone pulled out the artifact, Footsteps of the Past, from his inner pocket to check its condition. Once a jet black hue, it had now turned blue, indicating it was finally ready to be used. It took a lot of effort to fill it with mana. Not that I'll be using it just yet. Even while conducting magic experiments, Alone had diligently infused the artifact with mana, making it functional. Recalling the effort it took, he mentally reviewed his schedule. First, attend the ball, then head to Lartania to use Footsteps of the Past to meet Kilris and afterward, retrieve the artifact from the ruins. Without taking much of a break, Alone left the Marquis estate as planned. A few weeks later, as Alone and his group arrived at Teria, where the ball was to be held, in the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. Greetings, Cardinal Yusha. Yes, it's been a while, Chosen. Cardinal Yusha and Chosen Eliban exchanged greetings. A hidden, profound smile lingered on their faces. It's been 2 weeks since Alone set out for Teria to attend the ball. Finally arrived, have we? Looks like it. The distant landscape of the capital began to come into view. Evan, standing nearby, exhaled as if overwhelmed by the heat. After this ball, are we heading to Lartenia and then straight to Colony again? That seems to be the plan. I see. You seem disappointed about something. When Alone looked curiously at Evan's face, Basiliora interjected. Judging by that expression like a dog needing to pee, it must be about a girl. What nonsense are you spouting now? Don't deny it. I saw you pulling a letter out of your pocket a few days ago and smirking creepily. Ugh, you saw that when… the nights when Evan's gaze feels so nostalgic. Warg. Evan screamed at the top of his lungs as Basiliora began dramatically reciting the contents of the letter. Alone, watching Evan's face turn crimson, gave him a peculiar look. Evan, embarrassed, calmed his breathing and soon managed an awkward laugh. Haha, well, you see. When we visited the Zenonia Duchy last time, I met a lady knight. We got along quite well. So, you've been exchanging letters, I take it? Yes, something like that. Alone, observing the embarrassed Evan, asked quietly. You seem more flustered than I expected. Haven't you been in relationships before? Well, that's true, but… Evan, who had always followed Alone closely while chatting and laughing with all sorts of women, now seemed different. But there was a hint of grievance in Evan's voice. This feels different, you know? In what way? Those were just light conversations, but this feels more like something deeper. Maybe a step beyond mere flirting. How sickening. Don't ruin the mood, you snake-headed bastard. And you, haven't you been flirting with our family's maid? What? Flirting? When did I ever? I only chatted with her because she seemed so eager to serve me. Yeah, right? Didn't you do all sorts of antics whenever she brought you snacks? KRRGH. Basiliora began writhing in embarrassment at the sudden exposure of his dark history. Seizing the opportunity, Evan launched an attack. Amidst the racket, Blackie peeked his head out from Alone's chest to watch the two bicker and chatter noisily. Before long, the group arrived at the capital. Teria hasn't changed a bit. Their carriage crossed the well-maintained, thriving streets of Teria and entered the inner city. When they arrived in front of the ballroom, Alone stepped out of the carriage. Marquis Palacio, before attending the ball, His Majesty requests an audience with you. Very well, let us proceed. As if waiting for him, a guard approached and delivered the message. Alone tilted his head in curiosity, but followed behind the guard. At the invitation of the Queen, Alone entered her private office after a long time. It's been a while, Marquis Palacio. Have you been well, Your Majesty? There she was, greeting him with the same ambiguous smile as always, Queen Cyan. Please sit. She gestured to the chair in front of her. Once Alone was seated, the queen once again took out a sweet potato and placed it before him. You may eat it. Yes. Your Majesty. I shall simply watch. Understood. Thus began another sweet potato eating session. By now, one would think he'd have grown accustomed to this, but it was as baffling as ever. For a while, only the sound of Alone munching on the sweet potato echoed in the office. You still eat well. My apologies. At Cyan's ambiguous comment, Alone cautiously bowed his head. He halted his movement, his gaze fixed on a statue at the edge of his vision. A statue positioned in one corner of the office. Though it was undoubtedly the first time he had seen it, it felt strangely familiar. Are you referring to this? Noticing his stare, Cyan picked up the statue. It's a sculpture brought from Luxable. Luxable, you say? Yes. I've heard they revere the figure depicted in this statue as a god. That is to say. Cyan paused briefly before uttering a name. Bearer of Lightning, Kalanon, was it? I've heard about that as well. Then, have you seen this statue before? No, this is my first time seeing it. At Alone's response, Cyan gazed at the statue in her hand with interest. This is my first time seeing it too. It was brought as a gift from the Duchy of Luxable. I see. So, what do you think of it? What do you mean, exactly? This statue, I mean. To me, this Kalanon figure resembles you quite a bit. What's your take? She asked, tilting her head slightly. Sergius stared blankly ahead. There, the party led by Eli Ban stood face-to-face with Cardinal Yusha. The group had dealt with numerous strange phenomena outside the Papal Basilica. You've done wonderfully this time as well. All of it is thanks to the power granted by him. Is that so? Yes, without his power, none of this would have been possible. Amid the crowd of priests, Yusha and Eli Ban exchanged pleasantries. Time passed, and soon Eli Ban spoke again. Until next time, Cardinal Yusha. Yes, Chosen, I look forward to seeing you again. Yusha handed over the reward for dealing with the disturbances to Eli Ban. All for his sake. Yes, all for his sake. After their farewells, the Chosen led his group out of the Papal Basilica. Sergius, having confirmed the dismissal of the priests after the event, habitually followed behind Cardinal Yusha. Cautiously, he opened his mouth. Excuse me. What is it, Cardinal Sergius? As always, Yusha gazed at him with a gentle smile. Sergius, caught in her calm gaze, hesitated before finally speaking. Yusha, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. Receiving her permission, Sergius hesitated again. Even with her consent, he wasn't entirely sure whether it was wise to ask what was on his mind. He knew better than anyone else, having experienced it firsthand, that questioning Cardinal Yusha was a reckless endeavor. But despite knowing that, Sergius couldn't suppress the curiosity and doubt that had been relentlessly building in his mind. It's about the Chosen. The Chosen, you mean? That person didn't receive their power from Cyronia, did they? Sergius recalled the Chosen, whom Yusha had previously acknowledged as having been selected by Cyronia. Indeed, their power bore a striking resemblance to the divine energy Cyronia was known to bestow. The faint radiance they emitted also resembled the subtle glow exuded by saints. The priests who observed Eli Ban earlier had seemed convinced that he had been chosen by Cyronia. The other cardinals had shared the same belief. But Sergius alone. It was clearly different. He realized that the divine energy Eli Ban radiated wasn't Cyronia's. He vividly recalled the sacred power Eli Ban had displayed. A pure silver-white glow, faintly tinged with blue. It only appeared similar to Cyronia's divine energy, but was entirely distinct. At that moment, Yusha let out a soft chuckle, as if amused. Sergius was now certain his suspicions were correct. You've noticed, I see. I was a bit worried because it's still unrefined, but I thought I'd fooled everyone except the saints. Yusha's candid acknowledgement left Sergius silent. Ordinarily, Sergius should not have been able to discern the truth. The holy power wielded by that Chosen was undeniably similar to the divine energy bestowed by Lady Cyronia. In fact, apart from the saint currently engaged in relief efforts, none of the other cardinals detected the slightest inconsistency. But there was one reason Sergius could perceive the disparity. It was solely because of Cardinal Yusha. Having long been treated as little more than a servant by Cardinal Yusha, Sergius knew one crucial fact. Yusha not only used the divine power of Lady Cyronia, but also drew upon another form of holy energy. Granted, Sergius had only witnessed Yusha using this other divine energy a few times. But for someone of Sergius' stature, seated as a cardinal, those few occurrences were enough to recognize that Elebin's holy energy closely resembled Yusha's other divine energy. The chosen was not a being selected by the goddess Cyronia. He had reached that conclusion. How did you figure it out? The chilling question sent a shiver through Sergius, but he steadied his racing heart. The divine power Yusha briefly displayed was identical to that of the chosen. I see. That explains it. Yusha nodded as though she had pieced together the situation. Her crimson eyes turned towards Sergius again. Still, it seems you haven't realized everything yet. Excuse me. Never mind, more importantly, you don't need to concern yourself with this matter too much. Is that so? Yes. After all. Yusha's eyes softened into a faint, unsettling curve. Soon enough, it'll all be the same. So much so that even you, Cardinal Sergius, won't be able to tell the difference. The same. Yes. Everything will become the same. The holy power, this and that right now, they may appear a bit different, but eventually, all of it will be indistinguishable. Sergius couldn't comprehend a single word of what she had just said. What exactly would become the same? What did this and that refer to? And what would happen in the future? Above all, what was Cardinal Yusha plotting right now? The only thing Sergius could deduce from the information he had so far was one unsettling possibility. Perhaps the recent silence of Lady Cyronia had something to do with Cardinal Yusha. It likely did. But even if that were true, there was nothing Sergius could do about it. In a way, things might actually improve, Yusha mused. The current Rosario is rife with corruption, after all. When that time comes, everything will be better. No, Sergius couldn't do anything. Corruption and injustice will vanish. All the holy knights will act for him, all the believers will worship him, and everyone will offer their faith to him. He, Sergius, had already been overwhelmed by the suffocating fanaticism that swirled within Yusha's eyes. But before that happens, if word of this spreads, it could become a little troublesome. So, I ask you. Again and again, Sergius had been overpowered until he ultimately submitted. Keep quiet, will you, Cardinal Sergius? In the shadowed halls of the papal basilica, under the waning light of the setting sun, Yusha pressed her index finger to her lips, backlit by a flickering crimson glow. Understood. Sergius could offer only one response. Alone gazed intently at the statue of Kalanon, the bearer of lightning, that Cyan was holding. It does seem somewhat similar, I suppose. Of course, the statue didn't have a face, so it was impossible to discern any resemblance in facial features. Still, the reason Alone thought so was that no matter how he looked at it, the clothing Kalanon wore closely resembled his own. Well, the coat I'm wearing now is the one the Red Tower Master gave me, so it's different, but if we consider the previous one, there do seem to be many similarities. After a brief moment of pondering with a peculiar expression, Alone responded. I suppose the clothing is somewhat similar. The clothing, huh? Cyan stared at Alone before shrugging and placing the statue on the desk. Well, it's clear that you, a Marquis of the Asteria Kingdom, couldn't possibly be the Kalanon, the bearer of lightning, newly revered in the Luxable Principality. Just think of it as a light-hearted joke and let it go. Understood. Satisfied with Alone's straightforward reply, Cyan nodded a couple of times before changing the subject. So, I've heard that you've been caught up in various matters recently. Can you share what you've been up to? Understood. Why was she asking this? Though a bit puzzled, Alone dutifully reported. And then, the chosen, huh? Yes. Having recounted everything, Alone posed a question in return. May I ask something as well? Go ahead. Did you call for me because something came to mind? The last time they met in the office, Cyan had certainly said, if something else comes to mind, I'll summon you. No, not particularly. I see. This time, I simply called you because I wanted to see you. It's been a while, after all. An unexpected answer. I see. Is that a problem? No, not at all. Cyan stared intently at Alone, who denied it indifferently. Foo-foo. She let out a soft chuckle. Alone's face showed confusion. Just kidding. Pardon. I'm saying I didn't summon you without a reason. Your reaction is a bit underwhelming, though. My apologies. As Alone bowed his head, he briefly wondered if Cyan had always been like this. You don't need to apologize for that. Enjoying her little tease, Cyan smiled as she rested her chin on her hand and spoke. As you guessed, there was something else that came to mind. What is it? In the inherited memories, it was said that you visited the World Tree of Grainifra and obtained something you needed there. The World Tree of Grainifra. When Alone asked again, Cyan nodded. Yes. Do you not know it? The land of the elves, located in the south, is called Grainifra. Only then did Alone realize why the word Grainifra felt unfamiliar to him. The land of the elves, huh? It makes sense that I wouldn't know much about it. Of course, it wasn't the first time Alone had heard of it. Yet the reason Grainifra felt unfamiliar was that the land of the elves was part of the DLC area in the game Psychedelia. He hadn't purchased the DLC. In other words, while he had occasionally heard the name Grainifra during the game, he had never actually visited the land of the other races. In addition, the relationship between the Allied Kingdom and the other races is not very good, though not as hostile as the Empire's. As a result, it is rarely mentioned at all. Because of this, Alone had even less information about it. Something necessary is there, huh? As Alone quietly pondered, Cyan added, Of course, there's no need to go immediately. Is that so? Yes, to be more precise, you don't have to go at all. It's ironic for me to say this after bringing it up, but that place isn't exactly friendly to humans. Indeed, I've heard as much. Recalling the tense relationship between the Allied Kingdom and the other races, Alone nodded and Cyan shrugged as she leaned back in her chair. So, think it over at your leisure. But if you do end up going, I'd appreciate a report. Understood. After a bit of small talk, Alone left the office. Once his figure completely disappeared, Cyan, staring at the door, stroked her chin as if lost in thought for a moment. Well, that should suffice. She soon stood up, leaving behind an enigmatic smile. Attending the ball, Alone was inwardly overwhelmed by the much larger crowd compared to last time. However, greetings, Marquis. Hello. Before he could even glance around, he was bombarded by an unrelenting stream of greetings from the nobles. It took over 30 minutes of receiving individual greetings from the Kalfa nobles, led by Duke Zenonia and Count Altia, before Alone finally found some freedom. Letting out a sigh, he thought to himself. As expected, balls are exhausting. Moving to a corner of the ballroom, Alone picked up an egg tart from a table at the edge and began eating when. It's been a while, Marquis Palacio. A man approached him. The face wasn't immediately familiar, but felt oddly recognizable. With a brief moment of thought, Alone identified the man. Duke Merkiliane? At last, the man's identity came to him. The second brother of Filion and the current head of the Merkiliane family. Duke Merkiliane smiled and gave a slight bow. It's an honor to be remembered. It would be hard to forget. It wasn't an empty statement. Though it took him a moment to recall, Alone could not forget the Merkiliane family. Not only because Filion could be recruited as a companion for the protagonist, but more significantly, because it was where Alone's statue stood. A statue of Alone that didn't even exist in his own Marquis of Palacio. That's true. Duke Merkiliane responded with a sheepish expression, while Alone glanced around and thought. They said there would be many foreign nobles, and it seems they were right. At first, he had been too busy greeting the Kalfa nobles, but now that he looked around, it was clear there were many unfamiliar faces at the ball. Among them, King Shtalion V. The King of Ashtalon was also present, and standing closely behind him was a knight who caught everyone's attention. Even at a glance, the knight's towering figure exceeded 2 meters. His overwhelming presence felt out of place amidst the ball's grandeur, though no one could guess his identity. After all, the knight wore a helmet that obscured even his eyes. But Alone recognized him with ease. Zakurik the Scarred. A lizard man who had crossed over from the land of the other races Cyan mentioned earlier. In Psychedelia, Zakurik was a key figure who became a major force when facing the 5 great sins. In addition, he's a character designed to tempt players into buying the DLC. In Psychedelia, when facing the 5 great sins, NPCs form the core of the party composition. Depending on the nation where the sin manifests or the player's actions thus far, relevant NPCs join the party to assist. Zakurik, too, was an NPC who provided assistance if the 5 great sins appeared in Ashtalon, distinguished by his unique traits among other characters. The difficulty of dealing with the 5 great sins, which could smash a controller in frustration, is reduced somewhat by Zakorik's strength. Though it only adjusts the difficulty from hell mode to something closer to very hard mode, even that is a significant relief in Psychedelia, where there are no other ways to lower the difficulty. Additionally, Psychedelia's DLC allows players to summon Zakorik, who otherwise only aids during the Ashtalon chapter, in battles against the 5 great sins. On top of that, clearing the DLC storyline unlocks other powerful non-human allies, comparable to Zakorik, who can also assist in battles against the 5 great sins. For this reason, most players who wanted an easier time playing purchased the DLC. Except for players like Alone, who clung to their pride in the base game. I didn't think he'd grow this significant. Up until now, Zakorik had been looking ahead, but then he turned his head. Although his helmet obscured his expression, his gaze unmistakably landed on Alone. For a moment, Alone wondered if he should attempt to establish a connection, but unfortunately, he knew very little about Zakorik. Neither his reasons for aiding the protagonist in battles against the 5 great sins nor his motives or goals were revealed in the base game. In short, there wasn't a single thread Alone could use to create a link. Just as he decided to give up and averted his gaze, flinch. Alone saw it. The massive frame of Zakorik, clad in armor, shifted slightly. Before he could ponder further, Marquis. Merkiliane's voice brought Alone back to the conversation at hand, and he gave a slight nod in apology. My apologies. Not at all. Actually, may I ask you for a small favor? A favor? Yes. It's not a particularly difficult one, but... Alone tilted his head slightly, his expression neutral, and responded. Please, go ahead. It's about my brother. Could you write him a letter? Your brother. You mean Filion? Yes. The thing is... Merkiliane hesitated awkwardly before revealing the situation. Alone summarized the story after hearing the explanation. So, you're saying that he wants to replace the current statue and erect a new one of me, but the costs are excessive. Yes, exactly. My brother doesn't seem to have much sense of money and even suggested making it out of solid gold this time. But he doesn't listen to me. Muttering, I suspect he gave the current statue to Deus Michaelian of Caliban as an excuse to erect a new one. Merkiliane sighed deeply, his frustration palpable. Alone was at a loss for words. Why is he so insistent on erecting a statue of me? Of course, Alone had helped Filion, but he couldn't fathom why they were going to such lengths. And he doubted he ever would. Still, Alone nodded to indicate he understood. Thank you. I appreciate it. Merkiliane let out a relieved sigh. Meanwhile, Alone couldn't shake the vague feeling of guilt, even though he had done nothing wrong. Late into the night, as the first day of the ball drew to a close, Alone began preparing to return to his quarters. To be honest, he had wanted to leave hours ago. However, he had been caught up with the nobles, unable to rest, and now felt as though he had spoken more in half a day than in 6 months. Finally breaking free, Alone headed toward the corridor leading to his assigned lodging. There, he encountered 2 very familiar faces. Circle. It was Circle and her younger sister, Janira. Alone tilted his head in momentary confusion, but soon recalled why they might be here. The Thunder Serpent tribe aligned with the Principality of Luxable, didn't they? As he remembered the rumor he had overheard from Evan, Circle and Janira approached him. Long before Alone could finish his greeting. We greet Kalanon, the bearer of lightning. We greet Kalanon, the bearer of lightning. The sisters spoke in unison. They bowed deeply and respectfully. Above Alone's head, an infinite cascade of question marks seemed to materialize. Meanwhile, from behind a pillar in the corridor. What was that? Carmax's 3, who had stealthily followed Alone to make a discreet proposal that no one else was supposed to overhear, froze in place. Marquis Palacio is a god? His jaw dropped as he tried to process the unbelievable truth unfolding before him. First, one clear fact. Alone knew very little about Kalanon, the bearer of lightning. At best, he knew Kalanon was another deity worshipped by the Thunder Serpent tribe and the state religion of the Luxable Kingdom. We greet Kalanon, the bearer of lightning. We greet Kalanon, the bearer of lightning. Thus, Alone couldn't comprehend what Circle and Janira were saying before him. To be honest, he was so startled that he almost blurted out, Kalanon, the bearer of lightning? Me? What? Alone opened his mouth to deny it, but quickly stopped. He realized this situation might not be so bad. To be precise, he realized he might actually benefit from their misunderstanding. Looking at the two girls bowing their heads, Alone recalled past memories. By the way, Marquis, your mana is somewhat unusual. In what way? It's its power. Although the mana's foundational methods and molecular structure are the same, its strength has been increasing remarkably. Can you clearly perceive it? Well, day by day, the difference is subtle, but comparing now to 2 months ago, there is undoubtedly a noticeable change. I see. A conversation with Pinia. She had said that Alone's mana was growing stronger despite being the same, and she speculated it was because his divinity was accumulating. In other words, if summed up, the two girls from the Thunder Serpent tribe might have mistaken him for Kalanon, the bearer of lightning, which could have amplified his mana. Of course, from Alone's perspective, he had no idea when, how, or through what process he became mistaken for Kalanon. If Alone's hypothesis was somewhat correct and his mana indeed grew stronger due to the Thunder Serpent tribe's misconception, there was no need to clarify the misunderstanding. Of course, it's just speculation. Naturally, divine-related matters had to rely on conjecture. Even though Alone had played psychedelia, divine elements weren't covered extensively. After a brief contemplation, Alone reached a conclusion. Let's not bring up that name here. He decided not to deny their misunderstanding. To be honest, he was curious about why they revered him as Kalanon, the bearer of lightning, but there was no need to stir up unnecessary trouble. My apologies. We were simply overwhelmed by the thought of meeting such a great figure again. Hearing this, Alone replied indifferently. So, why have you come? There's no particular reason. It's just improper not to greet a great figure when they are nearby. Circle's attitude, much more courteous than before, contrasted sharply with her previous fierceness. So, they just came to greet me. Alone's mind wandered with various thoughts and curiosities. Above all, he was most curious about how the Thunder Serpent tribe perceived him. Do they see me as a reincarnation of a deity? Or perhaps as the deity himself? However, to solve this mystery without breaking their misconception, eloquent words were essential. I'll pay a visit sometime. For now, he suppressed his curiosity, deciding to gradually formulate questions and visit the Luxable Duchy later. We'll await your visit with joy. Sure. Suddenly, he recalled the statue of Kalanon, the bearer of lightning, that Scion had shown him this morning. The one Scion had said bore a striking resemblance to him. Was that really me? Behind his impassive face, Alone wore an incredulous expression as he returned to his quarters. After Circle and Janira left, someone stepped into the empty hallway. It was Carmax's three, who had been hiding behind a pillar, eavesdropping on the conversation between Marquis Palacio and the Luxable Kingdom's envoys. Marquis Palacio, is Kalanon the bearer of lightning? With an expression of utter bewilderment, he recalled the scene from just moments ago. The envoys of the Luxable Duchy bowed in greeting to Kalanon, the bearer of lightning. And Marquis Palacio received their greetings as if it were the most natural thing. From this alone, it seemed certain that Marquis Palacio was indeed Kalanon, the bearer of lightning, who had become the state religion of the Luxable Duchy. However, accepting this as fact was not easy. It was a matter of common sense. How could a living, breathing man, neither a king nor an extraordinary noble, but merely human, be considered a deity? It defied comprehension. Despite this, Carmax's three did not dismiss this as merely strange and kept pondering it. There were two particular points that bothered him. One was the ancient texts he had read, which mentioned that some other races believed in sage gods. The other was Sealrang. If Marquis Palacio were truly a god, it would make sense why Sealrang followed him so fervently. Until now, Carmax's three had no clue why Sealrang was so loyal to Marquis Palacio. Hidden beneath Sealrang's usual lazy and relaxed demeanor was a sharp instinct for survival, something Carmax's three was well aware of. Her worldview revolved entirely around survival of the fittest. By her standards, Marquis Palacio should have been far beneath her. The Marquis was certainly strong, but he was no match for Sealrang. However, reality was different. He always seemed to defy Sealrang's standards, standing on an exalted plane above her. Although there were rumors that she owed him a significant favor in the past, Her actions toward him couldn't be explained by gratitude alone. But if Marquis Palacio were truly a god, it would somewhat explain things. Why someone with Sealrang's ruthless worldview would follow, adore, and revere Marquis Palacio so devoutly. In the quiet, deserted hallway, Carmax's three stood for a moment, staring at the spot where Marquis Palacio had been. It seems I need to properly investigate these sage gods. He turned, adding this to his plans. Over the following week, Alone enjoyed the grand ball that continued for a while longer. However, he began preparing to leave. Though the ball had about 2 days remaining, he felt no desire to stay until the end. Honestly, for Alone, the ball was more exhausting than anything else. Are we heading to Lartanya? Yes. I'll prepare right away. Evan, who had been leisurely eating dessert at the lodging, got up and left. Alone calmly sorted through the bits of information he had gathered at the ball. Most of it was useless. The only piece of actionable information was that the country has been in turmoil lately due to the Strange Gate incident. He also heard through a Caliban noble that Deus Michaelian had been very busy in Caliban recently. Apparently, he's making something. While he didn't hear the details, he was momentarily curious. But his thoughts soon shifted to yesterday's peculiar event. I greet the King of Colony. It's been a while, Marquis Palacio. What? Yes, but why are you addressing me so formally? Oh, ahem, never mind that. The sudden change in Carmax's three's tone. Why did he suddenly start using formal speech? As Alone furrowed his brow slightly at the memory, Evan interrupted him. Marquis, the preparations are complete. Already? I figured you might be ready to move soon, so I prepared in advance. Following the ever-diligent Evan, Alone boarded the carriage to head to Lartanya. Deus Michaelian's younger sister, Silly Michaelian, had been wearing a peculiar expression frequently of late. The reason was a statue erected in the middle of the private training ground Deus had personally prepared for her magical practice. A statue of only the lower half of a body. While Silly didn't have any major complaints about having something like that in her training ground, she couldn't help but find it odd. Of course, even though the incomplete statue, currently consisting of only a lower half, was enormous, dwarfing the size of the fully formed statue in the garden, it still felt manageable due to the vastness of Silly's private training ground. The problem, however, lay elsewhere. Her older brother, Deus Michaelian, frequently came by to admire the lower half-only statue. Not that his visits themselves were an issue. Embarrassing as it might be to admit, Silly was quite fond of her brother. But, Silly, what do you think of the Marquis statue? The statue shines brilliantly again today. Don't you agree, Silly? Truly, it's being crafted to perfection. Wouldn't you say so, Silly? Every time he visited, Deus would gaze at the statue and demand Silly's opinions on it. Of course, Silly would awkwardly nod and agree with Deus's observations, but deep down, her genuine thoughts could be summed up in one unimpressed sentence. It's just pants. But since speaking the truth was out of the question, Silly always managed with a smile. And as usual, today she came to her training ground for magical practice, only to notice something peculiar. The lower half-only statue seemed bigger. No, it wasn't just a little bigger. Originally, it had been about the height of a typical 2-story building. But now its height had surpassed the second floor with ease. Silly frowned slightly. You're here, Silly. Brother. Yes. Switching her gaze between Deus's solemn expression and the growing statue, Silly forced a smile and asked, Brother, the statue seems a bit larger? Yes, that's right. I made it a little bigger. This isn't a little, though. Silly barely stopped herself from blurting out. Instead, she cautiously asked, At this rate, won't the completed statue easily surpass the height of the mansion? Yes, but it couldn't be helped. It couldn't. Indeed. Raiden mentioned he plans to gift the Marquis a sea god. Sea god. Yes, and it's supposed to be enormous. Though she adored her brother, Silly couldn't resist wondering what on earth that had to do with the statue's size. Brother, what is it? Isn't it the thought behind a gift that matters more than its size? Silly attempted a straightforward argument, but no, Silly. No, yes. A gift should inspire awe. And the bigger it is, the more awe it inspires. Surely you feel the same. Deus radiated satisfaction as he spoke. Silly silently turned her gaze back to the statue. Still just a lower half. Deus exhaled in quiet admiration, as if the statue embodied all his aspirations. What even is this? Oh, by the way, I'll be making a brief trip to Lartanya. Lartanya. Yes, to personally acquire the gemstones to adorn the Marquis's eyes. Once those are in place. Deus's eyes sparkled as if he were envisioning the cosmos itself. It will suit the Marquis perfectly. Watching her brother become inexplicably youthful whenever it came to Marquis Palacio, Silly couldn't help but resent the Marquis just a little bit. Rhine suddenly looked ahead. The scenery before her felt extremely alien. A world where everything appeared murky. Yet, within that world, there was a single source of warm light, a small hut. The moment she saw the hut, Rhine realized she was in a dream. For over 10 years now, she had been having this dream consistently. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, I don't want to go. She had already had this same dream hundreds of times. Knowing exactly what was inside the hut, she had no desire to enter. But soon, she moved. Unless she entered the hut, this dream would never end. Silently, she took a step forward. With each step Rhine took, the hut gradually grew closer. And finally, when she reached the hut and quietly opened the door. Creak! A gruesome sight unfolded before her. The corpse of a woman with her throat torn open. A man's body with his limbs twisted in unnatural angles. And 3 children, their bodies lifeless, blood pouring from every wound. It was far from pleasant, but Rhine was familiar with this sight. Not only had she seen it countless times, but she had also created such corpses with her own hands. Yet, despite that, her once calm eyes began to fill with terror, and her heartbeat gradually quickened. As if she had gone back 10 years. Back to the day she saw the corpses of her parents and siblings. And then. Rhine opened her eyes and looked around. The scenery had changed. She could see clearly now it was the room where she had fallen asleep. There were no corpses, no blood, and no warmly glowing hut. It was just a room bathed in the morning sunlight. She covered her face with her hands, as if exhausted. She wasn't sure why, but she had been having this nightmare frequently as of late. And so, drenched in sweat, Rhine lay in bed, unable to get up for a while. After the ball had completely ended. King Stallion V, seated in his carriage on the way back to the kingdom, rubbed his eyes with a weary expression. This kind of thing really isn't for me. To be honest, he hadn't wanted to attend the ball in the first place. But he had no choice. There were political reasons, of course, but more importantly, there was still unfinished business regarding the remnants of Duke Comelin. To put it more bluntly, by attending this ball, he could elevate the prestige of Asteria's king and uphold the dignity of the monarchy, thus mitigating the financial compensation required for the artificial outer god incident. In other words, he was using his presence to compensate with his body instead of money. And so, letting out another deep sigh, King Stallion V, King of Humans, turned his gaze toward the voice that had called him. Standing there was a man clad in full armor. A being he had brought through a secret contract with an enigmatic non-human race for future purposes. The man suddenly posed a question. His tone was far too arrogant for someone addressing a king. Yet Stallion V did not feel the slightest irritation. Because he knew. The being inside that armor and helmet was strong enough that he didn't need to use honorifics with a king. When it's just the two of us, I don't mind, but I'd appreciate it if you were more careful with your words when others are around. Don't worry. I'll play along with the charade. So, what is it you want to ask? At King Stallion V's question, Zakurik the Scarred remained silent for a moment before speaking. Do you remember the man in the black coat at the ball? Black coat? Plenty of nobles wore black coats, didn't they? I'm talking about the man whose face showed no emotion. King Stallion V immediately recognized who he was referring to. Are you talking about Marquis Palacio? That's his name. Yes. He's quite a renowned figure in the Allied Kingdom. He must have built quite a reputation. Can you tell me more? I don't really want to, but it's not difficult. King Stallion V began sharing details about Marquis Palacio. After some time had passed. Well, that's about it. I see. But honestly, I think some of it might be exaggerated. What makes you think that? Of course, Marquis Palacio's abilities are beyond question, but things tend to get exaggerated in retellings. For example, there are rumors that he single-handedly defeated the outer god in the north. At first, The story was that Marquis Palacio had simply played a crucial role. But as time went on, people added to it, and it became a tale of the Marquis single-handedly took down the outer god. Listening quietly to Stalion V's words, Zakorak finally spoke. If you ask me, he's probably even greater than the rumors say. It doesn't seem exaggerated at all. What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. The rumors about Marquis Palacio don't seem like an exaggeration. You sound quite certain. Why is that? At King Stalion V's question, Zakorak grinned and, because he's someone worthy of it. Worthy of it. He answered concisely. King Stalion V, his voice filled with doubt, asked again. But Zakorak didn't respond. Instead, he recalled the image of Marquis Palacio from a few days ago. The man who had locked gazes with him with an expressionless stare. And the grotesque presence lurking behind him, so horrifying that merely perceiving it could make one's eyes weep blood. Zakorak was not the type to take interest in others. Of course, the ominous presence behind Palacio was a concern, but even that wasn't enough to sway him. There were far more urgent matters at hand, and he had left his world to collaborate with humans for a reason. The fundamental reason he became interested in Marquis Palacio was, how in the world does that man have the gauntlets of the primordial saint? Because that man was wearing the gauntlets of the primordial saint. The Supreme One. The savior who had once rescued the forsaken races abandoned by the gods, whom the elves had arbitrarily named the primordial elf. And those were the gauntlets he had used. At first, Zakorak thought he was mistaken. But there was no doubt, the gauntlets the man was wearing were the same ones the Supreme One had wielded. The memories engraved in his bloodline, passed down through hundreds of generations, confirmed it. And that wasn't the end of it. He wouldn't have been so convinced just from the gauntlets alone. If not for the shadow leaves around Marquis Palacio. There were at least 6 of them. Zakorak recalled the 6 elves who had been lurking near Marquis Palacio. Each one a warrior of swordmaster-level strength, a force assembled solely to protect high elves. They had been guarding Marquis Palacio from the shadows. And if the shadow leaves, whom only the queen herself could mobilize, were protecting him, then there was only one possible explanation. Zakorak let out a hollow chuckle, as if he found the thought absurd. Even to himself, it didn't make sense. A dead man had returned? There was no way. There should be no way. And yet, here stood a man who made him question that very certainty. Zakorak, lost in thought for a while, finally broke the silence. Prepare a letter when we return. It's not the usual reporting period, though. I know, but this needs to be sent. If what I suspect is true, a grin spread across his face, then everyone needs to be prepared. Because the world might soon be shaken. About 4 days after Alone and his group departed from Teria for Lartania. As he traveled at a leisurely pace, Marquis Deus? Alone unexpectedly ran into Deus in a village not too far from Lartania. It's been a while. Yes, I hope you've been well. As soon as Deus saw Alone, he approached swiftly and bowed deeply. What brings you here? Alone asked with a hint of confusion behind his usual impassive face. I was on my way to Lartania. Lartania? Yes. Then, wasn't there no reason for you to stop here? Alone was right to be puzzled. Deus shouldn't have been here. Considering Lartania's location, Asteria was to the east, while Caliban was to the west. If Deus had been traveling from Caliban to Lartania, there was no reason for him to pass through this village. As Alone voiced his doubt. Well, I had something to acquire nearby, so I came this way. Something to acquire? Yes. Now that I think about it, I heard you were making something. Was it for that? Yes, I was preparing a gift for you, Marquis. A gift for me? This was news to him. Yes. So that's what you were working on? That's right. Deus nodded firmly, a confident expression on his face. Seeing the anticipation in his pure and eager demeanor, Alone felt strangely flustered. Why all of a sudden? That thought briefly crossed his mind. But hearing that someone had gone out of their way to prepare a gift for him, he couldn't help but feel a little pleased. Even if he felt a little guilty seeing Deus putting in so much effort. Well, the happiness outweighed the guilt. Where are you headed, Marquis? Deus asked this time. I'm also going to Lartania. Then let's travel together. All right. With that, Deus joined Alone's group. The next day, Alone met Deus' younger sister for the first time in a long while. Greet him, silly. Hello. Yes. Alone was quietly pleased to see her again. But silly. Her expression was complicated. A mixture of emotions, with just a hint of resentment. In an underground location on the outskirts of Lartania, Ron, the manager of the Lartania branch of the Intelligence Guild, silently observed the hooded woman before him. Rustle, rustle. With each slight tilt of her head and movement of her hand, another page of the document turned. The next page. Then the next. The woman read through to the final page of the document, then casually placed it on the blackwood desk and spoke leisurely. This isn't quite enough. Do you have anything more? More. Yes. If you want deeper information, the money you've brought won't cut it. Really? Wasn't it quite a lot? 10 gold coins is already a generous price. Information on High Counselor Ryan is expensive. At Ron's blunt reply, the woman hummed thoughtfully, as if calculating something, then smirked and shrugged. Well, fine. It'd be nice to get more information, but this much should be enough. Then leave. Aren't you being a little too cold to a woman like me? You're hiding your face under a hood. And this is a workplace. At Ron's detached response, the woman grinned. Then how about we talk business? As I said, business requires money. I heard that you sometimes buy valuable information, too. And you think you have something valuable? Of course. At this moment, no one else knows what I do. Ron looked down at her with a skeptical expression. However, I'll hear the information first and then decide on the price. If it's something we already have, I won't pay for it. He couldn't afford to miss a potential lead. Well, we'll see if you can even afford the price. Ron gave her a chance. Slowly, the woman stepped closer, bringing her face near his ear, and then the demon buried beneath the roots, dollar percent, and she whispered softly. And the moment she did, Ron realized something. The woman's face, which had been visible just moments ago, was now obscured by a veil of black mist. A bizarre object began to take shape before him. As the eerie entity's eyes slowly opened, splatter! Ron's head exploded. Blood instantly drenched the pitch-black room in crimson. And then, see? I told you wouldn't be able to pay the price. The woman, or rather, the apostle of greed, looked down at Ron's headless corpse. With a twisted smile, she flicked the blood-stained documents off the desk and into the air. Now that everything's ready. As the documents were sucked into the air with a ripple, a glimpse of a sinister abyssal entity briefly flickered into existence. Well then, time to move. The apostle of greed quietly stepped out of the dark chamber, leaving no one behind. Shadow leaves. Their sole purpose is to protect the current elf queen, the only remaining high elf since the age of the forgotten god. Since the organization's founding, they have never guarded anyone else. No, they had not. Not until today. 2 carriages stood side by side on the unpaved road, shrouded in pitch-black darkness. Drame, the leader of Shadow Leaves, who had been watching intently, let out a small sigh. Why in the world am I protecting a human? To be honest, Drame couldn't comprehend the situation at all. Shadow Leaves existed solely to protect Queen Magrina of the Elves. Of course, Drame knew. His personal feelings should have no influence on what must be done. Shadow Leaves was a direct unit that moved according to the Queen's will. He had never once thought of defying the orders of their great queen. And yet, he couldn't help but feel a lingering doubt. Half of Shadow Leaves' forces had been assigned just to guard a mere human noble. No, he's not an ordinary human noble. Drame lowered his gaze and looked inside the carriage, where Marquis Palacio sat. He didn't know much about him. But every member of Shadow Leaves who had seen the Marquis for the first time had realized the same thing. Something always lingered behind him, something that never emerged from the shadowed realm. That presence alone told them. The Marquis was no ordinary man. The very fact that Her Majesty ordered his protection means he's far from ordinary. Even if all doubts had not vanished, the Queen's command was absolute. Sigh. How much time had passed? By the time the campfire near the carriage had nearly died out, a man stepped out from the carriage in front of Marquis Palacios. Despite the late hour, his sharp gaze was unwavering. Deus Michaelian, who had joined Marquis Palacio in the previous town. From his lips came a voice. Come out. A quiet voice suddenly pierced the silence. A brief moment of stillness. If you won't come out, I'll force you out. The moment he spoke again, Drame saw it. Ugh. One of his subordinates was silently dragged out, tied in a violet thread from seemingly nowhere. He saw through our concealment. Draym involuntarily stiffened in shock. Every member of Shadow Leaves possessed above-average talent. The secret techniques they mastered provided concealment abilities that no ordinary person could detect. Only the Five Lords, the strongest beings of other races, could normally perceive them. And yet, this knight had seen through Shadow Leaves' concealment in an instant. Impossible. Draym's brow furrowed deeply. However, Deus remained calm as he captured one of Shadow Leaves' members. 5 more aside from this one. I'll give you another chance. If you don't run, step forward now. If any of you flee, this one dies first. He had already found the others. After a brief hesitation, Draym let out a quiet sigh and released his concealment, stepping forward. There was no point in hiding anymore. Given the circumstances, resistance would only be futile. So, you're the leader. That's right. Even after confirming that Draym was an elf, a race rarely seen, Deus Michaelian showed no change in expression. What are you? First, let me clarify. We are not your enemies. I'll decide whether or not you pose a threat to the Marquis. Faced with such a firm response, Draym remained silent for a moment before speaking again. I have not lied. Then why are you following the Marquis? We are merely carrying out an order to protect him. From whom? I cannot say. Then leave. A blunt order of dismissal, without a trace of hesitation. Regrettably, that is impossible. We, too, are following orders. Do you want to die? Not at all. But aren't you the one hastening this confrontation? What? As Deus frowned in confusion, he suddenly became aware of a chilling sensation. A black blade was now pressed against his throat. Dozens of blades, formed from the shadows beneath Deus, were poised to cut him down at any moment, Draym's doing. I'll say it again. There's no need for us to be enemies. We're here to guard the Marquis, not to harm him. That changes nothing. Leave. Do you really think you're in a position to say that right now? Draym frowned as if unable to comprehend. Deus merely lifted a hand and gestured toward his neck. And then, Draym realized. A violet thread was already coiled around his throat. Not just him. The remaining concealed members of Shadow Leaves also had the same violet thread wrapped around their necks. I don't care. As long as I can eliminate anyone who might harm the Marquis. For a moment, Draym swallowed unconsciously at the madness flickering in Deus's eyes. Screech. Then, at the faint sound of a carriage door opening, the violet threads created by Deus suddenly disappeared. Deus's abrupt decision to release all of Shadow Leaves' members caught Draym off guard. But, nod. At Deus's silent signal, Draym and his subordinates immediately concealed themselves once more. A moment later, alone, his eyes drowsy from sleep, stepped out of the carriage while stifling a yawn. Deus. Marquis. What were you doing? I was meditating. Meditating? Yes. I thought I heard voices. You probably heard me murmuring softly. Wasn't meditation supposed to be silent? Alone scratched his head and muttered. I see. Yes. Go to sleep soon. The later you sleep, the more tired you'll be. Yes, my lord. Please rest well. All right. Still half asleep, Alone returned to the carriage. Once again, silence settled around his carriage. If he had woken up at all, it had been brief. Alone was already sound asleep again. Deus, staring into empty space, spoke. Come out. Draym emerged once more. But his face was filled with confusion. For someone tasked with guarding Marquis Palacio without being noticed, this outcome wasn't bad. Yet it was strange. Deus had no reason to show leniency toward Shadow Leaves. Why did you go out of your way to hide us? Draym asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. The answer. Because the Marquis must not be disturbed. It was beyond anything he had expected. Huh. If he knew people like you were lurking around, the Marquis might lose sleep. Even if I were to eliminate you in front of him, once a threat has been perceived, he might never sleep soundly again. In other words, had he really let captured enemies go just to ensure Marquis Palacio could sleep peacefully? Draym found himself speechless. This is your last chance. Leave. If you ignore my words again, I will kill you all this time. You think you can? Draym snapped out of his daze at Deus's arrogant declaration. But, you think I can't? Draym's mind reeled once more. Those eyes again. Those eerie, fanatical eyes, so dangerous that just meeting them sent chills down his spine. Eyes burning with a relentless obsession, ready to sacrifice anything to achieve their goal. Drame instinctively took a step back. Remember my words. Before Drame could even recover from the humiliation of his reaction, Deus turned away without hesitation. It was late at night, and the next morning, Deus could no longer sense any trace of Shadow Leaves. After about a week, Alone arrived in Lartania. It's been a while. Hello, Godfather. And Deus, it's been a while for you too, hasn't it? Indeed. At last, in the now familiar city of Murd, he met Rhine. By the way, why did Deus come here? He said he had something to take care of. A very important matter, no doubt. Deus nodded and turned to Alone. Then, Marquis, I will be heading to the labyrinth for a while. You have business in the labyrinth? Yes. There's something I need to obtain inside. Alone, though outwardly composed, found it odd. Did he really need something from the labyrinth just to prepare a gift? Well, various items could be found in labyrinths after all. Don't overdo it. Be careful. Alone quickly let the thought pass. Understood. I will be extremely careful. All right then. Alone nearly blinked in confusion at Deus's unexpectedly intense reaction. But after Deus left for the labyrinth. Have you been well? Of course. What about you, Godfather? I've been fine. Nothing out of the ordinary. That's good to hear. Sitting in the office, Alone exchanged casual conversation with Rhine. Then, he recalled something he had asked Rhine to look into before arriving in Lartania. Rhine, were you able to find the place I mentioned? If you mean the location you wrote about in your letter, yes, I found it. I see. That's a relief. Thank you for your hard work. There's no need to thank me. It's you and me, Godfather. Rhine smiled warmly, then asked, by the way, why are you looking for that place? There's something I can only use there. The reason Alone had specifically asked Rhine in advance to search for a location hidden beneath Lartania was because footsteps of the past could only be activated in that particular place. I see. Rhine nodded in understanding. For now, it's late. Rest tonight, and I'll see you tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. The two agreed to meet the next day. Beside the elven land of Grainifra lay the territory of the Lizardmen. Inside the grand hall of the ruling chieftain, Kalmak. Is this true? I have delivered Zakorik's letter exactly as it was written. The one revered by all Lizardmen. The sage god who bestowed his power upon them through sacred markings. Could he truly still be alive? A faint but unmistakable excitement twisted the hidden corners of his lips. Inside a massive altar that had existed since ancient times, resembling a pyramid. The shaman of the great tribe Kalmak, Maricula, who had subdued hundreds of tribes by force and brought them under his control, looked up in astonishment. A staircase so high that it would take several minutes to climb. At the top stood Hazard, the god his tribe had worshipped for generations, the very being who had transformed Kalmak, once merely a small tribe, into the great tribe ruling all of Karambol. Maricula could not clearly see Hazard's figure. All he could perceive was a dark form, presumed to belong to the great god. That was not unusual. No matter how great a shaman Maricula was, he was not permitted to gaze upon the god's form. Only those who had been engraved with Hazard's mark, the engraved ones, were allowed to witness him. Even so, Maricula could tell. He is in a good mood. He could hear the voice of the great god clearly. And that voice was filled with undeniable anticipation and excitement. What on earth was written in that letter? Maricula grew curious about the contents of the letter Hazard had received. He was merely a messenger, a servant of Hazard. He knew he should not be curious about the letter's contents. Yet, ever since he had begun serving Hazard, he had never heard such an expectant and excited tone from him. Maricula instinctively covered his mouth to keep his question from escaping. Then, a moment later, interesting. Very interesting. Hazard muttered repeatedly in his neutral voice. Soon, he casually let go of the letter in his hand. The letter began to fall down the stairs. Though it had been dropped carelessly, it naturally glided down the steps, folding itself neatly as if untouched, and landed before Maricula. Messenger, deliver this to the one engraved with my mark. And tell them to bring me a reply as quickly as possible. May I ask if this takes precedence over your previous command? Yes, this comes first. Maricula was taken aback. Even if he had to send out an engraved one, this order was to be prioritized over what he had planned. He had asked just in case, but he never expected such an answer. Understood. Though momentarily shaken, he quickly obeyed and rose to his feet. As he watched his servant depart, Hazard murmured with a smirk, "If you are truly alive, this will be quite fun." Softly, "My one and only friend." The next day, as planned, Alone finished his preparations to depart for the location Rhine had arranged. However, Rhine looked more troubled than usual. "Rhine, did something happen?" No. It's nothing, Godfather." "It doesn't seem like nothing. You don't look well." His voice was calm, but there was clear concern in it. Rhine gave a faint smile as if his words had lightened her mood. "Don't worry too much. It's just because of a dream I had last night." "A nightmare?" "Yes. What kind of dream was it?" Rhine hesitated to answer. Seeing that, Alone raised a hand slightly. "If it's difficult to talk about, you don't have to." "I'm sorry, Godfather. It just wasn't a pleasant memory." "That's understandable. But if you ever have something troubling you, talk to me. I'll listen as much as I can." Truthfully, he wanted to ask her right away. Unlike the others, Rhine was usually not prone to emotional fluctuations. It was the first time he had seen her like this. However, since she was unwilling to speak, he could not force her. Just as Alone was about to turn away. "Godfather." "What is it?" Rhine stopped him. When he turned back to her, Rhine seemed to contemplate something for a moment. Then, with an awkward smile, she withdrew her hand. "It's nothing. I was going to ask something, but I realized I already had my answer." "Is that so?" It was obvious she was avoiding the topic. "Yes, let's get going quickly." "All right, let's do that." Alone chose not to press further and turned away once more. After traveling east from Lartania with Rhine for about an hour, Alone arrived at a cave in a nearby canyon. "This is the place I found. Does it look right?" Alone surveyed the surroundings before nodding. "Yes, it seems so. Let's go inside." Ugh. As he followed behind Alone, Evan scanned the surroundings of the cave and suddenly asked a question. "Marquis, what is it? Do you know what's inside this cave?" "Roughly?" Evan's expression became slightly strange at Alone's answer. "Given who you are, I thought you might have known the exact location as well." It seemed he was recalling Alone's history of utilizing obscure information that others often overlooked. But Alone's knowledge always had small gaps. The game never provided exact locations like this. Most of what he knew came from the game, and while he was aware of what was inside the cave, he didn't know its precise location. He only knew that it was somewhere within the canyon. "Well, it's like that." "Like what?" "I didn't know the exact location." "That's an odd answer." "Is it?" Meow. Even Blackie chimed in, adding to the ambiguous atmosphere for a brief moment. "It's blocked." Evan, who had reached the cave's end, looked puzzled. Alone stepped forward, touching the obstructing wall while searching his memory. A stone at the bottom right corner of the cave's center. Looking down, he spotted an ordinary-looking stone. Without hesitation, he lightly kicked it. In that instant, rumble. A deafening noise filled the cave as the blocked wall began to vibrate. Lines appeared along the surface as though it were constructed of stacked bricks, and soon, a staircase leading underground was revealed. "Wow. I never would have imagined this." Evan's voice echoed through the cave walls. Descending the stairs, Alone and his companions discovered a vast underground waterway. There, tied to the side, was a boat, one that had clearly been abandoned for a long time, yet showed no signs of decay or wear. "Let's go." They boarded the small boat. Using the softly glowing luminous stones as guide markers, they followed the long, straight waterway forward. After quite some time had passed, "Marquis, what is it?" "I know you probably won't answer me, but how exactly do you find places like this?" Instead of responding, Alone simply looked ahead. At the end of the waterway, a massive passage came into view. Not just any passage, one that bore the marks of time yet was still remarkably well maintained, resembling a grand chamber. The floor was covered in old but intact marble, and the pillars, though covered in dust, were also made of gray marble. After surveying the scene, Alone spoke. "Let's go." He stepped off the boat, recalling the game's details in his mind. The Forgotten Era's royal palace, was that it? Even in the game, not much was detailed about this place. Among players, it was simply referred to as the Ancient Palace. The only reason players ever came here was to use the footsteps of the past to encounter celestial beings and enhance their abilities. In the game, it was simply use the footsteps of the past, meet a celestial, and receive a stat boost. But in reality, how does it actually work? As they continued walking, an altar gradually came into view. Alone set aside his curiosity for now. I'll find out today. The group arrived near the altar. Wait here for a moment. Understood, Godfather. Leaving Ryan and Evan behind, Alone stepped alone toward the altar. As expected, it was made of marble and covered in a thick layer of dust. Ignoring the dust, Alone retrieved the footsteps of the past from his coat and placed it on the altar. Wong. The moment it was set down, a strange mechanical hum resonated, and candles ignited with flames of magical energy. Confirming this, Alone reached into his coat once more and pulled out a piece of cloth. It was a remnant from the robe that Kilris had left behind after being dealt with. Placing it on the altar as well, Alone recalled the instructions from the game. He raised his left hand above the footsteps of the past. Wong. A peculiar resonating sound echoed in his ears. Then, as a blinding light engulfed his vision, his sight was completely washed out in white. And when his vision returned, what lay before him was a world in ruin. There were no words to fully describe it. Just ruin. That one word was enough to encapsulate the entire scene. The earth was parched and cracked. Alone, withered saplings stood on the dead land, its rotting branches swaying pitifully in the wind. The sky was a chaotic blend of gray and black clouds, exuding an eerily apocalyptic atmosphere. What is this place? Unconsciously, Alone let out a breath. And at that moment, unbelievable. Hearing a voice behind him, Alone instinctively turned around. It was a voice he was all too familiar with, the voice of Kilris, the opponent he had fought in the labyrinth. But that wasn't the end of it. Alone's eyes filled with confusion. Standing there was not a goblin, but a human. A man with long black hair tied in a high ponytail, dressed in Eastern-style robes. His arms bore strange tattoos, and his expression remained utterly indifferent. Kilris. The moment Alone muttered the name as if to confirm, the man, who had been frowning as if displeased with the situation, spoke. Mage, was it you who called me? His gaze met Alone's, calm yet penetrating. And at that very moment, the instant Alone encountered Kilris. Marquis. Evan, alarmed by Alone's sudden disappearance, rushed to the altar. Meanwhile, Ryan. Come on. If I had known he was going to vanish like that, I would have shown up sooner. Spun around in horror at the voice she should never have heard. Hello, Ryan. And then, she saw her. It's been a while, hasn't it? The Apostle of Greed. Is that really something to be so surprised about? Emil. Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief. The Apostle of Greed let out a laugh, as if enjoying her reaction. Her attitude was as if she were greeting an old friend. However, Evan, who had been wearing a light-hearted expression just moments ago, immediately drew his sword at Ryan's unusual reaction. Even if he had not yet reached the level of a master, he instinctively knew how dangerous the sudden visitor before him was. At the moment when his tension reached its peak. Thud. Ugh. A sharp pain struck the back of Evan's head, causing his body to tilt. Realizing that the one who had struck his neck was Ryan's golden crown, Evan's face filled with confusion. I'm sorry, but this is the best option. With Ryan's voice fading into the distance, Evan lost consciousness. Oh my, how clever. Or is it for another reason? Shut up. At the Apostle of Greed sneer, Ryan glared fiercely at her. Without hesitation, Ryan used the golden crown to move Evan to the opposite side. Why are you so angry? I don't think our relationship was that bad. Do you really think that's something to say right now? Of course. Who do you think first taught you how to use the library? The library. At that word, Ryan's body flinched slightly. I never needed something like that. Do you really think so? Emil chuckled leisurely. Ryan's expression twisted in irritation, her lips tightening as if there was no longer a need for conversation. Dash. At that moment, golden eyes, unseen just moments ago, revealed themselves. Crash. Golden crowns shot toward Emil, scraping fiercely against the surrounding pillars and marble. The speed was blinding. However, I did read up on this information beforehand, but you really carry around some interesting things, Ryan. If I had to guess, I'd say it's from the Ilinef Empire. The golden crowns, which should have riddled the apostle's body with holes, stopped powerlessly the moment they reached her. Cling! A sinister energy spread from the apostle, and branches materialized in midair, blocking the attack. Ryan's brows furrowed even further. But Emile, the apostle of greed, simply smirked and casually twitched her fingers. At the same time, the very branches that had blocked the golden crown now crept along its surface like vines, beginning to invade it. Ryan quickly retrieved the golden crown. What a shame. Despite her words, Emile's voice carried no genuine disappointment. As if she were merely indulging Ryan, she made no move to launch a counterattack, only responding to the attacks as they came. Even as confusion swirled within Ryan over Emile's sudden appearance, she focused on finding a way to break through the situation. What should I do? If this weren't an underground space, but out in the open, she might have been confused, but not anxious. Outside, she could use Pluto without restriction. Even then, she wasn't sure she could guarantee victory. If it were 10 years ago, perhaps, but now she fully understood just who the person before her was. But this was underground. A space too small to properly use Pluto. If she was willing to risk the collapse of the underground chamber, she might be able to attempt it. Even if the cave collapsed, Ryan was confident she could survive. But the problem was Alone and Evan. If she wasn't careful, Alone and Evan could get caught in the destruction. Ryan racked her brain, desperately searching for a way to overcome the situation. However, the Apostle of Greed merely watched Ryan with a relaxed expression, as if she were curious to see what decision Ryan would make. Meanwhile, in the Ashen world. Answer me, mage. I asked if you were the one who called me. At the sheer coldness in Kilris's gaze, Alone gathered his thoughts and answered. It's true that I called you, but I have no idea where this place is. You don't know. That's right. Kilris furrowed his brow. As if attempting to discern the truth, he stared intently at Alone before suddenly extending his index finger and drawing a straight line in the air. Rumble. The blue magic that flowed from his hand was different from what had been used in the labyrinth, slicing through the air before dissipating. Seeing this, Kilris let out a sigh, his face tinged with disappointment. What nonsense are you spouting, mage? There's no way you don't know this place. What do you mean? You really don't know anything, do you? Just how did you manage to pull off something so absurd with such a lack of knowledge? I'll explain it only once, so listen carefully, brat. With those words, he instantly downgraded Alone from a mage to a mere rookie of the past. This place is a realm of the mind, separate from the world you live in. Every person who has achieved a great deed carries their own unique world. Then, is this your realm of the mind? Alone thought his reasoning was quite plausible. Recalling the story of the golden dragon, Lenisius, he knew that the mage before him had fought against the Black Ones, regardless of what his final fate had been. Then, could this be a manifestation of the world after his battle with the Black Ones? Alone silently observed the ruined world around him. Just looking at this devastated landscape was enough to remind him of the Black Ones' true danger. The world from 1,000 years ago is far worse than what I saw in the game. In Psychedelia, the Black Ones inflicted great damage on the continent, but they were ultimately stopped by Eli Ban and other powerful figures. Because of that, the situation had never escalated to this extent. However, in a world where the Black Ones had not been stopped, the result was utter destruction, complete and absolute ruin. Even Alone, who usually remained indifferent, was momentarily stunned by the sight. Then, Kilris let out a hollow laugh. What nonsense are you spouting, brat? This realm of the mind. His next words were even more shocking. It's yours. What? Alone's mouth fell open, unable to process the words. My realm of the mind? Yes. I, who have lost everything, have no reason to possess a realm of the mind. Kilris scrutinized him with a look that suggested Alone didn't even understand something as basic as that. Then, after casually glancing around, he shrugged. Anyway, brat, this is your realm of the mind. Are you saying this is really the same kind of realm of the mind I know? Yes. Though in your case, you lack any formulaic constructs, so it's merely being shaped by your strongest memories. Kilris's words made Alone swallow his confusion and try to gather his thoughts. But before he could do so, brat, why did you summon me? The sudden question halted his train of thought. After a brief silence, he answered. I had something to ask. Something to ask, huh? Kilris stared at Alone for a moment before saying, "Speak. Keep it concise. You did manage to defeat me, so I'll at least grant you that much." He moved slowly and sat atop a pile of rubble. His words urged Alone to speak, though Alone hesitated, as there were many things he wanted to ask. After deliberating for a moment, Alone finally asked his first question. "I heard it from the golden dragon, Lenisius, that you were originally a mage." Kilris's expression turned strange at those words. "You met the golden dragon?" "Yes. So, he's still alive." When Alone nodded, Kilris relaxed his previously furrowed brow and let out a small sigh. "That's a relief." A whisper so quiet that even Alone barely caught it. Alone briefly considered telling him how Lenisius had survived, but before he could make that decision. "Well, whatever, brat. What you really want to know is why a mage like me ended up as an outer god, isn't it?" "Yeah," Kilris asked, and Alone nodded in response. "It's simple revenge." "Revenge?" The answer came swiftly, without hesitation. "Yes. I abandoned everything to become a goblin so that I could take revenge against the Black Ones." "Is that even possible?" "No. It's impossible under normal circumstances." Kilris's brow furrowed as if recalling the past. "In my battle against the Black Ones, I lost everything. My comrades, my friends, all of them. The only things left around me were corpses. I, too, was barely clinging to life, waiting for a death that wasn't far off. But I didn't want to die. I wanted revenge on the Black Ones who had killed my comrades and friends. I wanted to annihilate them with my own hands." A peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. "I searched for a way to survive. I forced my shattered mana core beyond its limits to barely keep myself alive and think." And at that moment, the goblins appeared. His expression, however, remained unnervingly calm. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of goblins who had burrowed underground, cowering from the presence of the Black Ones, emerged. And they feasted on the corpses of my comrades. Kilris's eyes burned as if he were witnessing that moment all over again. It was then that Alone finally understood the strange light in his gaze. A mage's hand, the same hand that had exchanged jokes just the day before, was mercilessly chewed to pieces in a goblin's mouth. A mage's head, the same head that had worried for his disciple just the day before, became nothing more than a plaything for the goblins. A young mage's body, the same body that had envisioned a future just the day before, was ground into mincemeat and fed to young goblins. And it was rage. A quiet, emotionless rage that only burned all the fiercer for its stillness. In that moment, as I watched those goblins devouring my comrades' corpses, I found my way to survival. The next words came from Alone's own lips. "The goblin's god." As if affirming that deduction, Kilris continued his tale with eerie composure. "I squeezed out the last dregs of my mana and transformed into a goblin. I slaughtered goblins with my broken mana core to instill fear. I seized my comrades' corpses before the goblins could devour them, only to then grant them back, earning their worship. I degraded my fallen comrades into mere chunks of meat, offering them up to the ravenous goblins, stuffing them down their insatiable throats to secure their reverence." In that moment, the puzzle pieces clicked together in Alone's mind. Why Kilris, once a mage, now bore the appearance of a goblin as an outer god. Why he could no longer use the Death Shadow Dragon. My realm of the mind, my magic, my honor, my dignity, my comrades. "I abandoned everything," Kilris said, but then his voice wavered. His face twisted. "And I became the outer god, Kilris." At last, Alone understood. Where Kilris's strange, simmering rage was truly directed. It wasn't toward the Black Ones. It wasn't toward the goblins, either. It was. That's the reason I still exist in this world as an outer god. Self-hatred. The rage wasn't for his enemies. It was for himself, the one who had survived in disgrace, the one who had clung to life in the most wretched, grotesque way possible. A deep, unrelenting self-loathing. Alone could find no words to say. Dozens of golden crowns burst from Rhine's eyes, shooting out in all directions like a complex circuit diagram. Unlike her previous emotionally charged attack, these golden crowns moved much more stably and instantly shot toward Emil. Crack. Yet again, Rhine's attack was blocked by the tree emanating black energy. It's no fun if you just keep defending." The Apostle of Greed smirked with a sinister grin. Rumble. Black branches sprouted from her back, rapidly expanding as if they were exploding. Like they were claiming dominion over this vast cavern, the tree's trunk grew at an astonishing rate and soon intertwined behind Emil, forming a grotesque-looking tree. A tree devoid of leaves, exuding an ominous energy. Ryan's instinct screamed in warning. This is dangerous. She hurriedly manipulated her golden crowns to crush the tree. But you can't do that, Ryan. That won't do. The aggressive branches blocked all the golden crowns. And with that, crunch. Despite having been empty just moments ago, the tree began to bear fruit. Black fruits. Crack. Dozens of fruits swelled in an instant, and soon they burst open, spewing out various grotesque creatures along with thick, dark fluids. Even Ryan, with all the knowledge stored in her library, could not identify these monsters. Dash. Letting out eerie, blood-curdling screams, the creatures charged at her. Ryan quickly moved her golden crowns. Crash. With an unsettling sound, the golden crowns pierced through the creatures' bodies. Born mere moments ago, they trembled before instantly perishing. However, even though she was eliminating nearly 10 creatures at a time, their numbers only continued to grow. As if her attacks were of no threat at all. There must be a weakness somewhere. For the first time in her life, a type of anxiety she had never experienced before filled Ryan's mind. The feeling of walking blindly through fog while facing an enemy was unfamiliar to her. Ryan always structured her battles with victory in mind. Her vast library made that possible. Even in unpredictable situations, it provided countermeasures. Even when no perfect solution existed, it would guide her to an answer that was close enough. In other words, Ryan had never fought without having an answer before. But now, the power that the Apostle of Greed was using. Not even her enormous mental library could comprehend it. That only deepened Ryan's anxiety. No, that wasn't the only reason. Emil's appearance had certainly unsettled her, but the true source of her distress lay elsewhere. Something was gnawing at her mind. Confusing, isn't it? Because it's something your library doesn't contain. As if she could see right through her, Emil curled her lips into a smirk. Ryan tried to compose her expression. But as Emil, still smiling, approached her, her brows furrowed involuntarily. Quagagagak. The golden crowns shot toward the apostle without hesitation. However, they failed to penetrate the black branches protecting her. Effortlessly, Emil closed the distance between them. Now standing right in front of her, she grinned, her face mere inches away from Ryan's. Eyes as blue as hers. Yet, with whites darkened to an eerie black, exuding a sinister aura. So, should I tell you? Her cold, piercing gaze curved into a crescent moon smile. No, actually, I don't even need to tell you. You just have to make a choice. You're smart enough to know, aren't you? That your library holds far more hidden spaces than you admit. The scornful tone made it painfully clear what the apostle was implying. The forbidden domain. A place where, upon entry, one could learn all the secrets of the world. But in return, the user's mind would be driven to madness. Get lost. There was no need to hesitate. To be honest, Ryan had no idea what Emil's true goal was. From the beginning, all she knew about Emil was that she was connected to the black energy. And that was reason enough not to listen to her words. Well, if that's the case, I guess there's no helping it. Emil shrugged as if disappointed. She then casually scanned Ryan from head to toe. Then, why don't we start with an arm? She smiled. And in that instant, Ryan witnessed it. Behind Emil, new black branches began to form. Without hesitation, she swung her golden crowns to cut them down before they could grow. But it wasn't enough. Ryan had already summoned so many crowns that she was nearing her limit. And as if fully aware of that, Emil leisurely continued generating the branches. No, actually, I don't even need to tell you. You just have to make a choice. You're smart enough to know, aren't you? That your library holds far more hidden spaces than you admit. Amidst the overwhelming sense of helplessness, Emil's voice echoed in Ryan's ears. Dripping with temptation. The forbidden domain. A fleeting moment of hesitation. Ryan's mind spun rapidly. If she stepped into the forbidden domain now, could she kill that woman? No. Could she kill that woman before Godfather escapes? That was the most important question to her. More than anything else. Solely. The most important issue. That was why. Just as she was about to make her choice while staring at the black branches shooting toward her, Rhine suddenly realized something strange. In her irregular breaths, shaken by tension, she felt a cold chill settle over her. At the same time, as Rhine confirmed that the branches had frozen over, a familiar back entered her field of vision. A man dressed in a coat, scattering frost crystals in accordance with the magic he had cast. "I'm a little late." The back of Marquis Palacio. To put it simply, Alone had not been able to finish his conversation with Kilris before leaving. The reason was that Kilris had informed him about the situation outside. "I don't know how you managed to summon me here, but this place seems to be your mental world while also allowing you to sense some aspects of the external reality. And from what I can tell, it seems like an unpleasant guest has arrived outside." Upon hearing that, Alone hurriedly ended their conversation and returned to reality, where he found a woman with a peculiar smile. And in that instant, he understood. An apostle. That the being before him was one of the apostles of the 5 great sins. "You're making quite the grand entrance, like a prince." Emile, surrounded by grotesque monsters that filled the massive cavern to the brim, so horrifying that words could not do them justice. She swayed slightly, as if thrilled by the sight. Alone calmly assessed the situation and turned around. There, he saw Rhine, unmistakably stricken with fear. It was a sight he had never witnessed before. For a brief moment, Alone was taken aback, but he quickly deduced the reason. Is it like what happened with Seal Ring? Of course, Alone had no way of knowing what had transpired between the Apostle and Rhine. However, based on his previous encounter with an Apostle, he had a rough idea of the situation. Handle this quickly. Making his decision, Alone scanned his surroundings. The situation was far from favorable. The vast underground cavern was already overflowing with monsters. The ceiling, the floor, the walls, the pillars. Everywhere within his field of vision. Moreover, even in her panicked state, Rhine had tried to wield her golden crowns, but they were now entirely ensnared by the Apostle's tree vines. In other words, relying on Rhine's help was not an option at the moment. "Our prince, let's see what you've got." With that mocking remark as the signal, the ravenous creatures lunged at Alone, eager to devour him. Dash! A headless monster soared through the air. A beast with a gaping maw leaped from a pillar. A creature, as if abandoned mid-creation, spilled its intestines as it charged toward him. In an instant, they closed in on Alone. But, just as the monsters were about to touch him, expansion. Snap. Everything stopped. The monster that had been flying through the air. The gaping maw that had been baring its teeth. The abomination that had been rushing forward, trailing its entrails. Everything came to a halt. Even the Apostle furrowed her brows in apparent confusion at the sudden turn of events. But only for a moment. "I had a rough idea that you were a mage from the information I gathered, but this is an interesting trick you're using?" Her expression quickly relaxed again. Having realized that this stopping effect was due to the expansion of mana, she nonchalantly reached out to pull out her tree vines. Huh. But she couldn't. A look of puzzlement crossed the Apostle's face, as it gradually twisted further into an expression of clear bewilderment. Huh. Letting out a deep sigh, Alone began deploying his magic. In truth, the Apostle's decision hadn't been wrong. Mana expansion created a virtual volume that compressed and restricted the movements of the monsters, but that was all. Anyone with sufficient physical or magical strength could break free from its influence without much difficulty. That is, if the mana Alone had scattered was the usual kind of mana. What is this? By default, mana is inherently fragile and easily destroyed unless it is given a specific form. The reason Alone had only been able to restrain the previous Apostle for less than a second was precisely because of this characteristic. Mana is easily shattered by even the slightest physical force. However, if one were to add an additional seal to its composition, restructuring the very molecular framework of the mana itself, then mana would no longer be something that could be broken by conventional physical or magical force, especially for those caught within the range of a mage's constructed field. This was the very first linked incantation that Alone had successfully developed, a technique that seamlessly combined 2 seals. It was the culmination of his research and training, an effort to overcome the typical limitations of mages, who require time to form seals and recite incantations. And from here, Alone had accidentally taken an even greater step forward. Through a misunderstanding by Pena, who had aggressively documented his theories, he discovered that using 6 or more seals in conjunction produced a remarkable synergy. Of course, for a human, forming 6 seals simultaneously was practically impossible. After all, a human has only 2 hands. But Alone ultimately found a way to overcome that limitation. If he lacked enough hands to form the seals, then he would simply create them. Crack. Behind Alone, ice began to take shape. The crystallized ice split into 6 distinct branches in an instant. Soon, they molded into the form of hands and fingers. Click. And the seals were formed. The first ice hand solidified the expanded mana structure. The second ice hand fused the modified molecular framework. The third ice hand stabilized the merged mana. Then, the fourth ice hand twisted and warped the stabilized molecular structure, creating an amplification. The fifth ice hand embedded a trigger within the unfolded mana. And with that, the spell was completed. A massive prison of magic, capable of transforming into any attribute upon activation. As the Apostle's eyes widened in sheer shock, the final ice hand moved, and from its fingertips fell a single, tiny snowflake. So delicate and frail, it would melt into a mere drop of water the moment it touched a fingertip. That minuscule snowflake drifted down from the ice hand, falling gently. And then, hand seal magic. 6-fold binding. The instant that small snowflake touched the mana Alone had laid out, a blizzard bloomed. The monsters became snowflakes, scattering into the air. Gracefully and beautifully, the monster soaring through the air, the mop baring its sharp teeth, the creature lunging forward with intestines trailing behind. All of them turned pure white. But that wasn't all. Every monster within the range of Alone's magic also oxidized into pure white. SSSH. They scattered. It wasn't flashy. There wasn't an earth-shaking explosion. It wasn't tyrannical. Nor was it overwhelming. They simply scattered. Like snowmen slowly melting at the arrival of spring. Every monster within Alone's magical domain became nothing more than drifting snowflakes. Monsters. Maws. Creatures. Even the tree that ceaselessly birthed them. And, this is absurd, the Apostle, too. Just as the laws of nature apply equally to all. The magical space Alone had bestowed an equally absolute law upon everything within. Alone stared at her intently. She gazed at her own body, which was gradually breaking apart into tiny fragments, as if unable to comprehend the situation. She desperately tried to summon her magic to counter Alone's, attempting to freeze everything in a last-ditch effort to escape. But, unfortunately for her, any magic she mustered froze solid the moment it emerged. This power is... Her trembling voice, filled with disbelief, abruptly ceased. Crack. A fissure formed on her frozen, pale face before she shattered completely. And in the vast cavern, nothing remained. Rhine stared blankly at Marquis Palacio's back. His coat, adorned with ice crystals, fluttered as he formed seals with his hands, 6 icy arms extending from him. The reverence in the silence he commanded. And Alone felt like throwing up. His stomach churned from the magic he had wrung to its limit, and only then did he release the seal. Crackle. The 6 hands behind him turned into snowflakes, just like the monsters, and scattered into the air. At least things went as planned. Alone recalled the Apostle, whose face had been frozen in disbelief before vanishing into white snowflakes. There were 2 reasons why he had managed to defeat the Apostle this time. First, the space was small enough for his magic to completely cover. Second, he had predicted the Apostle would lower her guard. He had known all along that her objective was to push Rhine to her mental and emotional limits, forcing her to awaken to sin. This time, he had also mitigated the weakness of his magic. The spell he had developed with Pena was immensely powerful. The moment someone was trapped within the expanding force of magic interwoven with 3 or more seals, the only way to escape was with overwhelming magic that could completely sweep away Alone's power or with sheer, impossible physical might. That wasn't all. By forcibly twisting the molecular structure of magic, he heightened the elemental resonance within the space, allowing even the smallest spell to reverberate across the entire domain. And he could choose which spell to manifest. But even this powerful magic had a fatal flaw. The prison of magic itself was extremely fragile against external impacts. Once inside, there was no escape. The expanding magic restricted the opponent's physical abilities. The hardened magical molecules interfered with their spells and even disrupted their ability to cast magic at all. But from the outside, it was like a balloon. A single external force, be it magic or brute strength, could destabilize the molecules sustaining the magic prison and collapse it instantly. I need to find a way to fix this soon. Alone and Pina already knew the solution. It was simple. He just had to forego the expansion and link the seals directly. But right now, Alone couldn't do that. He needed to use his full power and expand the magic just to ensure he could cover the necessary range. Ultimately, he had only managed to capture both the Apostle and the monsters because the cavern size was just within his range, and because the Apostle had been careless. Still, for a first field test, it went well. Alone was secretly pleased that the magic he had devised had worked as intended. Of course, he didn't let it show. Instead, he turned to Rhine with an impassive gaze. "Are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine, Godfather." She said the words, but her complexion told a different story. "We should return for now." His voice carried a faint trace of concern. Alone woke the unconscious Evan and left the cavern with him and Rhine. Evan, who had been unconscious and knew nothing of what had happened, soon heard the details from Rhine. "If you listen to that thing, you die?" "Yes. Whatever she speaks of, it's something that should never be heard." "What the hell does that mean?" Unlike Evan, who tilted his head in confusion, Alone immediately understood. He had heard about it before and even experienced something similar in Roxas. "But I never imagined there'd be someone who could weaponize knowledge itself." Alone looked at Rhine. Seeing her face full of uncertainty, he hesitated. She definitely knew something about the Apostle. Her reaction earlier, his own deductions, everything pointed to the Apostle having a connection to Rhine's past. "Rhine." "Yes, Godfather." Her response was slower than usual. Alone studied her face intently. Her complexion had recovered slightly, but a different emotion flickered in her eyes. A faint but unmistakable anxiety. Catching this, Alone hesitated briefly before making his decision. "You've been through enough. Rest when we return." He chose not to press her about her past. He was curious, of course, but it was obvious. She didn't want to talk about it. Still, if Alone asked, she would surely answer sincerely. But he didn't want to force her to bring up something she didn't wish to discuss. "Thank you, Godfather." Rhine bowed her head. To an outsider, it would seem like a simple expression of gratitude for his concern. But Alone knew better. She had recognized his consideration and was thanking him for it. "What's going on with you two, leaving me out of this?" Evan, unable to grasp the subtle atmosphere, simply looked back and forth between Alone and Rhine in confusion. By the time the sun began to set, Alone had returned to Lartania and encountered Deus, who had just returned from the labyrinth. "You came back sooner than I expected." "Yes, finding the path was easy, so I was able to retrieve what I needed quickly." A satisfied smile played on Deus's lips, as if he had acquired something valuable. "Did you get what you wanted as well, Marquis?" "I did." Alone nodded, idly fingering the artifact, footsteps of the past, inside his pocket. Truthfully, he should have returned only after finishing all his discussions with Kilris. Strictly speaking, he had only obtained half of what he truly sought. But there was one reason he could still confidently say he got what he wanted. "Now, I don't have to go back there to meet Kilris." He recalled what Kilris had said just before he exited the mental realm. "Don't worry, kid. Even if you leave now, the moment I connected to this place, I became linked to you. As long as you activate the medium, you'll be able to summon me back here anytime. We'll continue our conversation then." A very brief exchange. Of course, to use Footsteps of the Past again, he would need to replenish his mana. But that wasn't a major issue. As long as nothing catastrophic happened, he could recover enough mana within a month. That said, in Psychedelia, I could only use it in that specific place. Why was that? Alone briefly pondered this curious inconsistency before Deus spoke up. "Marquis, what is it? You can look forward to it." Deus straightened his posture with a slight smirk, exuding a quiet confidence, almost like a child seeking praise. "I appreciate the gift, but don't overdo it." "I understand. So, have you finished your business in Lartania? Are you heading back now?" "No, I need to stop by Roxas for something." Deus added that there were materials he needed to acquire there. For a moment, Alone wondered if he had even heard what he just said. At that moment, that was refreshing. A familiar voice rang out. Alone glanced down. Basiliora, who had uncharacteristically stayed silent inside his ring until they returned to Lartania, had finally emerged. Whoa, what the hell is that guy? The moment he spotted Deus, Basiliora flinched in shock. Huh? Deus furrowed his brows as he observed the tiny snake. Alone explained, that's Basiliora. Remember when I briefly mentioned him on our way to Lartania? Deus thought for a moment before clapping his fist into his palm. Ah, right. Just like you said, he's much smaller now. Deus inspected Basiliora with interest. What are you staring at? Basiliora, on the other hand, bristled with hostility. A stark contrast. Observing the situation, realization dawned upon Alone. That makes sense. He recalled that Deus had helped capture Basiliora. It's no wonder he harbors some resentment. He also remembered that Basiliora refrained from lashing out at him only because of Heinkel. Alone gave a slight nod of understanding. Deus, unfazed by Basiliora's reaction, simply stared at the small creature before remarking, "He's quite cute like this." He let out a low chuckle. What? How dare a mere human call me cute? Basiliora went into a full-blown frenzy. Cute? Yes, that thing. Alone found it incomprehensible. Despite carrying Basiliora around daily, he had never once thought of him as cute. If anything, the only cute one is Blackie, not Thaw. He suddenly remembered how Deus's younger sister, Silly, had admired Blackie while Deus himself remained indifferent. So that's his taste. With that realization, Alone simply nodded. Yes, this insignificant thing is rather cute. Reiwa. I see. Alone concluded that Deus's sense of aesthetics was rather peculiar. At that same moment, in the Kingdom of Colony. So, according to you, a sage god might actually exist? Rather than might exist, I believe it's more accurate to say that the sage god truly does exist. Can you take responsibility for that statement? Yes. As Carmax's three listened to the scholar's claim. Could it be that Marquis Palacio is truly a god? He found himself reaching a bizarre conclusion. Archaeologist Terra. He was once the 5th-tier mage of the Red Tower, but after becoming fascinated by an artifact discovered in the colony, he spent the next 20 years relentlessly exploring remnants of forgotten eras, undeterred by danger. From the very beginning, he found it strange that Carmax's three had summoned him. Although Carmax's three support allowed him to stay in the colony and continue his archaeological research, Terra knew the truth. Carmax's three had little genuine interest in archaeology itself. What he truly desired were the byproducts that accompanied the ancient relics Terra uncovered. Thus, does the sage god truly exist? Carmax's three's question puzzled him even more. A question like that, out of nowhere. Did he suddenly develop an interest in archaeology? Still, Terra answered sincerely. So, according to what you're saying, there is a possibility that the sage god is real? Rather than saying there is a possibility, I believe a more accurate statement would be that the sage god does, in fact, exist. Can you take responsibility for those words? Yes. Even when pressed further, he nodded confidently, because he had actually seen the sage god before. It was during one of his many explorations into ancient mysteries. He had ventured into the land of the lizardmen, taking the risk of being discovered and killed, and there, he had witnessed it. Visibly distinct. Unmatched in power. Not a borrowed divine force like that of priests, but the very essence of power itself. Reverence, fear, and euphoria. The fervor of the lizardmen who worshipped it was still vivid in his mind. But why was Carmax's three so curious about the sage god? He considered the possibility that the king had simply heard rumors and developed a shallow curiosity. Yet, this is serious. His expression was more solemn than ever, as if he were contemplating a matter that could determine the fate of the nation. Is there a way to confirm whether someone is the sage god? Confirm, you say? Yes. An unexpected question. I apologize, but could you clarify what exactly you mean? I mean it literally. Is there a way to verify if someone is the sage god? Rather than verifying, the sage gods are visually distinct from ordinary humans. In other words, they can be identified just by sight. Is that so? Carmax's three's face twisted slightly. After a brief moment of thought, He carefully spoke again. Then, what if the sage god were disguised as a human? Would that be possible? If you are purely asking about the possibility, I wouldn't say it's impossible. Then is there a way to see through such a disguise? Preferably, without the target realizing they are being tested. As the questions continued, Tara began to sense why Carmax's 3 was asking about the sage god. Has someone appeared who is suspected of being a sage god? A brief speculation. But due to the lack of information, he didn't dwell on it and simply nodded. I have never attempted it before, but in conclusion, yes, there is a way. Is that so? Yes. Tara recalled an item he had recently obtained from one of the forgotten ancient ruins. Then, when the time comes, I'll call for you. It won't take long, this individual is coming to the colony soon. Understood. Suppressing his curiosity, Tara responded and took his leave. Left alone, Carmax's 3 murmured to himself. If Marquis Palacio is truly a god. His eyes darkened with gravity. The next day, after concluding all his affairs in Lartanya, Alone met Rhine before departing. You're leaving now. I should. That's unfortunate. Unlike yesterday, the discomfort on her face had vanished. In fact, she seemed even more composed than usual. No, she was trying to appear composed, hiding her true emotions behind a subtle smile, making a desperate effort not to show anything else. Observing her, Alone hesitated for a moment. And then, pardon. He spoke calmly. The past is nothing more than the past. The faint smile on Rhine's face gradually faded. Truthfully, Alone had debated whether to say this or not. Because doing so would shatter the mask she wore, forcing her to confront a part of her past she wished to keep buried. Yet, despite that, if this could make Rhine feel even a little bit at ease, then it's worth it. That thought prevailed. Of course, he didn't know the details. What exactly she had gone through. Why she feared the revelation of her past. But he had 2 plausible guesses. One, her past likely involved an incident related to the schemes of an apostle, leaving behind deep trauma. When the truth was revealed, Rhine feared that Alone and others might see her differently. Alone also did not wish to force her to expose wounds she was desperately trying to conceal. However, wounds that remain hidden never have the chance to heal. That was why, after much deliberation, he chose to speak. Just as he was about to continue, Alone slowly swallowed the rest of his words. Instead, tap, tap, he lightly patted her shoulder. Even if it was out of concern for Rhine, speaking without fully understanding what she had been through could be an insult to her struggles. And there was no need for more words. Unlike Sealrang, Rhine would understand the meaning behind his gesture. I'll be going. After patting her shoulder a couple more times, Alone turned to leave. Thank you, Godfather. Hearing her voice, his heavy heart felt slightly lighter. Because a smile had appeared on Rhine's lips. Not the artificial one she had been forcing, but a faint, natural smile. Seeing that, Alone thought perhaps this was the first time he had seen Rhine's real expression. Yeah, he responded softly and walked away. He wasn't aware of it, but a small smile had also crept onto his own lips. A small canyon on the northern outskirts of Lartanya. A desolate place, home to only a few scattered monsters. Thud. Suddenly, a hand burst out from the ground. A pale, bluish arm, as if belonging to a long-buried corpse. Crack, crack. The sound of bones snapping into place echoed as color gradually returned to the flesh. Then, with a loud crumble, the mound of earth shattered, and from within, a naked woman emerged. Huh. Letting out a quiet sigh, the figure revealed herself, apostle of greed, Emile. Brushing off the dust clinging to her body with an air of irritation, she stood up. The bluish hue of her corpse-like skin shimmered under the pale moonlight. But soon, with a series of cracking sounds, her entire body began reconstructing itself. Before long, her flesh regained a healthy tone, looking entirely human once more. Inspecting her restored body as if appraising it, she smirked and muttered under her breath. Oh, I died. Her tone was somewhat regretful. Yet, for someone who had just spoken of their own death, her reaction was far too casual. But then again, to her, death was not something to fear. Unlike other apostles, the memories granted to her by greed allowed her to defy death a few times and return. Marquis Palacio, was it? Now fully revived, the apostle of greed recalled the man who had killed her. A mage, no, a true mage, who had wielded magic with an utterly emotionless expression. No matter how I think about it, he's strange. By all logic, he should be incomplete, unable to use proper magic formulas, so why is his magic so powerful? And more than that, why does his mana contain divine energy? Emil's expression twisted slightly in thought. In truth, she had the power to escape the prison alone had created for her. The Tome of Rotten Wood she wielded contained an enormous reserve of mana, enough to facilitate an escape. But due to the divine energy imbued in Alone's magic, she was unable to properly access the stored mana within the tome. His vessel was a little stronger than I expected, but I had suspected there was more to him. Meeting him in person, he was even more unusual than I imagined. She admitted to herself that she had underestimated Marquis Palacio. Perhaps I should have broken him before executing my plan. The reason she had approached him so carelessly was because she intended to use him to awaken Rhine as a vessel. Everything pointed to it. Marquis Palacio was crucially important to the vessel. At the time, she had deemed him too valuable to kill. Well, what's done is done. First, I need to recover. Emil glanced down at her trembling hands. Of course, she wasn't capable of resurrecting endlessly, and there were significant risks involved. For one, her abilities greatly diminished upon revival. This was because her resurrection functioned through body transference rather than true restoration. Instead of reviving in the same body, her soul would detach and inhabit a pre-prepared vessel. In other words, no matter how much effort she put in, the moment she died, she lost everything that was tied to her physical capabilities, though her knowledge remained intact. It was like restarting a game at level 1 but retaining special traits. Still, since her experience remained, she could quickly regain her former strength. Well, I can always prepare again. Good thing I didn't use up my materials yet. Emil began restructuring her plan in her mind. This time, she wouldn't underestimate Marquis Palacio, and she would ensure Rhine fully awakened as a vessel. After adjusting her plan accordingly, this time, I'll take it slow and steady. Smiling to herself, she stepped into the dark forest. Thud. She couldn't move forward. Hello there. Under the blue moon, eyes as clear as a pristine lake gleamed. Behind her, a blade had been gently, yet precisely, plunged into her back. The Apostle of Greed looked at the man with an unreadable gaze. With the blue moon behind him, he wore a genial smile and stared at Emil with bright blue eyes, as luminous as the moon itself. Splat! Blood burst from Emil's lips, trickling down her throat and pooling on the blade that had pierced through her body. Soon, drops of crimson blood pattered onto the ground. Who are you? Sensing her impending death, Emil asked, her pale face now void of its former smile. Yet, in stark contrast to Emil's grave expression, the man's smile remained unshaken. Does that matter right now? Isn't it obvious? As if unwilling to reveal her loss of composure, Emil's voice remained calm, even as her face stiffened. The man nonchalantly tossed back a question. Why? Shouldn't I at least know the name of the person who killed me? Killed? Oh, no way. Then, are you going to spare me at this point? No, there's no need for that. After all, Schluck, you'll just come back to life, won't you? At those words, Emil's expression hardened even further. She had somewhat expected it when he drove his blade into her back, but now his words confirmed her suspicion. He knew about her reincarnation magic, a secret known only to the apostles. Her mind whirred frantically, trying to piece everything together. Who among the apostles had leaked the secret of reincarnation magic? And, more importantly, just how much did this man know? How precise was his knowledge? But her thoughts were cut short. Huh. As if punishing her silence, the man drove his sword even deeper. She coughed up another mouthful of blood. Drip, drip. Crimson droplets splattered onto his pants like disordered raindrops. Yet, the man's face remained eerily serene. You don't need to worry too much. I don't know where your next reincarnation will take place, after all. Emil clenched her teeth. She didn't believe him. If he truly didn't know, he wouldn't be foolish enough to reassure her. A flicker of unease crossed Emil's face as she lifted her gaze to him with great effort. The man was still smiling. Even in this blood-soaked scene, he remained unchanged, standing against the backdrop of the blue moon with his ever-pleasant smile. Then, as if extending a hand of salvation to a dying soul, he reached out. I came here to give you a warning. A warning. He gently stroked her cheek. That's right. A warning about what? For a brief moment, his eyes flashed coldly. Do not touch Marquis Palacio. What? I said it clearly. Schluck. Ugh, ugh. Do not touch Marquis Palacio. Of course, I know he isn't someone your people can take down easily. But you see, people are strange creatures. Crunch. They tend to worry. Eli Ben chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, an expression completely unfitting for the situation. Approaching the brink of death, Emile felt an inexplicable sense of dissonance. A bizarre, unsettling familiarity. As if she had seen this man somewhere before. Somewhere profoundly uncomfortable. Anyway, that's why I came to tell you. It may sound cold, but I honestly don't care what you and your people do. You can pursue whatever goals you wish. Emile kept retracing her thoughts, trying to pinpoint the source of this unease. Relentlessly. As if she were being consumed by the thought. But you must never target Marquis Palacio. That man must never fall, at least, not now. Even as death loomed over her, the question echoed endlessly in her mind. And then, remember my words, apostle of greed, no, Emile. She realized it. The identity of the unsettling familiarity. If you don't want your greed to lead you to eternal slumber, you'd better heed my warning. Where she had seen the eyes of the man who now held her weakness in his grasp. Never lay a hand on him. It was from deep beneath the roots. Far below even themselves. The nebula. Rumble. Emile's thoughts could go no further. The world went black. The moment she realized the source of her unease, her head had already twisted around twice, her neck snapped, and her life extinguished. And Eli Ben. As if his smile had never existed, he erased it like a lie. Without a word, he turned away and walked off. A few days after leaving Lartania. I'm exhausted. Why? Did you tire yourself out from being so adorably insignificant? Human, if you utter one more word, I swear I will tear you apart. And how exactly do you plan to do that? Grrr. If only I could manifest physically you. But you can't, can you? What are you going to do about it? Cry. For days now, Evan had been relentlessly teasing Vasiliora as if he had found the perfect excuse. The phrase, adorably insignificant, had triggered an unexpected ripple effect. Watching the two bicker, Alone quietly sighed to himself. During their time in Lartania, things had happened in rapid succession, leaving little room for contemplation. But now that he had time, there was too much to think about. And foremost in his mind was the vision he had seen when he met Kilris. A world utterly destroyed, nothing left but desolation. What nonsense are you spouting, brat? This is your mental world. Recalling Kilris's words, Alone tilted his head in confusion. From what he knew, and from what Kilris had said, a mental world typically reflected one's inner self. Kilris had also explained that a mental world always fell into one of two categories. For mages, whose inner worlds were solidified through the reception of mental images and formulas. Or for those without such training, where deeply ingrained memories shaped the landscape. Alone, of course, could wield runes, but he had never received an imprint nor possessed any kind of magical formula. That left only one possibility. A deeply ingrained memory. That would mean the devastated world had emerged from his own memories. But Alone couldn't comprehend this. He had lived in this world for over a decade. He had, for all intents and purposes, become a part of it. Yet, technically speaking, he was not originally from this world. He had no memory of ever seeing such a ruined world. Could it be a memory from the original Alone Palacio? That, too, seemed virtually impossible. After all, when he became alone, the body was still young, not even past his coming of age. And such a catastrophic sight was not something a noble youth would have ever witnessed. Which meant, the memory of that ruined world didn't belong to the original Alone either. Then that leaves only one possibility. I simply don't remember it. A forgotten memory. Alone unconsciously stroked his chin. Had he ever visited a place that resembled that world? No matter how much he thought about it, there was no such place. The closest he could imagine was the north. But even that didn't fit. A lifeless wasteland and a world where life had been wiped out were fundamentally different. After pondering for a while, he absent-mindedly toyed with footsteps of the past inside his coat. By the time we reach Colony, I should be able to enter again. I'll ask more questions then. After organizing his thoughts, Alone reached out and stroked Blackie, the little creature that had wriggled out of his chest pocket and was now purring against his hand. It was the height of summer. About a month later, Terra arrived at the royal castle under orders from Carmax's three. And soon, he heard the name of the person suspected to be a sage god. Marquis Palacio, is it? Yes. When he arrives, confirm it for me. Understood. Though he responded obediently, his mind was full of questions. Frankly, Terra had no idea why Carmax's three suspected Marquis Palacio of being a sage god. Well, his achievements are remarkable, but even as an archaeologist, Terra knew about the Marquis. He had dealt with outer gods and monsters alike, piling up achievements far beyond what was expected of a noble. His name was famous across the entire continent. But even considering all that, Terra thought the king's suspicion was misplaced. Of course, Carmax's three must have had reasons unknown to him. Even so, Terra was certain. He had already seen a sage god before, and sage gods were impossible to miss. Not only that, if Marquis Palacio were truly a sage god, he had no reason to hide it. Well, I suppose there could be a reason to conceal his identity, but even if that were the case, disguising himself as a noble made no sense. Though, to be honest, he didn't fully understand why a sage god would even bother with disguises. At that moment, the doors to the audience chamber opened. A man stepped in. Draped in a dark coat, he showed no change in expression even before the king. So that's Marquis Palacio. Terra was momentarily awestruck. He had seen the man from a distance before, but meeting him up close, there was something strangely compelling about him. Something difficult to describe. A presence unlike anything he had ever encountered. He stared at the Marquis in a daze until, "How have you been, Marquis Palacio?" "I have been well." Carmax's three's voice snapped him back to reality. He had to act now, discreetly, just as ordered. As the two men exchanged pleasantries, Terra quietly gathered his mana and channeled it into the artifact hidden in his coat. A blue orb-like artifact he had acquired from an ancient jungle ruin 10 years ago. Its function was simple. It manifested the target's power as a visible image. In the past, he had used it on a sage god in the Lizardman territory, and had seen how divine power materialized. If Marquis Palacio really is a god, then a chained sphere should appear in front of him. If not, it'll just be a plain sphere. He didn't know why it manifested that way, but every sage god he had encountered had exhibited the same result. As the artifact activated, Terra turned his gaze toward the Marquis without much expectation. And then his eyes widened. This is impossible. Because, just like before, an orb had appeared in front of the Marquis. A sphere wrapped in chains. Terra's reaction wasn't just wide eyes. Despite Carmax's three's orders to remain discreet, his jaw dropped open involuntarily. And for good reason. Before Marquis Palacio, there weren't just one, but 4 orbs. A sage god had only ever possessed a single one. Yet now, in front of him, there were 4. Then, let's meet at the banquet. Understood. After Alone bid his final farewell and left. Who? Carmax's 3 let out a deep sigh and brushed his chest in relief. A king feeling tense while speaking with a mere noble? If anyone heard, they'd scoff at how ridiculous it sounded. Yet the thought that Marquis Palacio might actually be a sage god froze him in place. Of course, whether Marquis Palacio was truly a sage god remained unknown. With that thought, Carmaxes shifted his gaze. So, what did you think? It was finally time to hear the truth from Terra, who had claimed to recognize a sage god. And then, are you all right? Carmax's 3 couldn't help but ask. Terra, who had shown no particular interest until Marquis Palacio arrived, now looked utterly pale, as if all the energy had been drained from his body. Seeing Carmax's 3's bewildered expression, Terra let out a sigh before slowly parting his lips. I'm fine. It's just that I saw something unbelievable. Something unbelievable? Yes. Even I cannot comprehend it. Something incomprehensible? As Carmax's 3's brow furrowed, Terra took several deep breaths before finally speaking. To put it simply, Marquis Palacio does seem to be a sage god. A brief silence followed. Carmax's voice cracked as he spoke. Are you certain? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The power that the sage god wielded when I visited the land of the Lizardmen, he also possesses it. However, what's peculiar is peculiar. The orbs. There were 4 of them. What exactly does that mean? Terra fell silent, lost in thought, before beginning his explanation. And after a short while, so, according to your words, the sage god you saw in the Lizardman's land had only 1 chained orb, whereas Marquis Palatio had 4 of them? Yes. What does the number of orbs signify? At Carmax's 3's question, Terra shook his head. I'm sorry, but I can't provide a definitive answer. After all, I've only encountered a sage god that one time. Then what can you speculate? What I can speculate is... Terra hesitated briefly before locking eyes with Carmax's. The more orbs one has, the stronger they are. The more orbs they have? When I was in the Lizardman's land, I once saw their strongest warrior. He had 2 orbs. Of course, Terra quickly added that these were ordinary orbs seen in common people, not the chained ones. Then he bowed his head. Of course, my theory could be wrong, but if we consider this, the number of orbs may indicate strength or talent. Strength or talent, huh? Then, if your speculation is correct, and the sage god you saw had only 1 orb, while Marquis Palatio possesses 4. As Carmax's murmur trailed off, the tension in the room grew. If my hypothesis is correct, he might be even stronger than the sage god I saw in the Lizardman's land. At this shocking revelation, Carmax's 3's mouth slowly fell open. Shortly after the audience with Carmax's 3 ended, why did he call me in as soon as I arrived? Alone found it odd that Carmax's 3 had summoned him just to schedule the banquet. Normally, such matters would be handled by an envoy rather than a direct meeting. Strictly speaking, it wasn't even an invitation, it was more of a unilateral notice that the banquet would be held at a set time. Regardless, Alone only pondered the abrupt summons briefly. Thud. Master. Sealrang suddenly appeared on the carriage roof with a loud thump. The moment Alone's carriage neared the guild building, Sealrang had leaped down from the rooftop onto the moving carriage. If you waited inside the building, I would have come up. We could go up together. Sealrang leaned in close to Alone, her eyes sparkling. Then, perking up her ears as if anticipating something, she gazed up at him. Recognizing the familiar signal, Alone pressed her ears gently. Sealrang simply smiled in satisfaction. Seeing that, Alone unconsciously let out a small smile himself and patted her head twice. As he ascended the building, Alone felt relieved. I was worried at first, but... Around the time they arrived in the desert, Alone had remembered something he'd forgotten due to his mental realm. That, upon reaching the colony, he would finally have to give Sealrang an answer about her long-postponed proposal. For a while, he struggled with what to do. But upon reaching the colony, his concerns eased. Because even though Sealrang was friendlier than ever, she hadn't brought up the topic at all. At first, he found it strange, but then he wondered if she had finally learned to distinguish between like and love. Her change was undeniable. She was growing, both mentally and emotionally, like a child maturing into an adult. Upon entering the guild, the two exchanged greetings. Then, suddenly, Sealrang turned toward the window and paused. She glanced back at Alone and smiled brightly. Master. I'll be right back. Where are you going? I have some business at the royal castle. All right, go ahead. Okay. I'll be back soon, Master. With a crackling burst of lightning, Sealrang dashed off. Watching her disappear, Alone's expression turned into that of a father watching his daughter go out to play. Marquis. Soon after, Evan called out to him. What is it? Oh, you remember that request you made? I've got it here. The investigation is already done? Well, it's been over a month since you asked, so they had plenty of time. Without hesitation, Alone unfolded the paper Evan handed him. But, Marquis, what is it? Why are you looking into this? It doesn't really concern us, does it? It was a fair question. The list alone had requested contained information about various underground organizations and secret factions operating within the Allied Kingdom. Before the original story began, these groups had remained hidden, their locations unknown. But when the 5 great sins started emerging, these factions appeared as well, plunging the Allied Kingdom into chaos. In other words, at this point in time, they hadn't even fully surfaced yet, making Evan's curiosity understandable. At times like this, it's just, that thing. That thing, huh? Yeah, that thing. As always, Alone gave the same vague answer. Yeah, I figured you'd say something like that. Evan shrugged, as if he hadn't expected much. Is that so? Well, Marquis, you do tend to do things I don't understand sometimes. Aren't you curious? I am, but it's probably something you can't talk about, right? It wasn't that he couldn't talk about it, it was just that he wasn't confident in explaining it properly. Just as Alone was thinking this, Evan added, well, if it's too difficult to explain, you don't have to. It's not like hearing one or two of these things will change anything for me. Is that so? Of course. Even if you do things I don't understand, I know you're not doing anything bad. Alone felt an odd sense of satisfaction from Evan's words of trust. Then, Evan suddenly flashed a mischievous grin and whispered, Marquis, what is it? If my salary happens to increase again, I'd welcome it with open arms. You just ruined my moment of sentimentality. Oops, should have waited a little longer to bring it up, huh? Evan's face was full of an easygoing smile. Shortly after, he bid farewell and left the room. Now, silence filled the space. Meow dash. Alone absent-mindedly stroked Blackie, who had been exhausted from being overwhelmed by Sealrang's affections earlier. He gathered his thoughts. Right now, what I need to focus on are the enemies that will shake the Allied Kingdom and the Apostles. The enemies threatening the Allied Kingdom, they could be dealt with. Even if they hadn't revealed themselves yet, they were still operating in the shadows. Buying intelligence from the Information Guild would make handling them easy enough. But the real problem was the Apostles. At first, I had hoped it was just paranoia, but the moment he confirmed that even Ryan was entangled with the Apostles, Alone was certain. Every child he had saved so far, without exception, had already been involved with the Apostles before he intervened. That meant the Apostles could appear before any other child at any time. This was what troubled him. If only I knew where the Apostles were. Unfortunately, that was an impossible wish. Alone had no way of identifying who the Apostles were, and from his past battles and intelligence gathering, he had learned that they only revealed themselves when attempting to awaken a vessel. That meant that no one, not even the Information Guild, could track their whereabouts. So, in the end, all I can do is respond every time they show up. Is there really no way? Only Alone's deep sigh echoed in the quiet room. That night, after failing to reach any concrete conclusions, Alone eventually headed for the royal palace to enjoy the banquet as per Carmax's Three's invitation. Tonight, I'll attend the banquet, meet Kilris, and then collect what I was supposed to receive from the Dragonkin. Having grown quite familiar with the royal palace, Alone soon arrived at the banquet hall Carmax's Three had prepared. But the moment he stepped inside, a question popped into his mind. Sealrang, who had left earlier that day claiming she had business in the royal palace, was nowhere to be seen. Where did Sealrang go? Her empty seat stood out. Alone tilted his head in confusion, but soon turned his attention to Carmax's Three, bowing respectfully. I greet the king of the colony. The same greeting as always. However, you've arrived, Marquis Palacio. Carmax's Three's polite tone, something Alone had heard once before, rang in his ears. Straightening from his bow, Alone's face showed a barely perceptible flicker of puzzlement. Please have a seat. It was a night that started in utter confusion. Meanwhile, under the blue moon, staring blankly at the dark streets, where not a single light was visible, Ryan unconsciously muttered Alone's words from earlier that day. The past is nothing more than the past. She had repeated those words so many times already, yet she found herself saying them once more. And as she did, a faint smile formed on her lips. To be honest, hearing those words hadn't brought any significant change to Ryan's heart. She was still afraid of her past. It still haunted her, tormented her, and filled her with dread. No matter how much Alone reassured her, the past remained something she wished to forget. His words hadn't fully reached the depths of her heart. Her past still clung to her. But even so, the reason she had been able to smile at that moment was simple. It was because of Alone's expression. A face that even he himself might not have been fully aware of. But it was unmistakable. His usual expressionless face had been replaced by one filled with concern. An expression that, no matter how one looked at it, was full of worry. And it was directed at her. That, to Ryan, was an incredibly joyous thing. So much so that she never wanted to lose it. She didn't want the shackles of her past to taint their current relationship. That's why. No, I don't even need to tell you. You just need to make a choice. You're smart enough to know, aren't you, that your library has far more hidden spaces than you realize. She recalled the voice of the Apostle of Greed, a voice she didn't even want to think about. And yet, it spoke of a possible path forward, a way to break free from the shackles of the past and move forward. For a long time, she gazed at the blue moon. Her eyes, reflecting its hue, glowed with an even deeper, more vivid shade of blue. In the distant outskirts, far from the colony, in a place where finding anything seemed impossible, a barren wasteland of endless desert. I found you. The elf, Drame, who had been discreetly following alone for his protection, now found himself helplessly restrained, his neck gripped tightly by Sealrang's lightning-charged hand. You were spying on Master, weren't you? Guh. With an expression of pure shock, he stared at her. The leader of the Shadow Leaves, Drame, distanced himself from Marquis Palacio right after meeting a certain man last time. However, distancing himself did not mean he had abandoned his duty as a bodyguard. Even though he had doubts about the mission from the start and had been threatened by that suspicious man. In the end, the Shadow Leaves must obey the Queen's orders without question. In other words, until the order was rescinded, he had no choice but to protect Marquis Palacio, whether he liked it or not. Instead, Drame chose to observe the Marquis from a distance. Of course, close-range protection was the norm, but there was no other way. He's no ordinary man. A man so powerful that even Drame himself could not guarantee victory. The one who had threatened him in an instant. A man whose strength was immeasurable. On top of that, he exuded an eerie fanaticism as he protected Marquis Palacio. Even more so than the Queen's personal guards. Fearing unnecessary conflicts, Drame made a decision. He would protect the Marquis while keeping himself at a distance beyond detection. Looking back, Drame believed his judgment had been correct. The madman had not noticed him anymore. It was natural, as Drame had expanded the protective perimeter threefold. That was why Drame had never imagined that he himself would be discovered. Guh. With trembling eyes, Drame stared at the figure before him. Under the blue moon, golden lightning crackled and spread in all directions. A beastkin with an expression so chillingly impassive it seemed to freeze the world. How was I detected? Drame could not comprehend the situation. No, more precisely, he could not accept how he had been discovered. But he had no time to dwell on it. The longer his silence dragged on, the tighter the grip around his throat became. Wait. Just as the suffocating Drame hurriedly tried to speak. I heard it. What? Deus told me. You're the ones, aren't you? The elves sneaking around after Master. The beast in Sealrang spoke. Her voice carried no emotion. I won't say much. Stay away from Master. We have no intention of harming Marquis Palacio. I don't care about that. Just having suspicious pests near Master is unpleasant enough. Unless... Sealrang's golden eyes flashed like lightning. I should just kill you and everything behind you? A murderous aura that made every hair on his body stand on end. Yet, even in the face of such killing intent, Drame forced out a bitter chuckle. How arrogant. Sealrang did not reply. Instead, she silently activated Thunder God Manifestation. Crackle. In an instant, golden lightning coursed through Sealrang's body, condensing within her. As if unable to contain the immense energy, the compressed lightning burst outward, dyeing her entire form in golden light. Unlike her previous battle against the Apostle, Sealrang's use of Thunder God Manifestation was far more stable this time. Drame's eyes widened in shock at the sight. The magical energy radiating from Sealrang was anything but ordinary. And then, remember my words, elf. This is your final warning. Stay away from Master. Never appear before me again. If you do, I will kill you and everything behind you. Do you think that's possible? Drame scoffed at the sheer arrogance in those words. Yes, because it won't just be me. Sealrang's golden lips curved into a chilling smile. Yusha will move as well. And then... Crack. Drame's neck was crushed. What a shame. As his severed head fell to the ground, the world flipped upside down in his vision. And in that desolate landscape, he saw. If you're a shadow, then I just need to make an example by killing them all. Under the blue moon in the middle of the desert, eerie golden eyes pursued him. And... Gah! Drame coughed up blood as he woke up. Captain. Are you alright? The aftereffects of shadow magic. His subordinates rushed toward him in alarm. Propped up by them, Draim leaned against a rock and clutched his throbbing head. Do not act rashly. Apologies. The subordinates bowed their heads at Draim's words. Yet they all bore expressions of utter confusion, because they knew exactly what it meant for their captain to awaken while coughing up blood. Huh. Sensing the turmoil within him, Draim let out a strained breath. Not only did she find me in the desert, but she also figured out I was a shadow. How in the world? Questions filled his mind. And then his face twisted in shock. Until now, only one person had ever been able to immediately see through his shadow magic, which meant the beastskin he had just encountered. That's insane. A curse slipped from Draim's lips before he could stop himself. His subordinates flinched at the unfamiliar sight of their captain losing composure. But Draim's thoughts were elsewhere, fixated solely on Marquis Palacio. Just what is that man? Such overwhelmingly powerful beings acting coy and eager for praise, it was absurd. Should I return and report first? Draim's thoughts deepened. Alone was briefly startled by Carmax's three's sudden use of honorifics. Ahem, my apologies. I've been reading books on etiquette lately. Noticing Alone's reaction, Carmax's three quickly lowered his tone. Alone found it odd. Did a king really need to study etiquette? But he chose to accept it for now. However, from that moment on, the banquet became increasingly uncomfortable. Does the food suit your taste? It's delicious. If anything tastes off, let me know. I'll have it remade immediately. Yes. Carmax's three had never once cared about food before, yet now he was paying attention to it. Oh, by the way, is the guild comfortable enough? If staying there is difficult, you're welcome to stay at the Royal Palace. The Royal Palace, you say? Yes. What do you think? I truly appreciate the offer, but I'll have to decline. I see. That's unfortunate. But if you change your mind, let me know. I'll treat you as an honored guest. Yes. Suddenly, the king was offering him a place in the palace out of kindness. And in the end, Marquis. Yes. Is there anything you find inconvenient or anything you need? Are you asking if I need anything? Yes. If there's anything at all, just say the word. I'll spare no effort to provide it. If anything comes to mind, I'll let you know. He seemed desperate to do something for Alone. Did I do something wrong? If not, is there something he wants from me? Naturally, suspicions and questions arose. However, well then, I'll be taking my leave. Haha, all right. If you ever need my help, don't hesitate to ask. I understand. In the end, the banquet concluded without any requests being made. Alone barely managed to shake off Carmax's three, who seemed reluctant to let him go, and boarded the carriage. Marquis, what is it? Did you happen to find some sort of leverage over Carmax's three? Something incriminating about him? Evan, who had accompanied him, also sensed something unusual and asked. Alone shook his head. Of course not. I figured. Yeah, but then, why is he acting like that? That, I have no idea. You really don't know? Evan's face showed a hint of suspicion. Alone shrugged as if to say he was telling the truth. Yeah, I truly don't know. That's strange. In fact, Alone himself was the most baffled. He had no clue why Carmax's three was acting that way. As the unanswered questions lingered, the carriage soon arrived at Sealrang's guild building. Sealrang. Oh, Master, you're here. The moment she spotted Alone, Sealrang threw her arms around his neck, wrapped her legs around his waist, and clung to him like a cicada. Alone no longer found her excessive greetings surprising and simply asked, I went to the palace, but you weren't there. Where did you go? Oh, I was heading to the palace, but I suddenly remembered something and got sidetracked. Something you forgot? Yeah, there was something I had to do, and it just popped into my head. Nod, nod. Sealrang's head bobbed vigorously. Like a father respecting his growing daughter's privacy, Alone chose not to pry further. The day after recovering from the banquet's fatigue. Good morning. Early in the morning, Karsam arrived, leading a group of soldiers. Karsam, it's been a while. Yes. Not only had Karsam lost weight, but his muscles had also grown more pronounced, bulging through his clothes as if declaring their presence. Beside him, Evan muttered under his breath, Wow, life really is unfair. Alone almost unconsciously agreed. I heard you're heading to the ruins. I will escort you. Karsam's booming voice echoed. Escort. Yes. Alone glanced at the soldiers standing in formation behind Karsam and hesitated for a moment. This seems a bit excessive for an escort. It wasn't just an offhand remark, it was a fact. Even at a glance, the number of soldiers Karsam had brought easily exceeded several hundred. However, no, Marquis. Since you're going, this much is only natural. Karsam answered firmly, without the slightest hesitation. Though he was always a bit over the top, something about him today felt off. Why do his eyes look even more eager than before? Alone couldn't shake the feeling that Karsam's gaze was filled with even deeper reverence than before. It was different from the admiration he had sensed in the past. What on earth happened to make him like this? A new question formed in Alone's mind, but very well, I'll leave it to you. Yes, sir. It felt too awkward to ask outright, so without further comment, Alone set off for the ruins. Before long, they arrived at their destination. As the sun began to rise, Alone moved toward the central tower, walking through the now familiar ruins. He entered the tower and ascended to the upper floors. And after some time, what appeared in his view was not a dragonkin, but a red pendant and a single letter. At the same time that Alone discovered the red pendant in the ruins. In the royal palace of the Ashtalon kingdom, Zakurik, who was standing with King Stalion V, received a letter from a strange creature that flew through the window. A letter from that side? Yes. A spirit? They're their kin. The letter itself was blurry, its form flickering. Zakurik took it and immediately tore it open to read. Then, his heavy, dark-colored armor shifted slightly as his shoulders trembled with laughter. What's so amusing? Hearing the chuckle, King Stalion V raised an eyebrow in curiosity. I apologize, but I'll need to act alone for a while. All of a sudden? Yes. It would be troublesome to move together. What's the matter? There's something I need to confirm. Confirm? Stalion V shrugged and returned his attention to his documents. Since nothing major had begun yet, Zakurik's absence wouldn't cause any issues. So, fine. It must be important. He casually acknowledged and picked up another document. Yes. I need to confirm whether Marquis Palacio is truly a close friend of the one we serve. That makes sense. Marquis Palacio is a close friend of the one you serve. What? Stalion V reflexively lifted his head. What did you just say? Without realizing it, the words escaped his lips. When the face of Stalion V turned pale with confusion, Zakurik's head slowly shifted. Why is that? A calm question. In response, Stalion V wondered if he had misheard something and asked again. So, didn't you just say Marquis Palacio? I did though. His head started spinning. Had he ever been this flustered even while managing state affairs? What do you mean by that? What are you talking about? I'm asking about what you just said. Exactly as I said, we're going to confirm if Marquis Palacio is truly his friend. Silence fell in an instant. Honestly, an explanation was needed, but despite that, Stalion V couldn't say anything. He had no idea where or how to start asking questions. After a long moment of sorting through his tangled thoughts, Stalion V cautiously spoke. Can I ask just one more thing? Ask whatever you want. Zakurik waved his hand lightly. The one the lizardmen serve, isn't he the sage god? Yes. A great being. Then, being his friend, does that mean he's also a sage god? In fact, there were countless points where he wanted an explanation. But he also knew he wouldn't get a kind response even if he asked. The lizard man before him never seemed to enjoy explaining things. That's why Stalion asked the most important question first. You know well. At Zakurik's response. This is insane. A curse slipped out unconsciously. For the first time since he narrowly dodged a prince's sword during the throne succession war at the age of 15 and cursed out loud. And he, Marquis Palacio, is a god. Reached a bizarre truth in a different way than Carmax's 3. Having ascended to the upper floors of the tower, Alone picked up the pendant and the letter that had been left behind. The pendant had a red gemstone embedded, with cracks spreading outward as if depicting crackling lightning within. Alone then unfolded the letter. The letter wasn't too long or too short, filling just the front page. Along with a brief greeting, 2 key points were written. First, due to exhausting his power crafting the gem mentioned last time, the writer wouldn't appear for about half a year. The second point advised that the gem would speak on its own in a month or two, and he should handle it well then. After quickly reading the letter, Alone sighed softly in disappointment. There were things I wanted to ask. He had planned to ask the Dragonkin about the mental realm, but had no choice now. Leaving his regrets behind, Alone packed the pendant and letter and headed outside. Huh? Marquis, you're out quite quickly this time. Alone shrugged lightly. Well, it just turned out that way. Are we heading back right away? Yeah, there's nothing else to see anyway. While walking, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. I was planning to meet Kilris again today, so maybe I'll ask then. It hadn't been long since he organized his schedule and left the ruins. Soon, the scorching sun greeted him as he stepped outside the ruins. Marquis really looked so cool back then. I know, right? In perfect sync, Karsum and Sealrang were having a heated discussion within view. A duo that oddly resembled a comedy act. For some reason, the scene gave a sense of déjà vu. Eventually, his gaze lowered to Sealrang's busy hands. Meow dash. There, his eyes met with Blackie, who was being roughly petted by Sealrang. It was a pitiful gaze full of resentment. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the group, escorted by Karsum, safely returned to the colony. Alone immediately entered Sealrang's guild building and took out the footsteps of the past. I could have used this long ago. By the time they had crossed into the desert toward the colony, the required mana had already been filled. But he had waited for the right moment to use it in a fixed location. According to Evan's testimony, the moment Alone used the footsteps of the past, his entire body disappeared somewhere and reappeared. If he got sucked into it, that was fine. But if he used it while on the move and got left stranded in the middle of the desert, it would be a disaster. Well then, I'll be off. Yes, just in case, I'll stand guard. Me too. Meow dash. As Alone lifted the footsteps of the past, Sealrang and Evan nodded vigorously. Perhaps relieved from Sealrang's grip, Blackie wagged its tail more energetically than usual. Watching them, Alone channeled his mana. In an instant, his vision flashed white. And he entered the place he had seen before, where everything was in ruins. According to Kilris, it seemed to be Alone's own mental realm. You're here, brat. There stood Kilris. Are you asking if the mental realm can manifest in a different form? Yes. As soon as he saw him, Alone immediately asked about the mental realm. Impossible. Is that so? Brat, if you're walking the path of magic, you should understand this much after hearing it once. Kilris gave a light scolding, and Alone clicked his tongue. It wasn't because he didn't understand properly that he was asking. In any case, it seems it'll be hard to get answers about the mental realm from Kilris. Concluding as such, Alone spoke again. Can I ask something else, following up from last time? Go ahead. If I had no intention of listening, I wouldn't have come. But keep your questions concise. With a casual nod, Kilris sat on a pile of stones. Alone organized the questions he hadn't asked last time in his mind. I want to ask about spell formulas. Spell formulas? Yes. When Alone nodded, Kilris's expression turned strange. Brat, I have to ask, are you serious? I am. A guy walking, even halfway, the path of a mage doesn't know about spell formulas? Is that a problem? A confident attitude. Kilris's mouth hung open, seemingly dumbfounded. But soon, as if brushing off the annoyance, he lightly shook his head. A spell formula is, as the name suggests, a formula. He began explaining. All mages basically recite incantations to draw out their mental images. But as you know, incantations are long and slow. In battle, speed is directly tied to survival. Not only that, but speed is crucial in every aspect where magic is used, from research to application. That's why mages created formulas to manifest spells without reciting incantations. So, spell formulas are formulas made to quickly cast spells? You can't define it that simply. Ultimately, spell formulas function as a mage's unique trait. Well, Kilris trailed off, as if thinking, though this isn't something someone like you, who hasn't even properly acquired spell formulas, would understand. How do you acquire these spell formulas? It's not difficult. If you truly understand your mental image, you just have to weave it together and engrave it into your body. Weave it together and engrave it into the body? Exactly. Like the mental image you have, or wait. Kilris paused mid-explanation, his expression turning peculiar as he glanced around the ruined world surrounding them. Come to think of it, Brat, you do have a mental image, don't you? Then why is your mental realm like this? Alone easily understood the meaning of the question. Right, I did deal with Kilris before using the ice crystal strike. Recalling the memory, Alone hesitated briefly before explaining that he could use incantations and spells even without having a mental image. That's absurd. Kilris's expression twisted even further. But after a moment, he sighed lightly. So, in conclusion, you're saying you can use spells without understanding your mental image. That's right. Ridiculous. Kilris let out a dry laugh, shaking his head. In that case, there's no need for me to even explain spell formulas. Someone like you, who hasn't even formed a proper mental image, wouldn't understand my explanation. By any chance, were there no mages like that before? Of course not. There's no way a mage like that would exist. Kilris was about to deny it outright, but suddenly paused. No, now that I think about it, there might have been one. Who was it? I only heard about it, but it was said that one of the elven mages used magic like that. You don't know who it was? I don't. I never had a reason to meet them. But, digging into distant memories, he continued. Yeah, I think they were called the Primordial Elf, or something like that. The Primordial Elf? Yes, that's all I know. It was the moment Alone found yet another reason to visit the elves' village. The Primordial Elf also used magic without a mental image. Maybe he'd be able to unravel more mysteries if he went there. After organizing his thoughts, Alone decided to ask, or rather, request, Kilris for one more thing. I heard that you used to handle spirit dragons. Is that true? Yes. Then can you teach me how to use a spirit dragon? How to use a spirit dragon? The corners of Kilris's mouth curled into a smirk. Do you even know what you're asking? You can only use a spirit dragon if you've formed a contract with one. A look as if you were staring at an idiot. Instead of explaining any further, Alone simply said, I have one, and pulled out Blackie from his arms. When Kilris confirmed the black fluff in Alone's hand, meow, seeing the unexpected spirit dragon. What the hell? He blurted out with an expression of sheer shock, unable to control his reaction. Kilris, who had maintained his cool demeanor until now, was utterly flustered the moment he saw Blackie. He looked back and forth between Blackie and Alone, as if unable to comprehend. How did you do it? Do what? How did you manage to form a contract with a shadow dragon, not just any fragment, but its actual core body? Kilris exhaled sharply through his nose, clearly exasperated, while Alone replied nonchalantly. Just kind of happened. Are you seriously brushing this off with a just kind of happened after pulling off something this absurd? While ranting to himself, Kilris glanced behind Alone and sighed. Well, I suppose that might be possible. Seeing Kilris calm down a bit, Alone decided to ask something that had been on his mind. I know there's a difference between a spirit dragon and a shadow dragon, but is it really that big? There's a tremendous difference. That much? Yes, that much. In fact, today's the first time I've ever seen someone form a direct contract with a shadow dragon. Watching Kilris fuss over it, Alone glanced at Blackie, who was nestled comfortably in his arms, seemingly baking an imaginary loaf of bread. Meow. Blackie tilted its head cutely. Alone knew Blackie was powerful. But honestly, he'd only read about it in texts, never witnessed it firsthand, so he was still skeptical. Is it really that significant? He thought, absent-mindedly stroking Blackie's back. It seems you don't fully understand just how lucky you are. Kilris stared intently at him, then let out a hollow laugh. Well, fine. Since we're in this place, I suppose I can show you. He raised both hands. Show me what? Watch closely. See for yourself what kind of fortune you've stumbled upon. Without further explanation, he began forming seals with his fingers. Holding his left hand straight out, he moved his right hand behind it, intertwining his fingers into a strange posture. Void heart. The moment he quietly murmured the words, crack, crack, crack. From his shadow, something dark began to rise. And then, as if it had been waiting, path of the false image. The ruined world began to be devoured by the shadow. The ashen sky, the cracked earth, the rotting trees, the twisted grass. Everything was consumed, as if everything that existed was being dragged into an abyss. Dragon. The moment the word left Kilris's lips, the shadow that had devoured everything began to take form, creating something from nothing, breathing life into the dark shadow. And what was finally formed? Sin-bearer dragon of the void heart. A dragon. A colossal dragon that loomed over the desolate world, covering the ruins of the world all on its own. And then, this is the final stage of your death dragon. Hearing that alone could only gape in stunned silence. In a world seemingly frozen under the weight of an overwhelming presence. Meow. Only Blackie's adorable cry echoed faintly, filling the void. Alone blankly stared at the dragon that had devoured the ruined world. Apart from its glowing red eyes, it resembled Blackie, with its entire body flickering like a shadow. Eventually, as Kilris formed the seal, the dragon slowly dispersed and vanished. Is that the shadow dragon? Alone muttered blankly. No. To be precise, what I showed you was a fully grown spirit dragon. One I used to handle. Kilris's voice carried a hint of tenderness. He then shook his head slightly as if to snap out of his sentiment. Anyway, that's only half the size. Half? I mean, that's half the size of a fully grown shadow dragon. You're saying twice the size of what we just saw? The size? It was unbelievable. He couldn't really grasp it. Even Kilris's spirit dragon from moments ago was overwhelming in size. It was already big enough to devour the entire world, and you're saying double that? Unconsciously, Alone looked down. For some reason, Blackie was looking up at him proudly. This tiny thing is really that powerful? By the way, brat, where did you get the egg of the shadow dragon, or rather, the spirit dragon? Snapping out of his daze at Kilris's question, Alone explained what had happened so far. After a brief moment, I see, so that's what happened. Kilris muttered as if something made sense, then looked at Alone. You've inherited the legacy I left behind. The legacy you left behind? Kilris nodded at Alone's question. That's an item I left to the last remaining mage. The last remaining mage? Yes, though it seems you've received the legacy instead. Suddenly, a thought popped into Alone's mind. The last mage you mentioned, could it be Duke Comelin? Duke Comelin? Sorry, I don't know that name. The question itself had been misguided. I did meet a half-baked mage once. A half-baked mage? To be honest, I'm not even sure if that's the right term. He just called himself that. Tell me more, brat. After a moment of hesitation, Alone recounted everything from the time he first met the artificial god. Listening quietly, Kilris finally spoke a name. It seems the one you met was Dyad. Dyad? Kilris searched his memory. He had more pride as a mage than anyone else, but ironically, he never inherited a true mental image. Also, he was a disciple of a close friend of mine. He couldn't participate in the mage's battles. He hadn't even properly inherited any techniques, let alone a mental image. That's probably why he managed to survive. His voice grew subdued, perhaps recalling distant memories. He murmured softly. So, he's been clinging to life all this time, just to follow the words his master uttered for mere consolation. Did that master tell him to slaughter humans to keep the darkness from rising? I doubt he wanted to do that willingly. It was probably a choice he had no other option but to make. No other option? Yes. In the end, that's all a half-baked mage, who didn't fully inherit his power, could do to survive. Well, I'm no different. Kilris clicked his tongue after saying that. For a brief moment, a strange mix of discomfort and regret flashed in his eyes. That look reminded Alone of a past scene. The sight of Kilris mercilessly slaughtering people. After a stretch of silence. Hey, brat, didn't you say you wanted to learn how to handle the spirit dragon? Yeah. All right, I'll teach you. Really? But first, I need to ask about your goal. My goal? Yes. Kilris stared straight into Alone's eyes. What do you plan to do after learning how to control that shadow dragon? By the way, don't bother with idealistic nonsense. That's not what I want to hear. Alone fell silent, deep in thought. To be honest, even without spouting idealistic talk, saying something that would please Kilris wasn't that difficult. Based on everything so far, he had a rough idea of Kilris's worldview. However, Alone decided to reveal his true purpose, just as Kilris had asked, rather than giving the answer Kilris wanted. For a peaceful life. For a peaceful life? Yeah, that's all. I want to learn to eliminate the threats that lie ahead. A simple answer. However, not bad. Instead, Kilris nodded with a satisfied smile. All right, I'll teach you the technique. On top of that, I also made a contract with Lanisius. With Lanisius? Alone shared the details of his conversation with Laenisius. So, like it or not, you had to be informed. Kilris let out a chuckle, looking at Alone as if he were an intriguing creature. By the way, can I ask you something? Suddenly, a question popped into Alone's mind. What is it? You said you've lost everything except your name, right? Then how are you able to use techniques related to the Shadow Dragon? Kilris looked around as if it were the most obvious thing. The answer's simple, because this is the mental realm. Because it's the mental realm? Yes, here, it's not difficult to manifest magic by relying on my memories. Well, even if it's just an empty shell. Kilris muttered bitterly. Anyway, it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye? What do you mean? He stood up. Exactly that. My mana is running out, so it's time for us to part ways. There was a time limit? Since we don't have much time, I'll briefly tell you what you need to do before we meet again. Kilris explained the tasks Alone had to complete before their next meeting. Shortly after. See you next time. Before Alone could say anything, a brilliant white light enveloped him. And then, when Alone opened his eyes again, the familiar scenery was nowhere to be seen. After the white light faded from his vision, what appeared was a black abyss. Alone was confused. The last time he used the footsteps of the past, right after the white light appeared, he had returned to the real world. In other words, after the white light, he should have seen the real world again. But the scene before Alone's eyes now was, huh? What is this? An abyss. A place where nothing could be discerned. A place unknown to him. No, that wasn't true. He didn't know it. Alone recognized this place. He had definitely seen it before. This abyss. The moment he realized that, Alone noticed something lingering at the edge of his vision. A nebula. And he realized that what was before him was an eye. The same abyssal eye he had seen in the mirror given by the observer. That overwhelming eye slowly began to open its eyelid. Thump, 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 thump. His heart pounded like it was going to burst. He hadn't even formed an impression or made a judgment yet. But just perceiving it made his heart race as if it would explode. His whole body trembled as if it were about to shatter. Gasping for breath, unable to control the pounding of his heart, Alone finally met the fully opened eye. A gigantic pupil filled with radiant nebulae. Sinister, yet beautiful. Terrifying, yet awe-inspiring. The eye of all things. And then, #% and it : #% now you can finally see me. It uttered incomprehensible words. Reach the root, O devourer. Learn from there how to wield the arrow. With a distorted, noisy voice, it commanded. Close your eyes. Unable to resist its overwhelming power, Alone closed and reopened his eyes. Huff. He exhaled the breath he had been holding. Thump, 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 thump. His blood pulsed like it was racing down a highway. Gripping his throbbing heart, Alone managed to lift his head and soon. Marquis, are you all right? He realized he had returned to where he was supposed to be. Evan had rushed in without him noticing. With a face full of worry, Evan grabbed Alone's shoulders and shook him. I'm fine. You don't look fine at all. Can't you tell your condition right now? Evan frantically held onto Alone's shoulders. Your eyes, they're bleeding. Only then did Alone feel something warm trickling down his cheeks. Slowly, he raised his hand to touch it, and bright red blood stained his fingers. What is this? Alone let out a hollow laugh without realizing it, recalling the overwhelming presence of the eye he had witnessed. The next day, after finishing his business, Alone decided to leave the colony immediately. Though he had wanted to take a few days to rest, several things were weighing on his mind. Grainifra. Right after arriving at the Marquis residence, he planned to prepare for a trip to Grainifra. When he first heard about it from Cyan, he intended to take his time. There had been no urgency, and he needed to sort out his thoughts. However, after his conversation with Kilris and realizing there was much to gain from heading to Grainifra, he decided to act sooner. Master, are you leaving now? Yes. By now, Alone instinctively pressed Sealrang's ears down gently without being asked. Sealrang purred contentedly, clearly pleased, and shouted. Got it. Then, see you in a month. In a month? Yep. Surprised by the sudden promise, Alone mentally reviewed his schedule. I don't have any plans to come back to the colony in a month, though. No matter how he thought about it, there was no plan to visit the colony. I know. That's because I'll be the one visiting then. Sealrang, you? Yep. Master, it's your birthday then. Uh, Alone let out a low hum of realization. That's right. In a month, it would be his birthday. Are you planning to give me a gift in person? Yep. This gift has to be handed over directly, or I can't give it. You have to accept it, Master. I'll be looking forward to it. Seorang's tail wagged excitedly, thrilled just at the thought of giving a gift. A soft, fatherly smile crept onto Alone's face without him realizing it. Maybe I should stay until after my birthday? Considering the unexpected change in plans, Alone's carriage departed the colony. At that moment, it's finally done. Is this the gift for brother? Yeah, isn't it awesome? It is, but... Luna Bloodsail, the ruler of the second archipelago, barely swallowed the words. Isn't that a bit too much? Starting with the proud gift from Layden, the birthday presents for Alone were being prepared, one by one. Marquis, you must be pleased this time, right? Is that so? Yes, the kids all said they'd celebrate your birthday. Birthday, huh? Alone cleared his throat unnecessarily. Well, it's certainly appreciated. Oh, acting all nonchalant now. It's not an act. This is exactly how I feel. For someone claiming that, your lips are subtly curling up. Alone gently covered his mouth with his hand. To be honest, he did feel a bit excited. He had never received a birthday gift from the kids he had supported. Of course, that was natural since he had never told them his exact birth date. More importantly, he never supported them with the intention of getting birthday presents, so he wasn't disappointed. Really? Come on, remember when Ryan said she'd send you a gift but didn't? You were sulking. I don't recall any change in my expression. Now I can tell right away. Was it that obvious? Not that you made it obvious, but after serving you for nearly 10 years, I've picked up on it. Is that so? Yes. Alone awkwardly fiddled with the corner of his mouth. After 10 years, and that's all you've noticed? How laughable. Basiliora, who had been quiet just a moment ago, slithered out. There he goes again. Evan clicked his tongue the moment Basiliora appeared, as usual. Not backing down, Basiliora snapped back. How rude for a mere human. I'm only speaking the truth. Why react like that? What truth? The fact that after 10 years, you're only now starting to notice such things means you haven't been fulfilling your duties as a servant, right? You're begging for a flick on the forehead. So you're saying you can tell the Marquis's emotions right away. Basiliora straightened his small, insignificant body confidently. I can't. What's with that face? You were just ranting about reading expressions. That's your problem. Whether I can read expressions or not doesn't matter to me. Am I Alone's servant? No. I am. You are. A god. Cackling like a villain, Basiliora burst into laughter. Evan turned away, as if it wasn't even worth responding to, and looked at Alone. Marquis. Yes. Didn't you say you're going to the Magic Tower conference soon? That's right. Evan gestured toward Basiliora with his chin. Why not leave him with that guy, Heinkel, or whatever his name is? What nonsense. I was just stating facts. Why is this happening? Maybe I should. Kiowa. As if haunted by traumatic memories, Basiliora started writhing all over. Nah. Blackie shook his head pitifully at the sight of Basiliora. Marquis, don't you think this guy's become unnecessary? Evan wasn't stopping. Basiliora, you mean? Yes. You haven't really used him much since last time. Only used him once, I guess. Then why not just hand him over to Heinkel completely? What are you saying? Speak something sensible, you brat. Foaming at the mouth in protest, Basiliora looked at Alone, clearly distressed. It's not like I didn't want to fight. You're just not summoning me. That's not wrong. Basiliora's voice grew louder, clearly desperate not to be sent to Heinkel. Indeed, Basiliora was one of Alone's strongest assets. Of course, that didn't mean he was useless. Though he currently looked like a 30-centimeter stubby snake, his essence was that of a god. And on top of that, Alone glanced down at Blackie and Basiliora. Something Kilris had mentioned before. Practicing to properly handle the Shadow Dragon. Along with that, exploring what the Spirit Dragon could do. If that worked out, I could make Basiliora even stronger. Having made his decision, Alone looked at the bracelet on his wrist, Salvation of the Wanderer. It's about time to recharge this. Maybe I should do that before visiting the elf village. He mentally organized his necessary plans. You beast of a human. Are you plotting to send me to hell with that scheme of yours? How does it feel to have your life threatened by a beast? And how about the crushing realization that your win rate against that beast isn't even 50%? Don't spout nonsense. I've won more than half, and you've won less. Watching the two bicker pointlessly, Alone stretched out comfortably in the scorching desert heat. Alone arrived at the Palatial territory approximately 2 weeks later. That is the auction house? A massive building stood proudly in the center of the Marquis' territory, something that certainly hadn't been there when he left. Apparently, yes. It's huge. And that wasn't all. Buildings were springing up like mushrooms around the enormous auction house, forming a new district. Alone couldn't help but feel a sense of pride swelling in his chest. Even though he hadn't done anything. With a slight sense of excitement, he passed by the massive auction house and arrived at the Marquis' estate. What greeted him there, however, was, "What is this?" "Documents." "This many?" "Yes." From the floor to the ceiling. A towering stack of paperwork, almost like a paper fortress. Alone let out a deep sigh. The pride that had momentarily filled his heart was now replaced by gloom. So heading straight to the elf village was impossible from the start, huh? It wasn't like handling this immediately was an urgent necessity. He had put off paperwork several times before. But one fact was painfully clear. Eventually, he would have to process all of these. Sigh. A heavy sigh echoed through the office. How was he supposed to handle all this alone? Evan. Yes. Put up a hiring notice. A hiring notice for what? For someone to handle administrative work. However, putting up a notice is fine, but shouldn't the Marquis handle this himself? Most of these documents must be important. That's true, isn't it? Of course. If you leave things like this to someone else, they'll quietly skim off the top. The world wasn't so simple. Alone groaned. Is there anyone reliable? Well, maybe one person. Bullshit. Basiliora interjected briefly. Evan continued speaking as if he hadn't heard. But paperwork isn't exactly my strong suit. A face suddenly came to mind. Should I ask Yusha? Alone considered it for a moment, but soon dismissed the thought and sat down. Hiring someone would take time anyway. So, might as well get started. He picked up a document. He had felt good about returning home after 2 months, but now, as he flipped through the papers, he thought staying outside might have been better. A sudden idea struck him. Alone finished processing the towering stack of documents in just a week. How was that possible? All thanks to the talented Penia Chryson. Even after fulfilling her role as Alone's magical research assistant, Penia had not returned to the magic tower. Instead, she had set up a research lab in the second office to conduct experiments using the catalyst Alone had given her. The talent was right under my nose. Alone recruited her to assist with paperwork. Of course, she hadn't been happy about it at first. She said she'd do it, but her eyes screamed. Why me? But now, it's finally over? Yes, you did well. Thanks to you, we finished much faster. That's a relief. Despite working overtime for several days in a row, Penia genuinely looked happy. And the reason for that? Alone had made her an offer. He had merely promised to arrange regular magic lessons with Heinkel. And yet, she had worked so passionately. Alone recalled the past few days. She had juggled 8 pens at once, processing documents at an incredible speed. A sight so reassuring that he had nearly dropped his own pen just to applaud. What even is magic? Even though she must have been exhausted, Penia never lost her smile. What was magic to her exactly? Why did she throw herself into something most people would avoid? Recalling his previous image of a rigid and meticulous mage. Maybe mages are actually the simplest of all. He decided to revise that thought today. All right, take a break today. Tomorrow, we'll focus on magical research. Understood, huh? Penia responded reflexively, then blinked, eyes widening. Alone patted her shoulder knowingly. Don't worry. I'll explain everything to Heinkel. Gasp. Understood. It took less than a second. Her gloomy expression instantly brightened. Her energy seemed to return as she sprinted out of the room. Watching her go, Alone thought, yeah, mages really are simple creatures. Alone quietly nodded. The morning of Alone's birthday arrived before he knew it. Waking up early, Alone glanced beside his pillow. There, curled up as always, was Blackie, sleeping peacefully. Gently stroking the soft black fur, Alone got out of bed. Is it today? In both his previous life and since inhabiting this one, he'd never considered his birthday particularly special. However, knowing that the kids had prepared gifts made today feel oddly different. I wonder what kind of presents they've got. The thought crossed his mind naturally as he changed clothes. It wasn't that he expected anything expensive. This feeling of anticipation had nothing to do with the value of the gifts. No matter what they had prepared, the simple fact that they had put in the effort tickled Alone's heart. This unfamiliar emotion made even him feel like a stranger to himself. Well, good things are just good. With a faint smile, he pulled back the curtains and immediately noticed something strange. Not just towering over the Marquis's mansion, but even dwarfing the walls of the Palatial territory itself. A massive statue. The statue depicted Alone himself, clad in a flowing black coat, one hand casually raised, with giant diamonds embedded in both eyes. It stood proudly in the center of the territory. Alone froze, staring blankly for a long time. Then, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. The odd feeling came from the pose of the statue. It seemed incredibly familiar somehow. Where had he seen it before? As he dug through his memories. He realized it. That pose. It was almost identical to the statue of the North Korean leader he'd seen in his previous life. Thus began the eventful day of his birthday. Alone blankly stared out the window. A massive statue stood in a pose he was all too familiar with. Before long, he made his way toward the statue and was able to meet its creator, Marquis Deus. Beneath the massive statue, Deus bowed his head deeply. Alone pointed at the statue with his finger. What is this? It's a gift from me to you, Marquis. His expression was filled with confidence. Alone silently gazed up at the statue. Seeing it up close, the statue, which was in the pose of the North Korean leader, appeared even larger. Truly, it was absurdly massive. Honestly, it was a little embarrassing. Please ask anything. Alone had many questions. Not just a few, quite a lot. Yet the reason he couldn't easily open his mouth was he had no idea where to start. So, after staring at the statue for a while, how did you even bring this here? He asked to resolve the biggest mystery first. I first used a reduction spell to shrink it as much as possible. I didn't like the idea of shrinking your statue, Marquis, but it was necessary for transport. Deus answered without hesitation. I see. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? Silence returned. Several times, Alone almost let out the words, "Isn't this a bit much?" But he held back. No, he had no choice but to hold back. Alone quietly observed Deus. His expression was as calm as ever. The atmosphere was serene, and aside from the small smile on his lips, there was no significant change in his expression. But most importantly, his eyes were different. Unlike his composed face, his eyes sparkled like stars. Like a child eagerly waiting for praise, as if saying, "I did good, right? Hurry up and compliment me." Had Deus always been capable of making such an expression? Not wanting to dampen the pure enthusiasm in his eyes. I like it, Deus. Thank you. Alone approved of the statue that resembled the North Korean leader, and Deus' lips curved up in a clearly satisfied smile. I'm glad it pleases you, Marquis. Right. But if you look at this, you'll be even more surprised. There's more? Before Alone's pupils could fully dilate, with an air of absolute confidence, Deus ordered, "Prepare it." At his signal, the knights who had accompanied him swiftly moved into formation and soon brought forth a massive target. And then, boom! In an instant, a magic circle unfolded from the diamond-adorned eyes, and a colossal magic cannon blasted forward, obliterating the target. How about that? Deus looked even prouder now. Alone once again blankly stared up at the statue. A ridiculously enormous structure, large enough to overlook the entire territory, in the exact pose of the North Korean leader, and it even fires magic cannons. For a brief moment, he swore he could hear a voice shouting, "You, too, must stand in admiration." Clearing his throat, Alone shifted his gaze to Deus. Deus stood tall with his shoulders squared, exuding an air of pride. Watching him, Alone came to a realization. Deus, you have the taste of a child. Even though it was a bit embarrassing, he couldn't bring himself to disappoint Deus after receiving such a grand gift. It's magnificent. Thank you. In the end, Alone became someone who liked statues. It shoots beams from its eyes. That's actually pretty cool. Meow. As Basiliora and Evan, gathered in front of the statue, voiced their admiration. Brother. Raiden arrived. You came too. Of course, it's your birthday, brother. Raiden grinned. Though, come to think of it, have we ever celebrated my birthday before? But it wasn't the time to rain on the parade, so Alone simply nodded. Thank you. No need to thank me. And your present should be arriving soon. Oh, perfect timing, it's coming in now. Following Raiden's pointing finger, Alone turned his gaze. And there, approaching through the north gate, was a massive something. What is that? It's the Sea King God, a creature from the deep sea. I caught it for you, brother. Oh. Alone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. A dragon's head, exuding overwhelming majesty. And strangely, he felt a slight sense of familiarity. Sea King God. In Psychedelia, it was a monster that any mage player would inevitably encounter at least once. Of course, despite its name, it wasn't an actual god. Just an enormous, dragon-headed, mysterious creature. However, its scales could be refined into extremely efficient magical armor. I've never seen a living one before, though. In Psychedelia, no matter what path one took, the Sea King God could never be seen alive. It was only ever treated as crafting material. Seeing its original form was fascinating, and for some reason, it felt strangely lifelike. As if it could spring to life at any moment. Ruuyuayumval. The Sea King God's head started thrashing wildly the moment it crossed the north gate. Is that alive? While Alone was silently shocked. There it goes again. Just a moment, brother. Raiden dashed out casually, as if it was nothing unusual, and smacked the Sea King God's head a few times. Soon, it calmed down. Raiden let out an awkward laugh. Sorry, brother. I definitely trained it, but it's being a bit troublesome. Is that thing actually alive? Raiden tilted his head as if Alone had asked an obvious question. Well, of course. It's a pet. A pet? Alone looked at the Sea King God again. It let out a mournful whimper. But that wasn't the end of it. It's bigger than mine? Although more than half of it had already passed through the largest avenue of the Marquis estate, its body still continued. This is ridiculous. For some reason, Deus muttered with a voice full of defeat. Raiden grinned, wearing an expression of I've won. Watching the two, Alone thought. Is that really the important thing right now? He briefly glanced at the statue, then shifted his gaze back to the Sea King God. Its horn was bent at an odd angle, and it was dragged along, wrapped in heavy chains. Where do I even start questioning this? He had no idea. Is that even the kind of monster, no, animal you can keep as a pet? Of course. I've trained it well, so it should be great as an ornamental pet, brother. Ornamental. Pet, huh? Alone was skeptical if ornamental was really the right word. Isn't that a sea creature? Sure, but it can breathe on land too. Judging by its size, there's no way we can keep it here. Oh, don't worry about that, brother. With a confident tone, Raiden walked toward the Sea King God, now standing beside the statue. Alone followed him. Hey, shrink. At Raiden's command. The Sea King God, which had been nervously darting its enormous eyes around, FSSSSSSCH, began to gradually shrink. And so, this is the Sea King God? Yes. Turns out it can keep its body small most of the time. That's why I brought it as a pet instead of having it stuffed. I've heard there are even bigger ones deep in the sea. Shiver, shiver, shiver. The Sea King God trembled, seemingly understanding Raiden's words. Or maybe it's just scared, asterisk. Deciding not to think too hard about it, Alone spoke. So, I just keep it like this? Yes. But if you don't like it, brother. Although Raiden's words were directed at Alone. Tremble, 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 tremble. The Sea King God shook even harder, staring at Alone with pleading eyes, as if its fate depended on his answer. Seriously, how did this happen? No, I like it. In the end, Alone nodded. I knew you would, brother. That makes me really happy too. Raiden grinned with satisfaction, and the Sea King God finally relaxed, its body going limp. Why do I feel like this isn't the end? Alone was starting to get genuinely worried about what others might bring next. Huh? You already have a snake, brother. I am not a snake. I am the great Basiliora, the revered one. Kind of feels like a snake to me. I am Basiliora. Your scales are pretty black though. Don't ignore me. Yeah, definitely black. I said don't ignore me. Vasiliora flailed in rage. Raiden, completely ignoring the outburst, seemed lost in serious thought. Brother. Yes. Could you give me one more month? Why? Raiden glanced at the Sea King god. I'll bring you a black one. There's a black one? Well, I'll have to find out. Is that really necessary? Alone thought, but soon realized. Maybe it's an obsession? He could already guess the reason. Raiden had a personality that demanded everything to be in perfect pairs. Glancing down, Alone noticed that the Sea King god had somehow ended up clinging tightly to his arm. There's really no need to go that far. Is that so? Raiden clicked his tongue, a bit disappointed. Alone could distinctly feel the slight trembling vibrations of the shrunken Sea King god against his arm. After the situation settled down, Raiden and Alone finally had a chance to catch up. Hello, Godfather. You're here. Yes, Rein had arrived. Since the encounter with the Apostle, her complexion had improved significantly, and Alone felt a quiet sense of relief. As if she had been waiting for this moment, Rein pulled out a small gift box from her coat. A present for you, Godfather. Thank you. Taking the box, Alone felt an odd mix of relief and warmth. After all the extravagant, unimaginable gifts he'd received since early morning, worry had started to outweigh any sense of anticipation. Fortunately, Rein's gift appeared completely normal at first glance. Most importantly, it wasn't huge. That alone made Alone feel satisfied. Yes, this is the kind of gift I wanted. Nothing grand, just something heartfelt from the kids. Like a father receiving presents from his children. Of course, that didn't mean he didn't appreciate the thought behind Raiden and Deus' gifts. It's just that, maybe next year, if they were to prepare gifts again, something simpler would be nice. Please open it, Godfather. All right. At Rein's urging, Alone carefully opened the box, making sure not to tear the luxurious wrapping paper. Soon, the gift was revealed. And Alone was utterly bewildered. Inside the box was a single, tiny button. What's this? Behind Rein, Raiden and Deus exchanged triumphant glances, mouthing, "We've won." However, Rein smiled sweetly and said, "If you press that, the Lord of Lartania's head will explode, Godfather." She said it like it was the most casual thing in the world. Raiden and Deus, who had been quietly celebrating their victory, froze. Their expressions shifted to pure confusion, as if they couldn't process what they had just heard. Naturally, Alone was just as bewildered. The office was nothing short of peaceful. Blackie was rolling around on the books before dozing off into a nap. Though it was midsummer, the magic stones inside the office cooled the air enough that it wasn't too hot. In other words, it was the perfect time and atmosphere for lying back in a chair and enjoying a post-lunch nap. It definitely should have been. So, what did you just say? I said that the head of the Lord of Lartania is going to explode, Godfather. If it weren't for Rein's words. Alone's pupils trembled slightly, though his expression remained blank. Deus and Raiden were the same, as if they had just witnessed madness far beyond their own. The two quietly took half a step back. Alone glanced at the three of them, then cautiously placed the button down. So, how in the world is this supposed to be a gift? He swallowed the words before saying them. Oh, I forgot to mention that part, Godfather. What is it? As soon as you press the button and move to safety, you can become the new lord right away. Rein flashed a refreshing smile. This is the gift I prepared for you. A small button that fits snugly in one hand. So, if I press this whenever I want, the Lord's head will explode, and they'll install me as the new Lord. Is that what she's saying? Cancel that. This is not a normal gift. I was actually just going to take care of it cleanly and then inform you afterward, but I thought some annoying pests might start buzzing around. So, I prepared it this way. Besides, this method allows you to act whenever you see fit, Godfather. I see. Yes. The words were full of consideration. No, in fact, they truly were considerate. It's just that they were a bit beyond the bounds of common sense. Rein chuckled softly as she gazed at the button. Alone, feeling a bit of unease, discreetly pulled the button back toward him. No way, right? Could it be that after encountering the Apostle last time, Rein had awakened in some way? A faint anxiety crept in. Alone covered the button with both hands and pondered seriously. Should he express his gratitude first? Or, even if it's uncomfortable, After what happened last time, I should check if anything has changed. It could be needless worry, but Alone thought it was best to at least confirm. His ultimate goal was to help those who were once destined to become the 5 great sins grow into ordinary people. No matter how much she called it a gift, planting an explosive in someone's head, even if it was just an assumption, was something that should never be done. And yet, since Ryan had gone to great effort to prepare this gift for him, would it be right to scold her in front of the others? He hesitated, especially if the aftermath of their encounter with the apostles still lingered. Ryan rarely showed her struggles, no matter how difficult things were. In the end, Alone closed his eyes gently. I'll accept it. Do you like it? I do. For now, he decided to let it slide. I'm glad. But in the future, you don't need to prepare such extravagant gifts. Just keep it to something appropriate and not too burdensome. He gave a word of advice instead. The same goes for you too, Deus Raiden. There's no need to go to such extremes just to give gifts. However, understood, brother. But I didn't really overdo it this time. I feel the same, Marquis. Hearing Raiden and Deus object, Alone felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his lips. They said they didn't overdo it? Despite the fact that they had built an absurdly massive statue and even captured a sea god? But, fine, whatever. Faced with 6 eyes insisting on their innocence, he swallowed down what he really wanted to say. As the afternoon sun blazed down on the land. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since we've met face to face like this. That's true. I saw Ryan, but it feels like it's been a while since I met you. That's right. While Raiden, Deus, and Ryan exchanged greetings, Alone stopped by his secondary office to conduct some magic research with Penia. We'll stop here for today. Yes, good work. So, what do you think? Well, to be honest, I think it's still a little lacking. They were currently researching something that Kilris had mentioned to Alone. To use the Shadow Dragon technique, precise control over mana was essential. By the way, it's fascinating how Blackie reacts to the formation of seals. Is that so? Yes. Essentially, the seals you use hand seals, that is, alter the structure of mana particles. And Blackie is changing along with them. That is quite interesting. Now that I think about it, maybe we could utilize it in a different way. How so? Penia enthusiastically laid out her idea. If your theory is correct, we might be able to use it like this as well. Alone crossed his arms and nodded. Unlike Kilris, Penia's interpretation of the seals and their connection to Blackie was intriguing. Then let's research that aspect a little further. Understood. Also, Penia pulled something out from her robe and handed it to Alone. What's this? Well, I heard it's your birthday today. It's a small gift I prepared. Thank you. The gift Penia handed over was a vial. What's the purpose of this potion? It's a stimulant. A stimulant? Yes. It's not something to use carelessly, but if you inhale the powder, it temporarily enhances your mana. Of course, it has side effects, but it's better than falling into mana addiction. Alone let out a low exclamation. That's quite a substantial gift. I'll make good use of it. I'm glad you like it. Penia put on a practiced social smile. Though, to be honest, I didn't originally intend for it to be a gift. She kept that truth hidden. The so-called gift, the stimulant, was actually something that had been created by accident during an experiment. Most mages wouldn't even consider using stimulants. Side effects aside, they rarely overused magic to the point of mana addiction in the first place. In other words, this stimulant, though effective, was essentially useless to her, neither sellable at full price nor something she needed. But with Alone's birthday approaching, and given how he was often drained of mana, it was the perfect opportunity to turn this useless item into a valuable gift. Honestly, I probably would have given it to him even if it weren't his birthday. Regardless, there was no harm in currying favor with Alone. Therefore, I put quite a bit of effort into making this. Did you? Yes, I used a lot of expensive ingredients, you know. As the saying goes, row while the tide is in your favor. Just as Penia was about to add more exaggerations that weren't quite exaggerations. This contains as many as 8 different ingredients, so, She suddenly gulped. Before Alone could ask what was wrong. There you are, my lord. A familiar voice rang out from behind. Yusha, you've arrived. Yes, my lord. I just got here a moment ago. It must have taken quite some time to get here. Thank you for coming. Don't mention it. It's your birthday, of course, I had to come. Yusha smiled, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. She then glanced at the potion in Alone's hands. That gift, it must be from Peenia Chryson? Her gaze soon turned to Peenia. No, I didn't give that. Panicked, Peenia was about to press her emergency escape button. That's right. Peenia gave it to me. She picked out something I really needed. Is that so? Yes. In that case, I must properly thank you, Miss Peenia. She missed her chance due to Alone's calm but direct compliment. Well, rather than standing around here, let's head to the office. The others are all gathered there. All right, my lord. Peenia, sorry, but I'll be heading there first. Why yes. Fortunately, Alone led Yusha away first. Phew. Peenia let out a silent sigh of relief. Thinking she had just barely escaped, she lifted her head. And then she saw it. Gasp. As Alone walked away. For a brief moment, when he wasn't looking, Yusha's face turned ice cold, her expression utterly devoid of warmth. And, creak, thud. As if haunted by a ghost, the door slowly creaked shut. Peenia, staring at it, felt a wave of regret crash down on her. Maybe I shouldn't have lied. Her face crumpled in despair. Should she start packing her bags and flee to the Blue Magic Tower right now? Her short-lived musings swirled through the air like a restless spirit. So, how have things been lately? Nothing major. Just a few minor incidents. I see. As they walked back to the office where the three others were gathered, Alone exchanged casual greetings. At the same time, he thought to himself, soon, incidents will start erupting in Rosario too. Most of them, of course, would be related to the strange occurrences. The truly significant events were still a little ways off. Still, feeling concerned, he spoke to Yusha. If anything comes up that you need help with, let me know. I'd rather not cause you unnecessary worry though. Don't think like that. Yusha fell silent for a moment. Then, soon after, I feel the same way. Her smile widened even more than usual. You too. Yes. If you ever need anything from me, don't hesitate to ask. Don't worry about burdening me. Seeing that smile, the corner of Alone's lips twitched slightly upward. As they continued their warm conversation, they arrived at the office before they knew it. The moment they opened the door and stepped inside, another massive box came into view. Oh, is this Yusha's gift? A box that hadn't been there earlier. However, Yusha tilted her head, looking completely clueless. Then who sent this gift? That arrived earlier, so I brought it inside. Evan, who had been chatting with the others, explained. They said it was sent by Sealring. I see. Just as Evan seemed to notice Yusha and was about to raise his hand in greeting. Ta-da! I made it just before Yusha arrived. The lid of the large gift box suddenly burst open. And from within, Sealring. Wrapped head to toe in red ribbon, Sealring. She immediately ran up to Alone and declared, I am the birthday present, Master. You can have me. She then presented the marriage registration form that Alone had previously refused to sign. And at that moment, Sealring saw her. Yusha, standing behind Alone. Why Yusha? Her voice trembled. It's been a while, Sealring. In contrast, Yusha responded with a composed tone. Up until the moment Sealring burst out of the box, Deus and Raiden had been watching in amusement. But now, they flinched. To others, Yusha's voice might have sounded normal. But they knew. That subtly lowered tone. It only emerged when Yusha was dealing with something or someone that greatly displeased her. In this situation, the best option was to avoid getting involved. They carefully averted their eyes. Meanwhile, Sealring, recalling the mistake she had made by teasing Yusha in a previous meeting, began sweating. Heh. Like a guilty thief, her eyes started around. Then, thud, thud. She swiftly crawled back inside the very box she had just torn open. Only her hands peeked out as she tried to close the lid over herself. But the shredded box lid wouldn't fit properly anymore. In the sudden, freezing tension that filled the room, Alone could do nothing but stand there in a daze. The suffocating atmosphere that Alone hadn't fully grasped came to an end. Sealring, who had been grumbling about my plan with dissatisfaction, hesitated before stepping back out of the box. Click. I'll give you this, Master. Even while glancing at Yusha for approval, Sealring handed a document to Alone. Is this a gift? That's right. Holding the document, Alone stared at it blankly. Should he say thank you for this, or what? He had no clue how to react. Well, it does feel kind of like that. A faded memory surfaced. A story he had once read in a community in his previous life. Is this how a father feels when he receives a letter from his young daughter saying she wants to marry him? Of course, what Seal Rang gave him wasn't a letter, but a marriage registration form. And it was completely filled out with their names. If Alone simply stamped it, they might actually become a couple. Well, in the end, it was the thought behind the gift that mattered, wasn't it? He soon nodded. I'll accept it with gratitude. You can use it anytime, really. Seal Rang, who had been perking up her ears energetically, shrank back when her eyes met Yusha's, quietly tucking her tail. Her childlike reaction made Alone chuckle softly. Raising his hand, he patted Seal Rang's head a few times. Tap. A faint sensation suddenly brushed against his side. When he turned his head, Yusha's hand was awkwardly frozen midair. What's wrong, Yusha? No, it's nothing. Although she was smiling, her voice carried a slight pout. After glancing briefly at Seal Rang's head, Yusha quickly withdrew her hand and let out a small sigh. Now that I think about it, I'd also like to give you a little gift. I'll gladly accept whatever it is. I'd love to give it to you right now, but... She looked around. It's a bit difficult here, so you'll have to come with me for a bit. Where exactly do I need to go? Yes. Would you be free tomorrow? Will it take a long time? It might. His schedule was tight. After his birthday, he had planned to leave for Grainifra immediately. It'd be a bit inconvenient if it takes too long. As Alone hesitated, Yusha added, it should only take about a day. In that case, delaying by a day wouldn't be a major problem. With that, their plans were set. Yusha glanced around at the people gathered in the room. Now that the sun is setting, how about we have dinner? Sounds good. Dinner at the Marquis residence was livelier than usual. Naturally so. There were 5 more people than usual. Isn't this fun? Meow. One more time. Meow. Seal Rang, who had been eating, suddenly started playing with Blackie. Not sure if Seal Rang is playing with Blackie or if Blackie is playing with Seal Rang. Blackie had even progressed from just squeaking to letting out unfamiliar shrieks. It seemed like the little guy was putting in effort just to keep up socially. Next to Blackie, who was desperately mustering his non-existent energy. It's so insignificant that it's kind of cute. Exactly. It's cute because it's insignificant. You cursed bastards. I've told you multiple times I am a god. A god, I tell you. But something feels a little off. Its face looks kind of lopsided. If we just even it out a little, it might look better. You bastard. I don't mind it the way it is, though. Really? I personally prefer perfect symmetry. If I manifest in this world, I'll devour you all first. Don't underestimate the divine punishment. I will do it. I mean it. I really will. Anyway, so that thing in Rox has happened, and now it's a huge headache. I see. Stop ignoring me. Raiden and Deus were toying with Basiliora. Or rather, they weren't so much playing together as. This is delicious. I agree. Stop ignoring me. They were teasing him. Meanwhile, looking to the other side. Well, the Marquis is usually holed up in his study or researching magic all day, right? That's true. Evan, Ryan, and Yusha were having a casual conversation. Other than that, he sometimes goes out for walks or checks out auction houses. But why do you ask? I was just curious. Me too. Alone realized that the topic of conversation was himself. For a moment, he considered joining in. But in the end, he just shoved the remaining meat into his mouth. Tasty. Juices burst in his mouth. The rich flavor made the corners of his lips lift slightly. No, it wasn't because of the taste. Blackie, you like this, right? Meow. Let's just even out your face a little, like this. Not bad. I am a god. A god, I tell you. Well, the Marquis is usually alone. That's a relief, hee. That's right. More than just a long time, it was practically the first time the dining hall was this noisy. The warmth that filled the air. It wasn't bad at all. No, it's quite nice. Alone unconsciously touched the corners of his lips, which had curled up in a smile, as he observed the lively dining hall for a while. After the noisy birthday dinner, a new morning began. Alone saw off those who were leaving. Benefactor, we'll be going now. I'll be heading out too. Me too. Brother, I'll be going back now. Each of them bid their farewells in their own way. Alone nodded once. All right, travel safely. And thank you for the gifts. I'll make good use of them. Though honestly, using them properly might cause serious trouble. Whether they were aware of his thoughts or not, the four of them left the Marquis estate with satisfied smiles. Shall we head out now, my lord? Let's do that. Alone and Yusha also prepared to depart, to receive the gift Yusha had prepared. By the way, where are we going? Thinking back, he hadn't even asked about their destination. If I tell you now, it won't be as fun. I'll let you know once we arrive. But from what I heard yesterday, it seemed like it was quite far. It's already past noon. It's fine. Really? Will we make it back in a day? Yusha let out a vague hum and smiled knowingly. I'll explain that a bit later too. A bit later? Yes, once we arrive. Yusha's gift remained completely shrouded in mystery. Alone's curiosity grew, but he simply boarded the carriage. Soon, the carriage carrying the two of them left the Marquis estate and began crossing the unpaved road through the forest. How long had they been traveling the rough path? The sun, once high in the sky, slowly descended, resting on the mountain ridge. As dusk painted one side of the sky, darkness crept in from the other. The sun is beginning to set. We'll be there soon. Yusha glanced out the window. We've arrived. She called for the coachman to stop the carriage. Let's go, my lord. Is something inside? Yusha led Alone into the forest. By now, a faint darkness had settled over the woods. Yusha moved forward without hesitation. Alone followed behind her. Before long. Oh. Alone let out a small exclamation without meaning to. A breathtaking sight. The last sliver of the sun peeked from the edge of the mountain, its light barely clinging to the horizon. The fading sunset, bidding farewell to the world, was slowly being overtaken by the deep blue of the encroaching night sky. And beneath it, at the edge of a cliff, thousands of evening primroses were blooming in harmony with the arrival of night. What do you think, my lord? It's not just beautiful, it's magnificent. Hearing Alone's sincere admiration, Yusha smiled, pure and radiant like the evening primroses. She slowly walked among the flowers, completely blending into the sea of blooming evening primroses. As Alone watched her, that familiar sense of unease surfaced once again. Something was off. A strange, lingering sensation. A nagging feeling of déjà vu. Since arriving in this world, he had never seen a landscape like this before. And yet, it feels as if I've seen it somewhere before. At that moment, my lord, do you know something? Yusha, standing among the evening primroses, clasped her hands behind her back and posed the question. Alone, who had been lost in thought, snapped out of his daze and responded. What is it? Cliffs covered in evening primroses aren't just here. There's one over on that mountain as well. And another if you travel a few more days. Do you like this kind of scenery? You must have visited quite a few places like this. Yusha slowly shook her head at his words. Her silver hair shimmered under the moonlight. Honestly, I didn't know about them before, nor did I like them. But now, I really do. I see. Did someone show them to you? A soft, fleeting smile appeared on Yusha's lips. Her gaze fixed entirely on Alone. Yes, that's right. But, my lord, do you know why I insisted on bringing you here? To be honest, I have no idea. Unable to grasp the cause of his inexplicable déjà vu, Alone simply shook his head. Meanwhile, Yusha had already approached him. That's because... She parted her lips slightly. I just wanted to be with you, my lord. You wanted to be with me? Yes. The longer the journey, the more time we get to spend together. So, I told a little lie. Then the part about a gift that could only be given here. Her eyes curved gently like the blooming evening primroses. That was a lie too. I see. Aren't you going to scold me? Is there any reason to? But I lied. This much doesn't really matter between us. Pause. A brief moment of silence. Is that so? Yes. That's a relief. I was worried you'd be upset. You don't look worried at all. Did you see through me? But I couldn't help it. Yusha chuckled playfully. Then, she took out a small box from her pocket. It wasn't large. Small enough to be carried around with ease. I wanted to give you something more memorable than what the others did. She extended both hands forward, the moonlight making her fingers appear almost translucent. Alone, gazing at her hands, I'll accept it. Carefully took the box. When you go back, wait a little before opening it. About a month would be best. Why? So you can think about it a little more. But she never mentioned what exactly he should be thinking about. Alone simply stared at her. With the vast night sky behind her, standing amidst the soft glow of blooming evening primroses, she shone with an ethereal beauty that left him momentarily dazed. And so, all right. Alone could only give that response. Day. After witnessing the spectacular view of the evening primrose with Yusha. I'll be going now, my lord. All right, take care. Yes. See you next time. Even Yusha had left the Marquis estate. Unlike yesterday, the office was now distinctly silent. It almost feels like a holiday. Memories from his past life resurfaced. His uncle and father, who always argued whenever they met due to differing political views. The youngest sibling who would take over the eldest's computer and turn it into a virus-ridden mess. Still, it was quite a harmonious family. Even though every gathering was a chaotic mess, once everyone left, a sense of longing always remained. It does feel rather empty, Marquis. Evan's voice carried a hint of regret as well. There's a bit of that feeling indeed. Right? Yeah. Well, everyone has their own responsibilities, after all. Alone nodded in agreement and glanced around the office. It did feel a little empty. Next time, if everyone is available, maybe we should make this kind of gathering a regular thing. Evan's eyes widened slightly before returning to their usual size. Then let's discuss that when we meet again next time. Alone gave a light nod. All right, for now, let's start preparing. By preparing, do you mean the elf village you mentioned last time? Yeah. Evan hesitated, letting out a hum. We'll make preparations, but is this really okay? No offense, but that place seems pretty dangerous. The places Alone had visited so far weren't particularly safe either. But he wasn't too concerned. He already had some information. However, the elven land, Grainifra. Unfortunately, there was almost no available information about it. To the extent that he had no useful knowledge from playing psychedelia and only a small amount from his time in this world. Even the little information he had might not be completely accurate. It might indeed be somewhat dangerous. The presence or absence of information significantly affects the level of danger. Even if one ventures into an extremely perilous place, as long as they have knowledge of the area, they can avoid risks. Conversely, even a relatively safe place could become dangerous if one is unaware of its hazards. But, even considering all that, it's still worth visiting. Whether he wanted to or not. Alone realized that he was deeply entangled in Grainifra's many secrets. Well, for now, let's just prepare. You're not going to investigate further before going? I've already gathered all the information I can at this point. That's true. Alone had attempted to collect information about Grainifra. The problem was, despite spending a hefty sum on research, he had found nothing useful. Sitting around and searching further would yield no results. For now, before crossing into non-human territory, we'll gather more information in the nearby lands or villages. There should be a domain called Nail. Then we'll investigate there. With that decision, some time passed. Marquis, is everything ready? No, actually. Do you remember the Greenwood Trading Company? Them. Yes. It looks like they've just arrived. Wouldn't it be better to speak with them briefly before departing? Evan brought unexpected news. After a brief moment of thought, Alone nodded. Sure, let's do that. We have time, and this is our first transaction. Understood. I'll bring them in. Evan immediately turned and disappeared. Shortly after, a man entered the office, guided by Evan. Greetings, Marquis Palacio. You are. My name is Recon. I was behind the company's leader last time. I remember that. It's an honor. Recon bowed deeply. He was alone. But where is your company leader? Alone's question was reasonable. Unless it was a minor business, the head of the company would usually meet with nobles in person. My apologies. The company leader was attacked by monsters and is currently receiving treatment, so he was unable to come. I see. Don't worry about it. Thank you for your understanding. Recon bowed once more. Then, they began discussing business. The terms remain the same as last time? Yes, there are no changes. The conditions were extremely favorable to Alone. It made him wonder if a trading company should really be this generous. But Alone didn't press the issue. After all, there was no downside for him in this deal. All right, let's proceed with that. Understood. The negotiation flowed smoothly, and once the contract was finalized, Alone suddenly became curious. Come to think of it, where does the Greenwood Trading Company usually operate? The southern region. Which areas do you frequent? We generally travel all over the southern region. This time is an exception, as we've come north to expand our trade routes. At that, Alone asked with a hint of curiosity. Then, just out of curiosity, do you know anything about Grainifra? Grainy, F. Until just a moment ago, Recon had been smiling. But now, his face was filled with surprise. Yes, but if it's a sensitive topic, you don't have to answer. I was just asking out of curiosity. Upon hearing that, Recon quickly composed himself. No, it's just. I was a bit caught off guard. You see, people don't usually take an interest in Grainifra. That's true. But why did you suddenly ask about Grainifra? Alone answered calmly. I have business there. Business, you say? Yes. Then, are you saying you are going to Grainifra? That's right. So, I was curious. Things to be cautious of or the route to get there. Hearing Alone's words, Recon briefly wore a blank expression before cautiously speaking. I do know a little about it. Then, I'd appreciate it if you could share some insights. And an hour later, after Recon had left, Marquis, shall we depart now? Yes, I think we're ready. Oh, and I looked into it. Apparently, there's someone in Nail who has been gathering medicinal herbs in the forests of Grainifra for a long time. If we ask them, we might be able to get more information. Evan brought some good news, but Alone shook his head. No, I don't think that will be necessary. Huh? Why not? I've already received some pretty useful information. If you heard something useful, from that merchant? Yes, he knew quite a bit. Really? Evan looked puzzled. Alone was equally surprised. He had casually asked, assuming that since Recon mostly traveled in the south, he wouldn't know much. But the amount of information he received was beyond his expectations. And it seemed highly credible. He even explained in detail how to enter Grainifra. Alone couldn't be 100% certain it was all true. But there was no reason for Recon to fabricate information. Moreover, his descriptions were vivid and precise. Could he be an elf? That thought briefly crossed Alone's mind. But he quickly dismissed it. There was no reason for an elf to go to such lengths to hide their identity and engage in trade with him. Anyway, let's set off. Understood. As Alone and Evan departed for Grainifra, the man who had just been at the Marquis estate, Recon, or rather, Pyrian, couldn't hide his bewilderment. The reason was, of course, the Marquis Palatial. The primordial elf is coming to Grainifra? Why? No, wait, did he discover my identity? That shouldn't be possible. His thoughts spiraled into confusion. Pyrian struggled to calm himself, listing out the things that didn't make sense. Filda had clearly said that the primordial elf was holding onto something and wouldn't come to Grainifra. No, before that, why did he ask me for directions to Grainifra? He should definitely already know. Was he pretending to avoid getting involved? Wait, does that mean he figured out who I am? That's impossible. Last time, I was only caught because I disguised myself using magic. But this time, I used an elven heirloom for my disguise. Even the queen and I weren't detected before. Or is he just pretending not to know? Unfortunately, every time he reached a conclusion, another question arose. His thoughts tangled endlessly. Unable to sort out his confusion, Pyrian arrived at one clear conclusion. He had to report this to the queen before the primordial elf entered Grainifra. With that thought, Pyrian bolted away. Arbiter Alexian. Or rather, the owner of the grand auction house under the Marquis Palatial, Alexian. Lately, life had been very enjoyable for him. Because he was taking bribes from nobles? Of course not. Whenever he received bribes, that damn Raiden or his blonde-haired subordinate would appear out of nowhere and confiscate everything. Alexian had given up on that avenue a long time ago. Yet, he was still living happily. The reason? Money kept flowing in, even without bribes. Yes, money. Alexian's happiness was purely tied to wealth. He had been happy making money while working in the slums of Roxas. Even when he had no reason to spend money, earning more made him happy. Simply put, as long as he had money, he was happy. For him, money equals happiness. And for such a man. The auction house under the Marquis Palatial was making him so much money that his grin nearly reached the ceiling. Of course, a portion of the earnings was reinvested into the auction house and sent to the marquis. But that didn't bother him. Even after sending out those amounts, the money left over was far greater than what he had earned hustling in the slums. There was no way he wouldn't be smiling. Until, oh, long time no see. Raiden, sir. His smile vanished. At the sudden appearance of this demon, Alexian barely swallowed a hiccup. But, I thought you left yesterday. Oh, I did. But I realized I forgot to take care of something my boss asked me to do, so I came back. Haha. I see. So, still living off bribes? Less than a second. Alexian shook his head at least 5 times before shouting in panic. Absolutely not. I swear I haven't taken a single bribe since that time. Really? I swear on the heavens. Alexian put on the most sincere expression he could muster. Oh. Raiden smirked, as if slightly impressed, and patted Alexian on the shoulder. All right. Then I guess you can be trusted. Of course. Good. Then you can temporarily manage my boss's territory. Excuse me. A special assignment. You didn't hear me? And no, I did. He had heard it loud and clear. Too well, in fact. Because those words from Raiden's mouth essentially marked the end of Alexian's carefree, happy life. You mean, acting as the Lord? Yep. Nothing major, just handling some paperwork. Summarize the important stuff. A major crisis. Alexian's mind raced. Acting Lord? Just hearing the word sounded so good. In reality, it was indeed a pretty desirable position. First of all, if he became the acting Lord, he could reign like a king while the real Lord was away, skimming off some sweet under-the-table money. But that was only possible if the land was weak and powerless. But if the territory in question belonged to the Marquis Palacio, he was screwed. There was not a single privilege he could enjoy as acting Lord. If he took bribes, Raiden would kill him. If he abused his power, Raiden would come for him. If he pulled any tricks, Raiden would show up again. Everything. Raiden. Even if Raiden didn't come, that blonde-haired girl would. No. Just thinking about it was horrifying. In other words, acting as the Lord of the Marquis Palacio's estate was basically a job with all the responsibility and none of the pleasure. Worse, unlike now, he'd have to endure a brutal workload. And that wasn't all. One wrong move, and his head could literally roll. That's why. So, what I'm saying is, maybe I'm not the best fit for this kind of. You can do it, right? I mean, acting Lord isn't something you just casually. You can do it, right? Raiden, sir? As you know, I'm just a no-good scumbag who crawled out of the slums, living however I wanted. You can do it, right? Hiccup. This time, he couldn't hold back the hiccup. Because the way Raiden was smiling at him clearly said, you know how much I hate repeating myself, right? Raiden's fingers twitched, as if ready to slice off his head at any moment. And so, I'll give it a try. Great. That's the spirit. In the end, Alexian nodded. You absolute bastard. A silent, tearful curse filled his heart. Hey. Yes. You just cursed, didn't you? And no? I didn't say anything. Really? Felt like you did. All right then. And with that, his last hope faded before it could even take form. It was late summer. The small Duchy of Varnos, located in the southern part of the continent, consists of 5 territories. Although its land area is larger than that of the Duchy of Luxable, most of it is mountainous. As a result, no industry has developed, and the region barely survives on various coal mines. The 7th king of Varnos, Varnos Kainor, stared blankly ahead. What lay before his eyes was a scene of massacre. Soldiers and knights alike had been torn limb from limb and were strewn about in disarray. Beyond the shattered inner walls, the capital's town was engulfed in flames. The corpse of an elderly man, burning. The body of a child, fallen and bleeding. The remains of a young man, half of his upper torso torn away as he resisted. The corpses were shredded as if they had been slaughtered by monsters rather than humans. Yet, Kainor knew the truth. The perpetrator of this massacre was not a monster. If only you had listened. It was an entity possessing intelligence. Kainor's trembling head turned to the side. Before he knew it, a man had approached right in front of him. A man with light gray hair and gray eyes, exuding an endlessly cheerful aura. Kainor involuntarily swallowed. It wasn't the man's outward appearance that unsettled him. It was his eyes. eyes devoid of anything. Entirely dark gray without even pupils. They seemed to proclaim that the being before him was not human. And in truth, the one standing before him was not human. Though he took the form of a human. This thing was not one. Listen to what you're told? That's right. If you had obediently left, this wouldn't have happened to you. You said you'd kill them all. Kainor gritted his teeth and spat his words. He knew. The man standing before him was someone who could crush his life effortlessly. And yet, Kainor did not bow his pride. Even if it was just a small duchy, he was still a king. No, strictly speaking, it wasn't pride. It was merely the desperate struggle of a man who had lost everything. Because he had nothing left to lose. Because he had already plummeted off the cliff, he could afford to struggle. His eyes burned with a fierce determination beyond fear. But even in the face of that gaze, the man only chuckled playfully. Still, I told you I'd let you live, didn't I? Are you seriously saying that right now? Isn't it obvious? One's own life is more important than another's. No, perhaps it's different in your case. A smirk. Without your title as king, you're nothing. A blatant insult. Kainor's eyes widened in fury as he tried to retort. Crunch. Unfortunately, he never got the chance. The moment he parted his lips, a grotesque creature emerging from the man's chest had already devoured him. Crunch, crunch. Snap. A sickening sound. The monster swiftly consumed the upper half of Kainor's body. The man, watching the scene with utter tranquility, perched himself on the rubble of the ruined kingdom and gazed forward. Then, what a magnificent view! With a twisted smile. Now, shall we begin? He raised his index finger. At the tip of his finger, a black droplet slowly began to form. Like blood welling up, the droplet grew larger until, drip, it fell to the ground. Whoosh! At that moment, a black aura began to spread in all directions. Instantly, the once blazing and corpse-filled capital darkened, as if the very light had been stolen. And suddenly, things that had not been visible before came into view. Monstrous creatures, their bodies pitch black as the abyss, devouring the corpses, feasting in grotesque revelry. Some danced as if reveling in joy. Some focused solely on consuming the bodies. Some fought over corpses that others were eating. A grotesque feast was unfolding. And then, one of the four great powers of psychedelia, the Lord of Ghouls himself. Now then, how shall I move next? He muttered, twisting his lips into a smirk. Alone left the Lartania Marquis 3 weeks ago. It'll take about a week to reach Nail, right? Yes, that's about right. And after that, it'll be another 3 days of travel to enter Granifra, according to the information the Marquis provided. I see. As Alone gave a brief nod. Meow dash. No. Meow. He gently stopped Blackie, who had been sitting on his thigh and was now trying to burrow into his coat. Blackie, ears drooping as if deeply disappointed, eventually flattened them altogether, seemingly making itself disappear. Alone stroked the head of the now strangely misshapen creature and pulled out an object from inside his coat. You know, Blackie really seems to like that. Looks like it. The reason Blackie was trying to dig into Alone's coat. It was because of something Alone had obtained a week ago while passing through a labyrinth in the south. The Jewel of Forgetting. It emitted a crimson glow, much like Yusha's eyes. Though it appeared to have no practical value to Alone, it was of utmost importance. It had the power to reset the salvation of the Wanderer, the artifact that could summon Vasiliora. Of course, even if he gave a proper offering to that one who had yet to make an appearance, he could still use the salvation of the Wanderer. But the Jewel of Forgetting, while single-use, allowed him to activate the salvation of the Wanderer without any additional cost. Because of that, Alone had deliberately gone out of his way to visit the labyrinth, just in case. By the way, Marquis, last time you mentioned that with that thing, you could, what was it again? Oh right, you could use an artifact to bring Vasiliora back, right? That's correct. But how does that jewel work? Evan asked, curiosity suddenly piqued. Alone explained it briefly. It's probably based on accelerating time for the object it's used on. Time acceleration? Yes. Alone nodded, sifting through his memories. It was definitely time acceleration. 10 years, plus 3 months, I think. He even remembered the precise numbers. If I recall correctly, collecting 100 of them would reset the restriction. The first ring alone had obtained to set up the restriction. had an absurd cooldown time of 1,000 years before it could be reused. It was such a ridiculous setting that he had once wondered why it even existed. But naturally, in Psychedelia, no matter how much the game dragged on, in-game time never exceeded 10 years. So, a 1,000-year cooldown was essentially meaningless. However, once word spread in the community that collecting the Jewels of Forgetting could reset the restriction, people finally understood why such a bizarre mechanic had existed and started searching for the jewels. But soon, their enthusiasm quickly died down. The disadvantage of having to scour the entire continent for them far outweighed the benefit of resetting restrictions. Moreover, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. Because of that, the jewels became more of a gimmick, used by streamers or YouTubers as clickbait content rather than a practical game strategy. Even Alone had barely farmed them. It was only now, thanks to Vasiliora, that he had a real reason to use them. Normally, he wouldn't have even used the Jewel of Forgetting more than 5 times throughout his entire playthrough of Psychedelia. If you gave that to Blackie, wouldn't it, grow massively? Evan's voice interrupted his thoughts. Well, I don't even know if it works on living creatures, but if it does, I guess that could happen. Meow dash. At Alone's affirmation, Blackie let out a determined cry, its expression practically shouting, I can do it. No way. You think I'd let my chance at returning be wasted as a mere snack? Absurd. At the sudden, shrieking outburst of Basiliora, who had seemingly materialized out of nowhere. Wait. Stop. Stop, I said. Blackie immediately launched itself at him, relentlessly swiping with its paws in a flurry of cat punches. Yes, that's it. Evan cheered with delight as Blackie disciplined Basiliora. He seemed to find great joy in Basiliora's suffering, even lifting both hands into the air in celebration. Watching their chaotic antics unfold, Alone silently tucked the Jewel of Forgetting back into his coat. At the very least, I should collect a few more, before that one appears on the continent. By the time a little more than a week had passed, Alone had made his final preparations in Nail a few days prior, and then traveled 3 more days by carriage. From here on, we'll have to go on foot. That does seem to be the case. They had arrived in a densely forested area. Is this the Elven territory now? Yes, it seems so. Just look, the color of the grass is completely different. This is quite strange. The difference in the color of the grass between where Alone stood and the land inside Grainifra was striking. This side is dark, but that side is bright. Even though they were in a forest where shadows naturally formed, the plants inside Grainifra shone with a vibrant blue-green hue, radiating vitality. Observing this unusual sight, Alone wore a curious expression. Well then, let's head inside. Yes. As he and Evan began walking forward, Alone recalled Recon's words. So far, the information he provided seems accurate. It doesn't look like he was lying. That means from here on, we need to be careful not to get caught by the elves. He carefully replayed Recon's warning in his mind. The elves are extremely hostile toward humans. If encountered, make it clear that you have no intention to fight and leave Grainifra immediately. Recon had repeatedly emphasized how much elves despised humans. Keeping this in mind, Alone moved into the forest with a slightly tense expression. 2 hours later. It looks like we're almost out. The seemingly endless forest finally revealed its exit. Upon confirming this, Alone and Evan walked forward without hesitation. And then, the moment they stepped out of the forest, Evan let out a startled exclamation. Alone also instinctively widened his eyes. What filled their vision was an army of elves, easily numbering over 100, standing before them. As if they had been expecting them. This is bad. A shiver ran down Alone's spine as countless thoughts flooded his mind. Wasn't this supposed to be a hidden path? Had Recon betrayed him? Was this just a coincidence? Or had they simply taken a wrong turn? But before his thoughts could spiral further, Alone forced himself to push them aside. The priority now was to show they weren't hostile. So, wait. We didn't come to Grainifra to fight. As Alone raised his hands in surrender. Grab. An elf, who had been far away just moments ago, suddenly appeared at his side and grabbed his hand. And then, welcome. We've been expecting you. The elf lowered his head respectfully, his face filled with subtle joy, as if greeting a long-awaited guest. For a moment, Alone could do nothing but gape in confusion. currently known as Duke Merkiliane, Filian's younger brother, Jylan. He was originally supposed to be in the ducal house. The reason, of course, was to manage the territory. Although several years had passed since the diplomatic incident involving Duke Comelin, and all damages from that time had been fully restored, the issue of succession, which had been carried out in haste, still remained. The sudden death of the Duke. Because of this, the proper succession process could not be followed. Jylan was unable to obtain full authority. There were still some vassals who had not yet come under his influence. Moreover, the fact that Jylan was the second son was also a point of exploitation. No matter how much the eldest son, Filian, acknowledged him, the weakened ducal house provided a valid political justification for intervention. In any case, due to these circumstances, Jylan was living a rather busy life. Originally, he should have been wrestling with paperwork at the ducal house today as well. Yes, originally, that is. Marquis Palacio has left for a while? I heard he will be away for more than a month. Currently, Duke Merkiliane was at the Marquisate of Palacio, because an order had been given by King Stalion V. An order that simply stated, confirm the identity of Marquis Palacio. Anyone would respond with, what on earth does that mean? It was an order that felt somewhat absurd. There was no further explanation. Since it was a royal command, he had no choice but to obey, but from Jylan's perspective, it was utterly baffling. Moreover, hadn't Jylan been receiving continuous support from King Stalion V since the time of Duke Comelin? That made it even harder to refuse, so he ended up coming to the Marquisate. And not alone. He was accompanied by the Knight in Black, whom Stalion V had been keeping by his side for some time. Just what in the world is this all about? Jylan, or rather, Duke Merkiliane, sighed as he waited for the knight's answer. To his astonishment, Stalion V had also commanded him to treat this knight with respect. Who exactly is this knight? From start to finish, nothing made sense. The knight in black hesitated for a moment before speaking. Well, let's wait a little longer. The Duke questioned him. You intend to wait? Yes, since we're here, we might as well confirm things. The knight's voice carried a certain amusement. Jylan sighed, as if he had no other choice. In truth, from the moment he received Stalion V's order, he had lost any right to make his own decisions. Very well, let's do that. By this point, his curiosity could no longer be contained. But may I ask something? If it's something I can answer. The order was to confirm the identity of Marquis Palacio. So, is it possible that the Marquis is not actually human? For example, could he be a different species hiding his identity, or if not that, a monster? The knight burst into loud laughter as if he had heard something incredibly amusing. Duke Merkiliane frowned slightly. Is something funny? My apologies. I just found it quite amusing to hear that all of a sudden. From inside his helmet, he continued to chuckle. But of course, if the Marquis were a different species or a monster, I wouldn't have to be here. Then, what exactly is the Marquis? The laughter stopped abruptly. And then, a god. What did you just say? The single word rang vividly in the air. A god. I am here to confirm whether Marquis Palacio is a god. At those words, Duke Merkiliane's mouth fell open. Marquis Palacio is. It was as if he had just heard something completely unbelievable. Did you just say he's a god? Of course, it's not confirmed yet. I haven't personally verified it. But, well, almost. The Duke's mouth fell even further open. Even without Recon's warning, Alone had already known to some extent that elves were inherently extremely hostile towards humans. During the Psychedelia playthrough, when meeting Pyrian, some of the elves' background information was briefly revealed. Although the exact reason for their hatred of humans was unclear. What mattered was that elves despised humans far more than expected. And yet, you've been waiting for me? Alone found this situation undeniably bewildering. Yes, I have been waiting. A young elf with a gentle smile. No, more than gentle, he was outright courteous. An elf being this kind to a human? Something was seriously wrong here. Had they mistaken him for someone else? Even if that were the case, Alone was human. There was no way they could have mistaken him for another elf. As various thoughts raced through his mind, he struggled to find a convincing explanation. At that moment, please come inside first. They are waiting for you. Wait, hold on. Alone shook his hand to stop the elf who was persistently trying to guide him inside. The elf looked puzzled. However, from Alone's perspective, it was unsettling to follow this elf without any questions. What if, after entering the Elven Kingdom, their misunderstanding was cleared up? At that point, the situation would become even more difficult. I guess I have no choice. Although he was concerned about their hostility, he had to resolve the misunderstanding from the beginning. Sometimes, the most direct path is the shortest one. What is the name of the person you have been waiting for? There are at least 100 of them. Just in case, Alone formed a seal with his hand inside his pocket. His mana subtly spread into the surrounding space, disrupting its molecular structure just enough to remain undetected. Noticing Alone's intent, Evan also subtly raised his hands, ready to draw his sword at any moment. And then, of course, as soon as the elf spoke, Marquis Palacio. What? Alone unknowingly released the seal. Evan did the same, even lowering his hands in disbelief. He looked at Alone with an expression that screamed, "Why is the Marquis name coming up here? You were waiting for me?" "Yes. We have been waiting for you, Marquis." "Me? Why? For what reason? Did they really just say my name?" Countless questions rushed through his mind. But before he could even organize his thoughts, the elf suddenly grabbed his hand again. "Let's go inside first. They are waiting for you." With those enigmatic words, the elf led him inside. After boarding a carriage escorted by elves, "Marquis," Alone whispered softly. For once, his face showed genuine surprise. "Speak. I've never really been surprised by you going places, searching for things, or handling enemies. But this time, no matter how many times I think about it, I can't help but be shocked. I'm just as shocked." Evan looked at Alone with an utterly skeptical expression. Alone felt wronged. If nothing else, this was something even he had absolutely no clue about. I never even played the DLC in the first place. Before he could dwell on his frustration, "We have arrived." As the carriage door opened, Alone hesitantly stepped out, carefully observing his surroundings. "Oh," he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. A colossal tree filled his entire field of vision. Not just any large tree, it was so massive that it could easily cover an entire domain. As Alone stood there, dumbfounded, a voice whispered in his ear, "Welcome back." The words sounded strange, but Alone didn't respond. Instead, he realized something even more clearly. Whatever was happening, they had made a massive misunderstanding. It wasn't just that they mistook him for someone else. They knew he was Marquis Palacio and were addressing him accordingly. What exactly did they misunderstand? And how did they come to this conclusion? He had never done anything that could even remotely lead to such a misconception. "When did you visit the elf village? Does it seem like I've been here before?" "Well, no, not exactly." Even as he followed the elves into the grand palace beneath the world tree. "Wow, that's the primordial elf." Indeed. He kept hearing murmurs about him. The primordial elf? It was then that Alone, who had been utterly unable to understand the situation, finally found one small puzzle piece related to the misunderstanding. It wasn't enough to fully deduce what had happened, but it gave him a faint clue about the kind of misunderstanding that had triggered this. As he stood there, lost in thought. No way. He looked down at his hand, remembering the staff that once belonged to the primordial elf. Before his thoughts could develop further, "The queen is waiting for you." He was guided to the most magnificent place. There. It's been a long time. An elf was waiting for him. Unlike any other elf he had seen before, she radiated a light of an entirely different level. A breathtaking beauty, so overwhelming that she could only be described as the essence of elegance. The Elf Queen. Before Alone could even comprehend the misunderstanding the elves had, he was swiftly brought before the queen. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. "Before we begin this conversation, I must say one thing." "What is it?" The queen responded with a gentle smile. In truth, there was no real need for Alone to say this. Rather, there was no point in saying anything at all, because he still had no idea exactly why or how the elves had come to this misunderstanding. But if he continued the conversation like this, he had no idea when or how the worst-case scenario might unfold. "I regret to inform you, but I believe you are mistaken about something." "In what way?" He decided to tell the truth. "You seem to have mistaken me for the primordial elf, but I am no such being." However, "I see." The response he received was far too calm. Alone looked puzzled and asked again. Did you properly understand what I just said? Yes. You said you are not the primordial elf, correct? That's right. And yet. Understood. We'll consider it as that kind of feeling. That kind of feeling? Yes, that kind of feeling. As he faced their unwaveringly composed reactions, Alone clearly realized that something about this conversation was completely off. Alone remained silent. As he stayed silent, Queen Magrina also remained silent. However, unlike Alone, an unconcealed smile played on her lips. What does she mean by that feeling? He couldn't understand the Queen's words and expression at all. It could just mean she wanted to smooth things over. But to Alone, the Queen's intent sounded like this. So you want me to play along? I'll just pretend I don't know anything. What do you mean by that feeling? Just what I said, that kind of feeling. So, Alone mouthed his words several times. He had no idea where to start correcting this. What on earth was he supposed to do about this? Look, I'll say it again, I am not primordial elf. You are not. Queen Magrina nodded. Her face showed no doubt or hesitation. Seeing that, Alone found himself even more at a loss for words. She totally doesn't believe me, does she? That can't be. I do believe you. It's funny for me to say this myself, but if I'm not primordial elf, shouldn't you be treating me as an enemy right now? If you want, I can do that. No, I mean, even if not outright hostility, shouldn't you have no reason to treat me this warmly? How did it come to this, where he was desperately trying to clarify that he was not primordial elf? It was beyond bewildering, yet the Queen simply gazed at him calmly. Well, let's just say I wanted to see the face of Marquis Palacio at least once. I heard you're quite famous, Marquis. Isn't that right? Well, that's true. Then let's just go with that. Only then did Alone realize. No matter how many times he explained, their misunderstanding wouldn't be resolved. No, it wasn't even a matter of misunderstanding, they had no intention of correcting it. What on earth is this? Alone knew very little about Granifra. He had never even come into contact with them. And yet, what could have caused the elves to fall into such a huge misconception? They wouldn't be blindly worshipping me just because I put on a single glove, right? After a brief moment of contemplation, Alone decided to make use of their goodwill for now. May I ask you something? Anything at all. The Queen beamed as if pleased. Seeing her expression, Alone organized his thoughts. What Cyan told me was basically just to go to Granifra, so I don't have many questions there. That leaves only questions about the primordial elf who used magic similar to mine and the root. He debated which of the two to ask first. Do you happen to know anything about the root? He chose to ask about the root, though he wanted to ask about the primordial elf first. Given the situation, it seemed too delicate to bring up right away. The Queen immediately nodded. Yes, though it may be difficult to explain. Why? The root must be seen in person. It must be seen in person? Yes. No one can describe it as anything beyond just the root. It must be seen firsthand, huh? Can I go see this root? If you wish, I will open the way for you. Much appreciated. However, the Queen, who had readily agreed, cast a glance behind Alone. It is extremely dangerous, so it would be best not to bring the knight with you. She referred to Evan, Alone's companion. For him, just going there could mean death. Evan flinched. Even Alone started to feel reluctant about going. Is it really that dangerous? Yes. A firm answer. His dilemma deepened. Judging by the Queen's words, the route seemed to be a truly perilous place. However, then please lead the way. Alone decided to descend to the route. He judged that the risk was worth taking. Learn how to use arrow, was it? Alone recalled the eyes. At first, just looking at them made blood pour out from every orifice of his body. Even recently, merely glancing at them for a few dozen seconds had caused him to shed tears of blood. Those eyes had certainly spoken to Alone. They had told him to descend to the route and learn how to use arrow. But Alone had no idea what the arrow mentioned by the eyes actually was. Even when playing psychedelia, this kind of power had never truly appeared. However, it must be useful. He had to face it head-on. Please. Understood. Then let's enter tomorrow. Shortly after the brief meeting with Alone, behind Queen Magrina, who was smiling lightly without saying a word, an elf stepped forward. Your Majesty. Rim. The elf's face was slightly sullen. A member of Pagade, responsible for the route, she furrowed her brows as if she couldn't comprehend the situation. Seeing her expression, the queen let out a small chuckle. You seem to have a lot to say, Rim. My apologies, but I am unsure if I may speak my mind. Go ahead. The queen granted her permission with a benevolent smile. Cautiously, Rim parted her lips. Is that man truly the primordial elf? Does he not appear that way to you, Rim? Forgive me, but no. He himself insists that he is not primordial elf. Furthermore, if we follow Filda's words, wasn't he not even supposed to come near this world tree? That's true. And yet, he has arrived here in Grainifra, while carrying something on his back that would send chills down anyone's spine. Even as she spoke, Rim shuddered involuntarily. Of course, as a swordswoman rather than a mage, she could only see it faintly. The thing that lay behind Marquis Palatio's back, in the world beyond, was only a faint fragment to her. No, not even a fragment. Just the faintest speck, nothing more. But even that was enough for Rim to understand. What lay behind him was something beyond her comprehension. Something incomprehensible. Perhaps even similar to what lay beneath the root. Rim. As her thoughts reached that point, the queen's voice brought her back to reality. Yes, your majesty. I'd like you to escort him to the root tomorrow. Escort him? Yes. Are you truly allowing him into the root? He wishes to go. Rim tried to protest, but she soon found herself unable to speak further. You understand, don't you? The queen was smiling at her. An endlessly gentle smile. But at the same time, it was a firm smile, one that left no room for further objections. Understood. Rim had no choice but to comply. The queen's orders were absolute. Don't worry too much. Everyone else will be going as well. Right, Drame? At Magrina's murmuring, a man emerged from the shadows, where nothing had been just moments ago. I shall obey. Good, then I'll leave it to you. The queen nodded. After a brief hesitation, Rim spoke again. Your Majesty. Yes. If, by any chance, he not only enters the root but also attempts to go below it, what should we do? Even if they somehow allowed him to reach the root. Going below it was an entirely different matter. Because that was there. However, naturally, you should guide him. The queen continued to smile, even though she clearly knew that something lay beneath, something that would be extremely troublesome if awakened. Understood. In the end, Rim bowed her head. At that same moment, Marquis, what is it? I know you won't give me a straight answer, but... Evan's voice carried a hint of exasperation. Who exactly are you, Marquis? Alone gazed into the void for a moment. That's a good question. I'm starting to wonder about that myself. It was a night filled with unexpected introspection. The next day, after being bewilderingly dragged to Grainifra, although only about a day had passed, Alone had a general grasp of how he was being treated there. A few high-ranking elves are under a misconception and are treating me favorably, while most of the other elves are openly hostile. Of course, Alone wasn't particularly upset about it. It wasn't surprising, the queen's attitude was the unusual one. By nature, elves being hostile toward him, a human, was perfectly normal. Even among those who were mistaken about him, some showed subtle hostility, which he could fully understand. After spending a day roughly gauging the atmosphere, well then, take care. Rim will guide you. With the queen's send-off, Alone set out for the root. Accompanied by Rim, an elf who made no effort to hide her displeasure toward him. I am Rim. I will be guiding you from here. I'll be in your care. Shortly after. This is the place. Surprisingly, they reached the entrance in just 30 minutes. Alone, looking puzzled, asked, This is it. Do you think I would disobey Her Majesty and bring you to a false location? Her tone was slightly sharp, but Alone paid it little mind and examined his surroundings. So, the root refers to the roots of the world tree itself? You have arrived, Eater of Stars. A voice resonated, not just in Alone's ears, but deep within his mind. Alone hurriedly looked around. Yet, all he saw was Rim's gaze, staring at him strangely. Only then did he realize that the voice was speaking solely inside his head. Reach the depths of the roots. There, you will find what you seek. Wait. The profound voice simply conveyed the message and vanished. Alone hastily opened his mouth, but... What is it? Only Rim's voice responded. For a moment, he unconsciously raised his hand, then slowly lowered it again. I will keep moving forward. Do we need to go further? This is just the entrance. We will move to the forward base. Rim moved forward as if no further conversation was needed. Following her, Alone recalled the voice he had just heard. What was that? At first, he thought it was the voice of that thing that had guided him beneath the roots, but it wasn't. The voice was clear. Unlike the unreadable voice from the dark eyes, this was definitely a man's voice. It was distinctly different from the voice that had once been incomprehensible. As Alone pondered behind his emotionless expression, "We have arrived." Oh. Rim announced their arrival and Alone let out a gasp. A fortress-like structure, built within the depths of the abyss. Its scale was not particularly large. Yet, in this vast darkness, it was the only thing emitting a faint glow, like a firefly. A strangely dreamlike atmosphere. Staring blankly at the sight, Alone soon stepped inside alongside Rim. This is better. Unlike the abyss beneath the roots, where nothing was visible, the interior of the fortress, though dimly lit, allowed for clear visibility. As Alone calmly observed his surroundings. Rim, why are you here? It's not time for the shift change yet. What's going on? It's Rim, huh? The Shadow Leaves is here too. 3 elves emerged from within. 2 men and 1 woman. A human. The moment they spotted Alone, their cheerful expressions vanished, and they instinctively placed their hands on their weapons. Stand down. This is a direct order from the Queen. From the Queen. Yes. Why? You must have heard at least some of it, even if not in detail. Isn't that right? At Rim's words, they seemed to recall something. Then, with an expression of that matter, they withdrew their hands from their weapons. However, the wariness in their faces remained. Similar to Rim. As Alone contemplated, a tall elf wielding a sword spoke. My name is Eagle. Next, an elf with an unusually large build for his kind, carrying a massive double-bladed axe on his back, introduced himself. Vian. Then, a smaller elf with dual short swords at her waist followed. Ramu. Alone. A brief and simple introduction. Alone glanced at the 3 elves before turning to Rim as she spoke. So, do you have any further business here? Alone quickly recalled his objective. How do I descend further from here? You intend to go deeper than this? Yes. At Alone's affirmation, Rim's expression grew even colder. Do you even know what lies in the depths of these roots? What is down there? There are the ashes. Vian answered in Rim's stead. Alone turned to him and asked. Ashes? Yes. To put it simply, think of them as monsters dwelling beneath the roots. Are they strong? Not particularly. We can handle dozens of them on our own. Vian stated the truth plainly. But in the deeper parts, there is the ash cedar. The ash cedar? The one that endlessly creates the ashes. The guardian of the roots. Unlike before. Vian's expression twisted. We cannot kill it. That is why we continue to struggle here. Is it really that powerful? Yes. But that is not the only problem. What do you mean? This time, it was Rim who answered Alone's question. Still maintaining her cold demeanor, she continued. In the depths where the ash cedar resides, magic cannot be used. You mean magic cannot be used? Yes. The deeper you descend beneath the roots, the more magic becomes unusable. Even with Filda, who has reached the 9th rank, we still cannot eliminate what lies below. From Rim's explanation, Alone roughly grasped the situation. So, to acquire the means to use Arrow, I have to descend into a place where magic doesn't function, kill the ash cedar, and proceed further. Alone hesitated. Unlike before, this time, he had no useful information about the ash cedar. That meant the risk was significantly higher than usual. Moreover, if magic was unusable, the danger increased even more. However, even considering all those risks, I want you to take me to the depths. It was still worth going. You don't have to come with me. Just show me the way, and I'll descend alone. Recalling his emergency measures, Alone resolved to go alone. Sorry, but we have no intention of letting you reach the depths in the first place. Ramu stepped forward as if to challenge his words. No, stand down. Rim blocked him. What? Why? The Queen ordered us to grant his request. Are you serious? Have I ever lied? No, but no matter how I think about it, letting him go down is too. Ramu. It is the Queen's command. The Queen's command. Ramu seemed to struggle with a response, opening and closing his mouth several times. Fine. In the end, he stepped back. Then let's move immediately. Once again, They left the fortress, stepping into the dark abyss, heading toward the depths of the roots. After walking for some time beyond the fortress, alone, dulled by the overwhelming abyss around him, simply kept moving. Just as his legs began to tingle slightly, suddenly, a burst of light spread before his eyes, illuminating the space. The sudden brightness made Alone instinctively squint. This is the middle layer of the roots. Rim's monotone explanation followed. Alone took in the view of the middle layer. It was completely different from the upper layer. It's bright. The uppermost layer had been nothing but an abyss. In contrast, the middle layer was bright enough to see far into the distance. Enormous roots crisscrossed the area chaotically, forming paths. Alone soon realized that the very ground he was walking on was one of these massive roots, but it didn't feel unnatural. The roots were so large that it felt like walking down a vast, 8-lane highway. Silently impressed, Alone followed as Rim led the way downward once more. As Alone and the others descended further. Why are we even doing this just because of that human's words? Walking at the front, Rim let out a quiet sigh, her expression tinged with frustration. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand the Queen's command. From what she had seen, the man behind her was neither a primordial elf nor anything special. Of course, there were circumstances. He possessed an artifact of the primordial elf, and he had been acknowledged by Filda, the elves' grand mage. But beyond that, what else was there? Where was the certainty that this man was truly the primordial elf? Was that all? There were contradictions with Filda's words. Filda had said that the primordial elf had reincarnated through a contract and could not approach the world tree because of the thing following him. But what was happening now? He had come to Grainifra, carrying that eerie presence that might threaten the world tree. And now he was even heading toward the depths of the roots. That meant he was acting completely differently from what Filda had predicted. Yet, despite this, the Queen acted as if she had seen undeniable proof. That worried Rim. She feared that the Queen, unable to let go of her deceased brother, was clinging to even the slightest possibility, wanting to believe that man was a primordial elf. As she struggled to suppress her dissatisfaction. Rim. Suddenly, Vian's voice reached her. What is it, Vian? Something's wrong. What? By now, we should have encountered the ashes. Rim finally turned to look around, frowning. Indeed, Vian was right, something was wrong. The ashes constantly crawled upward from the roots. Moreover, to prevent the elves from descending, hundreds of them were always stationed in the middle layer. In other words, they should have already encountered them by now. But we've almost reached the bottom, and there are no ashes in sight. No matter where she looked, the ashes that should have been scattered throughout the area were completely absent. Rim instinctively tensed. She knew. The absence of ashes was not a good sign. After a brief hesitation, Rim called out to Vian. Vian, speak. Weren't there abnormal occurrences before? A couple of months ago, there was a massive surge of ashes, but that was the last of it. And since then, no particular signs of anything. But this. An abnormal phenomenon. An abnormal phenomenon. The phrase referred to the sudden shift in the behavior of the ashes. It was not a frequent occurrence, but whenever it happened, it always led to grave danger. Well, we had to come down at some point anyway. Rim muttered under her breath. Anomalies needed to be detected as early as possible to prepare for potential crises or resolve emerging threats. Her expression grew more serious. Their descent into the depths became even more cautious. Eventually, this is the deep root zone. They arrived at a place where all the chaotic, intertwined roots converged, forming a massive hole in the center. How do we get down? Like the upper layers, the inside of the hole was obscured from view. Silently, Rim pointed to a circular staircase descending along the wall of the cavernous opening. The group began their descent once again. And by the time the pain in their feet grew unbearable, likely forming blisters, Rim realized they had finally reached the depths of the roots. And she froze on the spot. Not just her. Eagle, Vian, and even Ramu stood paralyzed, their faces filled with shock. Because what filled their vision was an enormous horde of ashes. Huh. Rim instinctively swallowed hard. Though they retained the forms of humans or beast-in, ashen dust scattered from their bodies, and like the molten ground of an active volcano, their skin pulsed with a faint red glow as they moved. Every aspect of their appearance confirmed. These were unmistakably ashes. Rim tried to count them. Hundreds? No, too few. Thousands? Still not enough. Then, 10,000. Rim clenched her teeth. The coming disaster was as clear as day. Whether they could use magic or not was no longer the issue. If all of these creatures began ascending at once, Pegade would collapse in an instant. A disaster of overwhelming scale. Just as despair crept into her expression, one of the ashes, which had remained silent until now, suddenly let out a piercing wail. Directly at Alone's group, the intruders who had stepped into their domain. As if resonating with the first cry, the other ashes began howling madly. Then, waves of ashes surged forward, scattering through the air as they charged. Run! Rim shouted desperately and immediately sprinted back up the circular stairs. However, no, it's... What? They're above too. Ramu's frantic scream made her snap her gaze upward. She witnessed it. The previously empty upper staircase, now swarming with descending ashes, as if they had been waiting for them to reach the deepest point before closing in. It was deeply unnatural. In the centuries they had fought the ashes. Not once had they ever acted with intelligence. There was no time to dwell on the inexplicable. Despair spread across the elves' faces. None of them were weak. They were warriors of Pegade. Yet, even as elite warriors, this is... They saw no chance of survival. Not against this overwhelming number of ashes. Despair turned to resignation. And then, everyone moved to the walls. A voice rang out. Calm, far too calm for this dire situation. Rim turned her gaze. There stood Marquis Palacio. The deafening cries of the ashes filled the space. They were seconds away from being torn apart. Yet he simply gazed at them, his expression devoid of emotion. You'll be caught in it otherwise. Him. You fool. I told you. Magic does not work in this place. Rim screamed, her voice filled with urgency. He was a mage. Without magic, he was utterly powerless. Yet he remained unfazed, surveying the horde of ashes descending upon them. Then, ally manifest. Alone's voice echoed. The elves saw it. Beneath the roots of the world tree, Quagiagagagagak. An overwhelming force crushed the ashes in an instant. A presence descended. The manifestation of the receiver. Basiliora. Chapter 190. A deafening roar shakes the entire root, vibrating the air. Basiliora, summoned from the depths of the world tree's roots, opens its massive mouth and lets out a roar, as if proclaiming its descent to the world. The overwhelming presence makes the ashes shrink back. Those who had been lunging toward the elves freeze in place, crushed by the divine being that has appeared before them. The elves, speechless at the unfolding situation, simply gape in astonishment. Quagiagagagak. Basiliora begins to move, confronting tens of thousands of ashes. No, it wasn't a confrontation. It was a one-sided massacre. With just the movement of Basiliora's massive body pressing forward, hundreds of ashes are crushed beneath its enormous frame, returning to the true dust they were meant to be, disappearing. The ashes, viciously chewed and spat out by Basiliora, scatter in all directions, claiming the lives of other ashes in their wake. A literal, one-sided slaughter. The elves are appalled by such overwhelming power. How is this even possible? Magic is supposed to be unusable here. All blood rushes to Rim's head, her brain overwhelmed with questions as confusion floods her mind. At that moment, Rim. A voice calls out to her, still calm and composed, emanating a strong magical presence from the bracelet on his right arm. Despite commanding that unfathomable God, he shows no sign of struggle. It's the voice of the Marquis. Are you all right? I am fine. She instinctively responds in honorifics. The Marquis tilts his head slightly before speaking. The one you called the Ash Cedar, is it deep inside? Probably. He then asks, how long can you hold out? What? I'm asking how long you can last among the ashes. If it's about 5 minutes, I can manage somehow. As Rim scans her surroundings with tense eyes, speaking. That's enough. Without hesitation, Alone turns his body. Basiliora. He leaps and lands on Basiliora's back. Good. Just as I expected. Despite being told that magic couldn't be used here, Alone had no hesitation in descending below the roots. That was because he knew that even in a place devoid of magic, artifacts, especially the Salvation of the Wanderer, could still be used. There were magic-restricted areas in Psychedelia as well. But more importantly, as he recalls his experiences from the game, a sudden realization unsettles him. Didn't they say magic couldn't be used? Putting aside the fact that he had used an artifact to escape danger, Alone realizes he can use magic. As he feels the mana flowing through him with ease, his confusion lingers only for a moment. He then shifts his gaze to survey his surroundings. There are still a lot. Or have their numbers increased? Basiliora had already been sweeping away the ashes from the moment it descended onto the roots. Yet, the number of ashes remained vast. No, if anything, it felt like they had increased since the start. Even in such a situation, Alone, rather than fleeing, heads deeper without hesitation to kill the ash cedar. Because he knows the nature of these ashes, no, the creatures of greed. Alone lowers his gaze. Unlike earlier, when they had been scattering white ashes, now they rush forward, emitting a crimson glow like the damned. They were unmistakably the creatures of greed that Alone knew. But why? Creatures of greed, true to their name, only appear when the sin of greed has fully awakened. Which means, by all logic, these creatures should not exist here. In other words, the sin of greed has awakened. Before he can process his tangled thoughts, a grotesque, indescribable noise assaults his ears, making him look up. And Alone sees it. Filling his vision is the ash cedar. Or rather, the entity he knows as the mother of greed, a colossal worm. Dash. Alone instinctively furrows his brows. The moment Basiliora approaches, the creature, sensing the threat, emerges from the ashes where it had been hiding. Its appearance alone is enough to distort even Alone's usually unshaken expression. Its massive back is jagged like a volcanic peak, with countless holes continuously spewing out more ashes. Molten magma endlessly oozes from its face, like a living volcano. And finally, Alone confirmed the presence of the massive pincers that looked capable of even seizing Basiliora. As expected, it really is the mother of greed. He was certain. Basiliora immediately lunged forward to deal with the mother of greed. Dash. But before it could bite down, its body recoiled backward. Puwake. It was because magma had begun to flow from the creature's entire body. Moreover, the ashes that had been mercilessly trampled by Basiliora just moments ago began to frenzy the moment the mother of greed was attacked, desperately climbing onto Basiliora. So even Basiliora's body isn't enough to withstand this. However, Alone did not panic. Not only did he know the weakness of the creatures of greed, but he also knew exactly how to deal with the mother of greed. The only issue was mana, Killing the mother of greed was simple. If he used the ice sealing technique he had developed with Phenia, the mother of greed before him would be reduced to nothing more than a scattering of ice petals. The creature was excessively weak to water. But the problem was the surrounding conditions. For the ice sealing technique to be effective, the entire space occupied by the enemy had to be within Alone's control. While his mana might remain stable internally, externally, it could easily be disrupted. And this space was far too vast for Alone to dominate with his mana alone, which meant the ice sealing technique wouldn't work here. Yet, it was fine, because Alone had another way to kill the mother of greed. Blackie. Meow. With a sigh, Alone called out. And instantly, Blackie, who had remained hidden in his chest pocket, climbed onto his shoulder. Then, without hesitation, Alone established a mana link with Blackie. Shadowwood. He murmured softly. At the same time, Blackie's tail slithered down Alone's arms and legs, disappearing into the shadows. Dluck. Suddenly, red eyes began to appear all over Blackie's body. In an instant, shadows spread from Alone's body onto Basiliora's massive form. Observing the scene, Alone formed a hand seal. Tuduk. The surging shadows halted in unison. Tuduk. Tudududuk. At the same time, four shadowy hands emerged behind Alone's back, and the shadows began to enshroud Basiliora's body. This magic had originally been discovered by sheer coincidence. Following Kilris's advice to maintain an uninterrupted link with Blackie while casting magic, Alone had realized that Blackie's form changed in response to his own mana inscriptions, leading him to further study this phenomenon. Thus, the magic was neither perfect nor complete. He had only identified 4 compatible inscriptions rather than 6. But that was enough. That much was more than sufficient to bring down the Mother of Greed before him. As the first shadow seal was completed, the shadows originating from Blackie cloaked Basiliora's body. With the second shadow seal, the shadows encasing Basiliora transformed into what looked like massive iron armor. Then, as the third shadow seal was completed, the iron-like mana structure continued shifting, layering its molecular composition. And then, Basiliora. At Alone's call, Basiliora once again lunged forward, wrapping itself around the Mother of Greed, who was spewing magma in all directions. The Mother of Greed, in a frenzy, spewed magma even more violently. Yet, Basiliora's body, now encased in multiple layers of thickened shadow armor, sustained only negligible damage from the magma that the creature had unleashed at full force. Finally, as the fourth shadow seal was completed, the shadow armor covering Basiliora writhed. And then, shadow engraving. Thornwood. Black thorns sprouted all over the Mother of Greed's body. Spine-chilling, obsidian black thorns. Dash. A terrifying shriek burst forth from the maw of the ash cedar. At the same time, its massive body collapsed. Kuguguguk. The entire world tree trembled, as if on the verge of collapse, threatening to swallow all life within. Yet despite this, the elves' eyes remained fixated on one thing: the spot where the Mother of Greed's massive body was falling. They could not utter a single word. Even among them, Rim, the elf who had been a Pagade for the longest time, had eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Because she knew. Even if all the Pagades gathered and attacked together. No, even if every shadow leaves present here joined the fight. That was a monstrous existence they could never hope to defeat. And so, Rim stood there, staring blankly. As the massive body collapsed onto the ground, scattering ashes in all directions. As the ashes vanished along with it. And then, she saw him. Standing atop the great god's head, his black coat billowing like a shadow. In this place where no one could use mana except for the Great Ones, he alone wielded magic as if it were nothing. He is the primordial elf. The queen's voice suddenly echoed in her ears. She had never once taken those words seriously, the absurd notion of calling a mere human the primordial elf. Yet, at this moment, a soft gasp escaped Rim's lips. Like a sage reaching enlightenment at dawn, her eyes filled with awe. Meanwhile, Meow Dash. Well done. This time, you controlled it properly. Meow. Blackie rubbed its cheek affectionately against Alone's face. As he praised the creature, Alone turned his gaze toward the scene of the Mother of Greed turning to dust along with countless other creatures. The situation was resolved, yet one lingering question remained. Why was the Mother of Greed even here? It had no reason to be. Which meant that somewhere in this place, the sin of greed was being confined. As his mind grew tangled with thoughts, there is something over there. Following Basiliora's deep, resonant voice, Alone shifted his gaze. At the very center of where the Mother of Greed had been lurking, he saw a mirror. A large, worn-out mirror, about the size of a door. Descending from Basiliora's back, Alone stepped closer to it. And then, he realized someone was standing inside the mirror. It was not his own reflection. But on closer inspection, the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Draped in a tattered coat, its face was indistinct, as if concealed by a hazy veil, akin to the dragonkin. Then, first, the technique is reversal of heaven. The figure suddenly spoke those words. First, the technique is reversal of heaven. Wait. The entity in the mirror spoke without warning. Alone attempted to converse with him. Second, the man wearing a tattered coat, looking distinctly different from Alone but strangely familiar, did not stop speaking. Contemplate the outer god. Wait. Alone tried speaking again. However, third, the entity in the mirror continued to unilaterally list information, as if he had no intention of engaging in a normal conversation from the start. Perceive. By that point, Alone resigned himself. Instead, he began to focus on what the entity before him was saying. He didn't know what kind of object this mirror was, nor who the figure reflected inside it was. But he instinctively realized one thing. That man's words were undoubtedly an important key. What the entity in the mirror was saying was, without a doubt, significant. Fourth, observe directly. Fifth, do not run away. Even though Alone didn't respond, the entity in the mirror continued explaining, as if imparting a revelation. And then, if you do so, you will reach it. With those final words, the entity in the mirror slowly began to fade away, starting from the bottom, up to the head, gradually. At that moment, "What are you doing?" A voice came from behind Basiliora. "What do you mean?" "No, I mean, you were talking about watching the mirror and waiting." Basiliora's deep voice made Alone frown in confusion. "Me? Then who else here would it be?" "No, I'm sure there was someone else inside the mirror besides me." "What nonsense is that? From the moment I saw it, there was nothing but your dull reflection." "Really? Are you doubting me?" Alone absent-mindedly turned back to the mirror. The figure had disappeared without a trace, leaving only his own reflection. Thus, what in the world? Alone frowned slightly, unable to comprehend. Thud! A bizarre sound echoed as he suddenly felt the ground give way beneath him. In an instant. "What the?" "Meow!" Basiliora's alarmed voice and Blackie's startled cry echoed as they grew distant. Only then did Alone realize. He was falling, along with the mirror, into a space that had suddenly opened beneath him. Reacting instantly, Alone reached out and grabbed onto a root. Snap! But the root couldn't hold his weight and snapped. Instead, it dragged him further down into the abyss below. "Damn it!" Basiliora moved urgently. Yet, the root, as if possessing a will of its own, sealed the opening the moment Alone fell through. Trapped in darkness, Alone felt himself floating. Then suddenly, his feet touched solid ground. Wasn't I just falling? He brushed his foot against the ground, confirming its presence. Yet, all of his senses were overwhelmed with confusion. Alone observed the strange space around him. An endless abyss, immeasurable in size, resembling the cosmos itself. And yet, he could still feel the ground beneath his feet. In the pitch-black void, the only thing visible was his own body. What is this? An eerie and incomprehensible situation. As if his perception itself was being distorted, Alone repeatedly glanced between the abyss and his own body. But he had no time to stand idly. Regardless of the potential threats, staying still was not an option. So, he began to walk. He had no destination. He didn't know how long he had been walking. At the end of the abyss, where there had been nothing before, he saw letters. They seemed to be engraved somewhere, yet also appeared to be floating in the air. He stepped closer to the letters. Roughly carved. The words were crudely etched, as if someone had simply hacked at the wall with a blade. Despite their rugged appearance, they were still readable. As he silently scanned the message, Alone's eyes widened. The words inscribed read, "How to use arrow. To those who seek to awaken arrow, observe. If you do so and perceive it directly, you will be able to escape this place." Alone reread the crude writing in silence. A faint expression of displeasure crossed his face. The words did indeed explain how to use arrow, but they were written like a cryptic riddle. It would have been nice if they just explained it clearly. He knew there was no one here to complain to. So, he sighed lightly. He briefly wondered who had written it. But for now, he sat down. The priority was finding a way out of this place. Alone slowly closed his eyes. Following the words on the inscription, he maintained a calm state. At the same time, he felt his mana stir. Though he had already expended a great deal of power dealing with the Mother of Greed, a thin thread of mana still flowed within him. That, in itself, surprised him. Entering such a deep state of observation this easily. Observing the mana flowing through his body was not difficult for Alone. A mage who cannot observe mana cannot truly be called a mage. However, what surprised Alone was the depth of his observation. Alone was observing mana at a far deeper level than usual. Normally, he could only perceive where his mana was flowing and how much of it remained. But now he could discern even the most intricate strands of mana. His senses had become incredibly sharp. For a moment, it felt as though he were looking at microscopic organisms through a magnifying glass. Then, suddenly, Alone felt a bizarre sensation, his consciousness expanding. His head spun, and a wave of nausea hit him. Despite this, Alone maintained his composure and continued his observation. At that moment, he felt an eerie sensation, as if something was pulling him in. Before him, 4 orbs appeared, floating in the air. Each orb was a different color: blue, green, red, white. As Alone examined them one by one, starting from the left. He instinctively realized something. These were not mana. They were divinities. He found it strange. For divinities? Alone was already somewhat aware that he had gained faith through the Dragonkin. But he had never imagined that he possessed 4 different types of divinity. It was deeply perplexing. If my guess is correct, one of them must belong to Karanon, the lightning receiver. But what are the other 3? Divinities with unknown origins and identities. As he pondered deeply, Alone suddenly became aware. There was another orb floating beside him. It was difficult to distinguish in the dark space. A dark orb, so deep in color that it seemed to blend into the abyss, silently hovered behind him. It was the same size as the other 4 orbs. But unlike the others, this black orb positioned behind him radiated an ominous energy, like a black hole lurking within the abyss. Then, boom! A resonant sound echoed through the air, drawing Alone's attention forward. Among the 4 colored orbs, the green one emitted a strange hum. As if it were calling to him, urging him to choose it, the orb vibrated ever so slightly. After a brief moment of hesitation, Alone reached out and touched the green orb. In that instant, whoosh! A dazzling white light engulfed Alone. Startled, Alone opened his eyes, only to realize his entire body was now glowing with an interwoven mix of green and gold light. He immediately stood up. And then, from the crudely carved letters, something began to emit a faint green glow. Alone reached out toward it. Tap! The moment his fingertip touched the letters. Whoosh! From that spot, a sprout began to grow. Not just one. Dozens. Hundreds. Thousands. Tens of thousands, no. An uncountable number of sprouts began to emerge. A fresh, vibrant scent filled the air. A brilliant green spread before his eyes. The sight was mesmerizing as the sprouts overtook the abyss. Like an infection spreading, the sprouts consumed the darkness. And slowly, the true form of this space began to reveal itself. Eventually, it was fully unveiled. A massive garden stretched across Alone's entire field of vision. A grand tree stood at its center, surrounded by lush, overflowing greenery. Dazzled by the radiant sight, Alone couldn't help but exclaim in awe. At that moment, the towering tree at the heart of the garden swayed gently, as if beckoning him forward. It did not speak, nor did it send a voice into his mind. Yet, Alone instinctively understood. The tree was calling to him. As if entranced, he stepped closer. Tap! Recognizing his presence. The moment Alone stood beneath it, something fell from its branches and landed in his palm. It was a fruit. A golden fruit, about the size of an apple. Thank you. As he gazed at the fruit, the tree swayed softly, and once again, a sense of communication imprinted itself into him. Alone lifted his gaze toward the tree. And behind it, he noticed a spiral staircase leading upward. Without hesitation, he walked toward it. Meow, are you all right? Alone ascended the spiral staircase. As if they had been waiting for him, Basiliora and Blackie rushed to him. Wait, what is that? Why are you leaking so much divinity? Basiliora, now shrunken back into his spirit form after 15 minutes had passed, reacted with intense bewilderment. Alone looked down at himself. His body was still wrapped in an unextinguished green light. Realizing this, he quickly glanced around. The once desolate underground space was now covered in sprouts and flowers. By the way, why did this place change so suddenly? Shortly after you went down, it started transforming like this. Everything Alone had experienced below had manifested here as well. He suddenly noticed the elves standing in the distance. Beyond the 4 members of Pagade who had accompanied them, there were now more than 20 figures. They had followed after him, entering at different times after he had ventured deep inside. Unaware of this, Alone assumed. Did reinforcements arrive that quickly? With that thought, he approached them. His task was done. Turning toward Rim, who was staring at him in a daze. Let's head up, he had begun to say. Thud. But suddenly, Rim dropped to her knees. What is she? Thud. Thud. One by one, as if following an unspoken command, the elves all kneeled before Alone. And then, we, the humble children of the forest, greet the Great One. As if they had rehearsed it beforehand. In perfect unison, they bowed their heads to the ground. To be honest, Alone didn't know exactly either. He could only make rough guesses about how the situation was unfolding. He didn't truly understand. For instance, he didn't know where exactly the 5 divine authorities he saw during his state of contemplation had gathered from. The only thing he could assume was that the strangely crackling blue sphere might be the divine authority of Kalanon, the thunder receiver. As for the rest, he had no clue about their origins. Similarly, when Alone chose the green divine authority, it was simply because, unlike the other spheres, it seemed to pulse as if asking to be chosen. At the time, he had no way of knowing where this divine authority had gathered from. It was only when his hand, wrapped in the green divine authority, touched the inscribed area and he witnessed sprouts growing instantly that he vaguely realized this divine authority was connected to this place, Grainifra. But even that was just a guess. Yes, it was merely a hypothesis. Until he saw the elves' reactions. A group of elves, escorting Alone, led the way up towards the roots. Alone observed their expressions with a peculiar look. Just moments ago, when they had descended deeper, their faces had been full of tension and irritation. However, as if by mirage, those emotions had completely vanished. In their place, a unified sense of pride radiated from each of them. A grand existence, they were clearly feeling pride in the fact that they were serving the primordial elf. Alone found it overwhelmingly burdensome. Naturally, he was not the primordial elf. No, more than that, he didn't even know what kind of being the primordial elf was, what their name was, or even the path of the primordial elf. He could understand why they were mistaken, though. It's probably because of the power I used. The green divine authority. A force that instantly filled the space with the pulse of vibrant blue life. Now, it was clear. That power, it was the divine authority of the primordial elf. For the elves to mistake him for the primordial elf was, in a way, completely logical. Furthermore, Alone looked around. From the base of the roots, sprouts were beginning to bring life even to the withered, dried-out roots. If one were to witness this miracle firsthand, even I would act like these elves. The elves, exuding a sense of duty and pride as if they were guarding a noble figure. Their faces shone with a mix of elation, determination, and reverence. And that was exactly why Alone felt uncomfortable. Although everything was flowing naturally, ultimately, all of this was born from a misunderstanding. For some reason, among the higher elves, the rumor that Alone was the primordial elf had spread. And due to that misconception, faith had gathered, which led to the formation of the green divine authority. Then today, Alone used that divine authority. A miracle was performed. And now, even more elves had come to believe that he was truly the primordial elf. In other words, he had used a divine authority born from a misunderstanding, which only deepened the illusion that he was a real god. The sheer absurdity of the situation made even Alone, who rarely wavered, flinch slightly. "Primo, no, Marquis. Is there something troubling you?" Rim immediately asked, having caught on to his reaction. In truth, she was the one making him the most uncomfortable. Until they had entered the roots, her expression had been consistently cold. Even when Alone had casually thrown her a question, she had responded bluntly. Since she had been forced to take on a bothersome task, Alone had understood. Her curt demeanor hadn't particularly bothered him. But now, "No, it's nothing. If you have any discomfort, please speak up immediately. Primo, no, Marquis. Thanks to you, we can now use magic even inside the roots." She called him by an awkward mix of Primo and Marquis, her face filled with duty and pride as she beamed at him. At her sudden change, Alone fell into silence before finally. "All right." He nodded, albeit somewhat reluctantly. "Marquis, speak. What will you do if you truly become a god in return?" "I didn't become one because I wanted to. Can someone become a god even if they don't want to?" "That? Apparently, yes. It happened. So, even if one doesn't desire it, they can still become a god. But why are you bringing this up all of a sudden?" It had already been 2 hours since they had returned from the roots. Since the queen had entered a meeting, Alone had been resting. Evan, who hadn't followed them to the roots and had been lounging around all day, suddenly came with news. The outside is in complete chaos right now. They're saying that the Marquis was truly the primordial elf. Wasn't that rumor already circulating before? No, I mean, before, it was just a rumor. But now, everyone's whispering as if it's fact. Elves sure are quick to believe rumors, aren't they? I heard it was the work of the Shadow Leaves, or something. Someone's been spreading the story everywhere. Uh, Alone let out a deep sigh. Seeing this, Evan looked at him and asked, Marquis, what? I just want to check. Are you, by any chance, really the primordial elf or something? What does or something even mean? I mean, were you reincarnated? Or maybe possessed by someone? Alone paused for a moment at Evan's question. He could simply say no. That would be the easy answer. But for some reason, lying about it felt wrong. So he hesitated before answering. At the very least, I don't think I was ever the primordial elf. Well, of course not. Evan drawled his words. Alone let out a quiet sigh and thought to himself. In truth, there were many other things to be concerned about beyond just the rumors. The entity in the mirror, the fruit from the ancient tree, the mother of greed. I've learned how to use divine authority, but there are still 3 new mysteries. Would the queen have any knowledge about them if I asked her? Just as Alone was lost in contemplation. Knock, knock. Primo, no, Marquis. Her Majesty has requested an audience with you. At the sound of the peculiar title once again. I'll go now. Still unable to shake off the awkwardness, Alone stood up. Your Majesty, do you truly think this is reasonable? No matter what, sending an unverified individual down to the roots in this manner, do you understand just how dangerous that is? Lord Palowal, this matter was settled long ago, was it not? I'm talking about what comes after. Even if Filda acknowledged him, that was still just speculation. The moment Alone neared the audience chamber, voices erupted from within. This is about me. Before Alone could even feel awkward about the elderly man's passionate voice. Your Majesty, Marquis Palacio has arrived. Without hesitation, as if unconcerned, Rim announced his arrival. Enter. After a brief silence, the doors opened, and an old elf stepped out. His long, waist-length white hair swayed, and his entire demeanor exuded anger. After glancing at Rim with an expressionless gaze, his eyes turned to Alone. A brief exchange of glances. For a moment, a wave of blatant hostility emanated from the old elf. TSK. Clicking his tongue, he turned away from Alone and strode past him. I apologize. The meeting ran a little late. Someone just wouldn't let it end. The Queen's voice followed. Alone shook his head. It's fine. I didn't wait that long. So, how is it inside? The meeting just ended, so I haven't heard the details yet. If you don't mind, could you tell me exactly what happened in the roots? At Magrina's request, Alone remained silent for a moment before nodding. He had questions to ask anyway. Elder Council President Palowal. A member of the Elder Council, the second highest governing body after the Queen, which currently consisted of 10 members. He was not pleased with the current situation. And the reason was simple. The rumors that Marquis Palacio was the primordial elf. A mere human. Palowal frowned. The very idea that a human could be the primordial elf was revolting. Even if the Queen and that remarkable mage Filda had said so, he found it intolerable. No, if he was being honest. Damn it. The emergence of the primordial elf itself was what bothered him. Because that meant the power structure among the elves could shift, becoming more like that of the lizardmen tribes. And that, in turn, could directly affect his own authority. Thus, upon returning to his office in the royal palace, Lord Palowal. A moment. Enough. I have somewhere to be. We'll talk later. But it's regarding the rumors from the roots. I'll hear it later. Brushing off an elf who had hurried over to report, he headed straight for a particular destination. Pagade's office. Where Rim was. Because Palowal knew that Rim was not entirely fond of the current situation. Of course, unlike him, her dissatisfaction did not stem from fear of losing power. It was closer to genuine discontent. But that hardly mattered. As long as their objectives aligned. What mattered was removing this so-called primordial elf, whose legitimacy couldn't even be verified. Besides, Rim had descended to the roots as well. There was a chance that she had found a reason to push that man out. Carrying that hope, he entered the office. Lord Palowal? Rim. He faced her. There was uncertainty in her gaze, but also a faint trace of hostility. Hostility. Palowal was puzzled. They weren't particularly close, but they weren't at odds either. Just a few days ago, hadn't they shared their skepticism about the so-called primordial elf and found common ground? Suppressing his doubt, Palowal asked about her return. How was your trip to the roots? Fine. I see. The reason I came here is simple. I have something to ask. Since Rim didn't respond much, Palawal took that as an opportunity and continued. As you may have guessed, my question is about that so-called primordial elf. That human who dares to claim the title of the primordial elf. Of course, Palawal knew the truth. That the man had never claimed such a thing himself. He also knew that the source and spread of the rumor stemmed from Filda. But that wasn't the issue right now. What mattered was securing Rim's support. And so, he deliberately used harsher words, hoping to stir her agreement. However, stop. What? I said stop. Her words cut through the air like a blade. Then, how dare you? Her expression, which had been neutral, contorted like that of a vengeful spirit. Are you insulting the primordial elf before me? A burst of killing intent exploded, consuming the space. Palawal stopped breathing. What? What did you just say? At Rim's reaction, Palawal's expression turned to one of shock. No, he couldn't help but be shocked. No matter how much she was affiliated with the secret organization Pagade, her rank and authority were not higher than that of the Elder Council. In other words, Rim speaking informally to Palawal right now was a blatant overreach of authority. Palawal's brow furrowed deeply, but he dared not utter his next words. This girl, she's serious. A murderous aura filled the space. The sheer intensity of it spoke volumes. If he said another word, Palawal, I will eliminate you. Though Palawal struggled to find the words, he could not understand Rim's behavior. Just a few days ago, she hadn't even liked that human. So why had her attitude changed so drastically? As he pondered, Palawal finally reached a conclusion. There was only one conclusion he could draw. That was, could it be that Marquis Palacio, who arrived in Grainifra claiming that human might truly be a god? If not, Rim's sudden shift in attitude was simply incomprehensible. At that moment, let me make this clear. From now on, any attack against Marquis Palacio will be considered an attack against me. Leaving behind that warning, Rim walked past him effortlessly. Palawal could only watch her back in silence. Meanwhile, at that same moment. So that's the situation. I see, I understand now. In a private audience with Queen Magrina of the Elves, Alone observed her reaction after explaining the full story. Then he moved on to the next topic. Anyway, I have a few questions about this matter. May I ask? Of course. If it's something I know, I'll answer anything. At her friendly smile, Alone asked his first question. By any chance, when did the ones below know the ash cedar first appear? That? I can't say for sure. Even we elves don't know the details. I see. However, if I were to make a rough estimation, I'd say it was about 600 to 700 years ago. 600 to 700 years? Yes, that's when I first heard about it. Alone unconsciously tilted his head. 600 to 700 years. Is that too ambiguous to be related to greed? From what Alone knew, the mother of greed always manifested alongside the sin of greed. And even after that, the sin of greed had to be nearby for her to appear. The 5 great sins, including the sin of greed. Once they descend, they never remain idle. As if their goal was the total annihilation of the continent's population, they would move toward any place teeming with life to spread death. In other words, if the sin of greed had truly appeared, chaos should have already erupted. If I assume the sin of greed appeared 600 to 700 years ago and perished, leaving only the mother of greed alive, then the timeline isn't completely implausible. As he pondered, Alone asked another question. Was there ever an instance of the sin of greed awakening around that time? I'm not sure about that. I don't think so. A vague response came back. Is that so? Deciding to set aside his hypothesis for now, Alone moved on to the next question. He judged that pressing further wouldn't yield any useful information. If it's something from that far back, it might be recorded in ancient texts. I should look into it. Then, suddenly, Alone found himself scrutinizing Queen Magrina's face. How old is she? It wasn't a pressing issue at the moment. But no matter how he looked at her, the years she casually mentioned didn't match her youthful appearance, which raised questions in his mind. Casually talking about events from 700 years ago means she was alive back then. So that would make this elf at least. As his thoughts naturally continued. Oh no, Marquis? Are you perhaps entertaining some rather disrespectful thoughts? Her words snapped him back to reality. The queen was smiling. However, despite the curve of her lips, her eyes were not smiling at all. No, that's not it. He answered more quickly than usual. Then please continue with your questions. Of course. Fortunately, the moment passed without incident. Do you know about the mirror beneath the roots? A mirror. Yes, a full-length circular mirror. Alone recounted the strange experience he had encountered. First of all, I can confirm that what you saw was indeed an artifact. However, she paused briefly, then gently shook her head. I don't know exactly what its effects are. You don't know its effects? Yes. Normally, that mirror doesn't reflect anything. That's why we assumed it was an artifact. Since when has that mirror been there? Once again, Queen Magrina took a moment to consider before answering. I don't know exactly, but it's been there since the first time I visited that place. Then that means no one knows who placed it there either. Regrettably, that seems to be the case. This, too, remained a mystery. Alone let out a short before moving on to the next question. Do you know what this is? What he held out was a golden fruit obtained from deep within the roots. The moment the queen saw it. This is. How did you obtain this? She asked, seemingly a little surprised. Alone briefly explained the situation. After a short pause. I see, so that's how it happened. Magrina nodded, as if she had come to understand something. She sank into deep thought for a while. Then, as if surfacing from the depths, she finally gave Alone an answer. The fruit you are holding right now is the fruit of the World Tree. The World Tree's fruit? Yes. What happens if one eats this fruit? Magrina's answer came immediately. Isn't it obvious? It's the fruit of the World Tree. And that means you will likely gain magical power beyond imagination. Magical power beyond imagination? Yes. The World Tree's magical power is contained within it. Just consuming it will fill you with mana. Oh. A faint expression of admiration appeared on Alone's face. If Magrina's words were true, this fruit could be the key to resolving Alone's congenital mana depletion. However, still, you should exercise some caution before consuming it. Nothing in this world came so easily. Is there some kind of side effect? Rather than a side effect, it's more that the effect is too powerful. Too powerful? Yes. If you eat it improperly, your body might explode. Are you serious? The fruit only increases your mana, but it doesn't enhance your body's capacity to handle such a massive amount of energy. Alone fell silent. He realized that the golden fruit before him was nothing more than a gilded persimmon, all show, but potentially deadly. However, enhancing my constitution, huh? He wasn't about to give up on this rare opportunity. Determined to research ways to improve his constitution, Alone put the fruit away. Have you asked everything you were curious about? Just as the conversation was about to wrap up, Alone remembered one last question on his mind. May I ask one final thing? Of course. Despite the many questions he had already asked, Magrina showed no sign of annoyance. She simply smiled. After a brief hesitation, Alone finally asked, Can you tell me everything you know about the primordial elf? In the end, he asked that question. Since she had mistaken him for the primordial elf, this question would undoubtedly sound strange to her. But after coming this far, leaving without any information on the primordial elf? That wasn't an option either. Carefully, he posed the question. Though his expression remained neutral on the surface, inside, he was quite tense, waiting for Magrina's response. The primordial elf, you say? Yes. Then, Magrina. Oh, sure, I'll tell you. That's not difficult at all. She smiled as if saying, oh, so that's what you're curious about? Just like the first time, when Alone denied being the primordial elf. Where should I start? I'd prefer if you told me everything you know. He had to gather as much information as possible. So Alone made his demand without holding back. Magrina, as if she found it an entertaining game, began sifting through her memories. First of all, he was a mage. I see. He had a daughter, too. A daughter? Yes. That was unexpected information. So he was married. Alone casually shrugged. Anything else? He was intelligent. And although he seemed stern on the outside, he was kind-hearted. From that point on, Magrina shared many nostalgic memories. As he quietly listened to her stories, Alone eventually said, This should be enough. You think so? Thank you. You're very welcome. Leaving behind Magrina, who seemed a little disappointed, he returned to his quarters. Silly, the second daughter of the Michaelian family. Recently, she had become quite a celebrity. Of course, Silly had always been well known. After all, her older brother was Deus Michaelian, Caliban's sword master. And he was widely recognized as a sister fool, who doted on his younger sister to an excessive degree. However, the reason Silly had gained fame recently was because of magic. In Caliban, mages were generally not held in high regard. And yet, despite learning magic for less than 2 years, she had rapidly risen to the second rank. A testament to her genius. Because of this, she had become quite a prominent figure in the capital. Today, she had something to discuss with Deus, so she visited his office. Brother, what is it? There. She found her brother holding binoculars, engaged in some strange activity. No, he was observing something. What are you doing, brother? What am I doing? Oh, you mean this? Yes. When Silly nodded, Deus grinned confidently. Take a look. He handed the binoculars to her. Though puzzled, she accepted them. Adjusting the focus. What is? She unknowingly gasped at the vast estate that filled her vision. Then, beside her, Deus's cheerful voice rang out. It's the Marquis's estate. Excuse me? The Marquis? As in Marquis Palatial? Yes. The view is quite clear, isn't it? Well, yes, but... how? When Silly looked confused, Deus proudly straightened his shoulders. I asked a mage to cast a sharing spell on a gemstone retrieved from a labyrinth. Normally, such a distance would be impossible, but artifacts from the labyrinth are exceptionally effective. Deus burst into laughter. Oh, I see. But why exactly did you do this? Why? Obviously, to protect the Marquis. The Marquis? Yes. There might be enemies targeting him. This way, we can keep watch over him 24/7. Ha ha. Deus's face was filled with smug satisfaction. Meanwhile, Silly. Watch over him? Like this. If any scoundrels try to target the Marquis, we can deal with them immediately. The more she listened. Isn't this more illegal? She felt like she was falling into a labyrinth of confusion. No one will ever dare touch the Marquis. Ha ha. It was a rather strange evening. The eastern district of Granifra. There, where massive ancient trees stood, barely touching the domain of the World Tree, a lone hut was nestled. Inside. The hut, partially fused with the ancient trees as if assimilated, housed a pair of individuals facing each other. One was Filda, smiling leisurely. The other was Pyrian, who had accompanied her to the Marquisate of Palatio. Pyrian glanced around the interior and, recalling the lavish office Filda had previously occupied, asked, Do you always stay here during your vacations, Filda? Well, pretty much. You even used up your vacation days. Is there a particular reason you're staying here? It might not look like it, but I find it quite comfortable. Filda replied with a smile, resting her chin on her hand. So, what brings you to me? Interrupting my extended leave after a tiring business trip. You weren't actually that exhausted, were you? On the way to the Marquisate. Pyrian recalled how she had spent the entire day drinking and reveling in a state of intoxication. But Filda shamelessly shook her head. Of course not. Are you really saying that despite knowing how much blood I coughed up? Well, that's true, but anyway. Clearing his throat, Pyrian continued. The reason I came is simply because I was curious about something. Curious? Yes. You might not be aware since you're on vacation here, but Marquis Palatio is currently in our land. Marquis Palatio? At the mere mention of that name, Filda's interest was piqued. Let me explain the situation first. As if he had been waiting for this moment, Pyrian began detailing everything that had happened since Marquis Palatio arrived in Granifra. That is the current situation. I see. Filda slowly nodded. I get the general idea. So, what exactly are you curious about? Filda posed the question. Pyrian hesitated for a moment before speaking. You told the Queen last time, didn't you? That the reason the Marquis, or rather, the primordial elf, couldn't come to the World Tree was because of the Black Presence. I did, yes. But the Marquis has come to the World Tree. And according to rumors, he eliminated the ash cedar beneath the ground and breathed new life into the decaying World Tree. Is that right? Yes. Just like the primordial elf himself. Filda shrugged. Well, then isn't that enough? If the Marquis being the primordial elf turned out to be true as expected, looking at the conclusion alone, that's correct. But there's still something that doesn't make sense to me. What is it? Tyrion's expression grew serious. In the end, wasn't your hypothesis incorrect? What hypothesis? The assumption that the Marquis couldn't come to the World Tree because there was something behind him that must not be brought here. Well, that's true. If that assumption was proven false, his voice trailed off momentarily. Then there's no reason for him to have deliberately stayed away all this time, nor to continue denying that he is the primordial elf, is there? The flood of questions poured out. And the Queen's attitude is also strange. If she truly didn't want the primordial elf to reveal his identity, she would have made sure that only a minimal number of people knew the truth about the Marquis. But instead, the Queen subtly hinted to those around her that the Marquis is the primordial elf. Moreover, despite knowing your hypothesis, she didn't express any doubt when the primordial elf finally arrived. Tyrion scratched his head after saying all that. I know my questions may not be that important. No matter why the Marquis denies being the primordial elf, he has already proven himself. But I was just curious, so I came to ask. Filda grasped Tyrion's lingering doubt immediately. So, to sum it up, you're wondering why the Queen could believe so unwaveringly that the Marquis is the primordial elf, even though his actions contradicted what I had said? Yes, Tyrion answered without hesitation. Filda smiled lightly and then, I don't know. Excuse me? I said, I don't know. That was her response. Wait, seriously? Tyrion was taken aback. Of course. Why would I know? Well, you're the wisest person I know. I thought you might have an idea why the Queen is acting this way. An idea, huh? Filda let out a thoughtful hum before adding. Well, I wouldn't say I have no idea at all. After the Queen met with Marquis Palacio, I did come up with one possible explanation. Then could you share it with me? Should I? Filda shot Tyrion a playful smile before saying, I like you, but telling you everything outright seems boring. So, I'll give you a hint instead. A hint. The ring. Take a good look at the ring the Queen always carries. The ring. Yes, the ring. If you do, you might start to understand. That was the hint Filda provided. Wait, isn't that barely a hint at all? No, it's a crucial hint. With that, she handed Tyrion a bottle of liquor. And this. A fee for the hint. I was getting bored drinking alone, so why not keep me company today? Tyrion let out a small sigh, staring at the bottle. Suddenly, he remembered a critical fact. Filda had an absurdly high alcohol tolerance. In other words, by tomorrow, he would likely be so drunk he wouldn't even be able to move. My stomach is already churning. He was already dreading the morning. A few days later, Alone prepared to return to the Marquis immediately. His business in Granifra was now complete, so there was no reason to stay any longer. Honestly, he would have preferred to take some time to rest and reflect. I will escort you. That won't be necessary. No, I insist. I really want to. Resting was not an option. Ever since he had returned from the roots, word had spread across the entire land. No matter where he went, he was met with overwhelming reverence. Even now, feeling the weight of such treatment, Alone turned to look at Rim. Her eyes sparkled so brightly that they could have been mistaken for pieces of the Milky Way embedded in her irises. In that case, just escort me to the outskirts. I shall follow. Rim bowed with a radiant smile. He still couldn't get used to this. Wasn't this the same cold elf from just a few days ago? Marquis. As soon as Alone got into the carriage, Evan spoke up. What is it? How does it feel to ride in a carriage with your humble human body? Seems like you really liked that line, huh? It's not that I liked it. I've just heard it so often from others that it's practically engraved in my ears now. Alone let out a deep sigh. Why does everyone look at me with such pity? In truth, there was another reaction the elves had toward him. Pity. The mighty and revered elf, reborn as a mere human with barely 100 years to live, suffering and unrecognized. As a result, whenever he moved through the kingdom, he was met with overwhelming respect and awe, burdensome reactions in themselves. At the same time, he was also the subject of sorrow and sympathy. That kind of racial bias was precisely why Alone had decided to make a quick escape. Thus, hearing people whisper about it constantly is unsettling. Is that so? Yes. I'm starting to get confused myself. Confused about what? You are not the primordial elf, correct? Correct. Alone nodded without hesitation. In the past, he might have hesitated, but now there was no need. After all, Nod, even if he denied it, no one believed him. If anything, Rim, as if determined to play along, nodded even more vigorously. Well, I also think you're not. And? But since everyone keeps reacting like that, even I'm starting to doubt myself. After a brief silence, Evan spoke again. Marquis. What? You really aren't the primordial elf, right? He asked again, carefully. I'm not. I see. Even as he accepted the answer, there was a flicker of doubt in Evan's eyes. Alone let out a small sigh. By the time the afternoon arrived, the carriage had reached the border. Then, we'll take our leave here. All right. I look forward to seeing you again. Leaving the deeply bowing Rim behind, Alone finally left the land of the elves. Alone headed straight for the Marquis of Palatio. He needed to stop by Tyria to report to Sion. However, since he had departed for Grainifra immediately after his birthday, there were still some tasks he had left unfinished. On top of that, I want to study the Divine Authorities and Arrow properly. He couldn't research the Divine Authority while traveling, as it required confronting Kilris directly. But as for Arrow, he had been able to use it a few times on his way back to the Marquis. As a result, he had learned 4 things. First, the divine power of the primordial elf that he had wielded was a force that, though not entirely clear, seemed to promote growth. Second, apart from the green energy he had initially used, he still couldn't access any of the other arrows. Third, using Arrow consumed far more stamina than he had anticipated. And lastly, the energy of Arrow could regenerate or even grow stronger, depending on the level of faith and its concentration. At first, the green energy was significantly smaller than the others. Now, in his familiar state of contemplation, Alone observed the green energy, which had grown large enough to rival the blue energy, before withdrawing from his trance. Maybe I should discuss Arrow with Penia? Oh, right, I still have to go to the Magic Society with her. While Penia remained unaware, Alone mentally organized their schedule. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the Marquis of Palatio. And soon after returning, before he could even take a break, he received word that Duke Merkiliane was waiting for him. At their meeting. Ha ha ha. So, it was true. I am Zukarak, the Scarred. I greet the dear friend of the Great One. He was suddenly greeted with thud. A loud impact as the man slammed his head to the ground in a dramatic bow. Even Duke Merkiliane, as startled as Alone, looked visibly confused. But Zukarak remained unfazed. I pay my respects to the Great One's dear friend. He bellowed with unrestrained enthusiasm. Alone doesn't know much about Zukarak, the Scarred. From the beginning, Zukarak was a character created for DLC promotion, possessing ridiculously overpowered abilities. For Alone, who took pride in clearing psychedelia without relying on DLC, there was no need to know about him. Naturally, his knowledge about Zukarak was very shallow. At best, I only know that the one inside that black armor is a lizard man and that he's strong. That was it, just those 2 facts. Because he knew nothing more, Alone could only be more confused. Why was Zukarak bowing his head to him like that? He couldn't even begin to guess the reason. So, he turned to Duke Merkiliane, hoping to find some clue. But the Duke was staring at him and Zukarak with wide eyes, clearly at a loss. In the end, what do you mean by that? Just as I said. I can't believe the Great One's friend has truly reincarnated. Are reincarnated? Even though Alone asked, Zukarak kept repeating the same words as if he were satisfied with his own assumptions. And then, there was Duke Merkiliane, who had started forming his own strange misunderstanding. Seeing the 2 of them, Alone hurriedly spoke. Sorry, but I think there's a misunderstanding. Not only do I have no idea who this Great One you're talking about is, but I also don't even know you. Alone spoke plainly. Zukarak tilted his head slightly and studied Alone, as if wondering, did I really make a mistake? But only for a moment. Haha. Zukarak suddenly burst into hearty laughter. You do not need to test me, my lord. Even though I am but a mere mortal, I have received power from the Great One, allowing me to recognize and discern your aura. Only then did Alone realize what Zukarak was seeing. Because, in reality, he did possess an aura. However, Alone never considered that his aura had any connection to the lizard men. Their lands were beyond Grainifra, the domain of the elves. Yes, that should be the case. But then again, I thought I had nothing to do with the primordial elf, yet I ended up being connected to them. Could it be possible I have ties to the lizardmen as well? The thought flashed through his mind in an instant. But before he could fully process it. Anyway, since I've confirmed it, I shall take my leave. The Great One will surely be pleased. Before Alone could organize his thoughts, Zukarak bid him farewell. Alone considered asking something but remained silent. By now, he had started to realize something. No matter what he said, Zukarak, with his cheerful laughter, would never believe him. Moreover, there was no need to go into detail about his trip to Grainifra or how he acquired his aura. Even though Cyan had made a request and Alone had traveled there with ease, the Allied Kingdom and the Allied races never had a particularly good relationship. If Zukarak were the only one present, it wouldn't matter. But with Duke Merkiliane around, there was no reason to explain everything in detail. Thus, then, I shall return once more with a letter from the Great One. Well, go ahead then. Marquis. Alone didn't stop Zukarak or Duke Merkiliane from leaving. Shortly after they departed from the territory. Marquis. What? How does it feel to be considered the friend of someone incredibly great, even though you don't know who it is? It's complicated. Alone pretended to ask himself the question, but I figured as much. But what if it's someone like Basiliora? Why are you suddenly picking a fight with me? I'm not picking a fight. I'm just stating facts. You brat. I should have swallowed you whole when I first descended. Watching Evan naturally bicker with Basiliora, Alone shook his head. The next day, Alone, preparing to deal with the mountain of work that had piled up at the Marquis estate, was in for a surprise. There was far less paperwork than he had expected. For a moment, he was confused, but he quickly found out why. Raiden took charge of the work? Why, yes. Unlike the last time he saw him, Alexian now looked utterly exhausted. Seeing him, Alone let out a quiet sigh. Come to think of it, he did mention something like that on his birthday. Raiden had confidently declared, I know people who will do a great job. And as if to prove his words, Alexian had neatly processed all the documents, leaving Alone with only the final approvals. He does seem confident, though he looks incredibly worn out. Though his expression remained indifferent, Alone felt a slight pang of sympathy. His appearance was quite pitiful. Where have I seen that kind of face before? Penia looked like that too. Well, regardless. Since he had no intention of returning to the hellish workload he had endured before, then I'll leave it to you. I'll do my best. He couldn't afford to let go of such a useful worker who had come rolling in on his own. Alexian nodded with a strange expression, one that could neither be classified as a smile nor a frown. Still, Alone knew he had to compensate him properly. Since you're handling such a tough job, I'll make sure you're paid fairly. How about this? Alone casually handed him a sheet of paper. Alexian, still looking weary, checked its contents. I'll do my absolute best. He saluted with an almost explosive enthusiasm. Even though he had just said the same words, this time, his voice was overflowing with sincerity. As expected, money is king. Alone once again felt the power of wealth. After parting ways with the now jubilant Alexian, should I head to see Penia right away now that the work is done? Alone was about to set off to see Penia when he suddenly turned his gaze toward the window. There it was. Still standing tall in the center of his territory ever since his birthday. To be honest, it was still a little, very embarrassing. A massive statue. At that moment. Marquis, what are you doing? HM? Oh, I was just looking at the statue. Do you know? I heard an interesting rumor when I returned to the estate. Evan, who had approached before he realized it, whispered in a hushed voice. They say the statue's eyes sometimes move. The eyes move. Yes. Is it a ghost story? It spread like one, but it seems like more people have been claiming to see it recently. The eyes. Alone looked at the statue's two eyes. If those things actually moved, that would be terrifying. No matter how many times he looked at it, the diamond eyes were somewhat overwhelming. Well, since it appeared so suddenly, I suppose a few ghost stories are bound to pop up. That's true. Now that I think about it, what happened to that creature? The one Raiden brought back. Oh, that one? We released it into the pond in the garden. The pond? Yes, you should be able to see it if you head that way. Following Evan, Alone moved toward the window overlooking the garden. Kaya, so cute. Why does it look like a snake but not seem creepy at all? Look at those bright, sparkling eyes. There, he saw the sea deity being showered with affection by the maids. It didn't seem to dislike the attention either. As if enjoying the entire situation, it wiggled around in the pond while accepting the snacks the maids offered. Alone and Evan were left speechless. By the way, isn't that a freshwater pond? Can a creature that lived in the sea survive in fresh water? Well, since it seems to be doing just fine, I guess it's not a problem? I suppose so. Did something come to mind? I was thinking it's about time to open my gift. Gift? Oh, you mean the one Yusha gave you. Nodding, Alone returned to his desk and took out the box Yusha had given him. She had told him to open it a month later. Now, after all this time, Alone quietly stared at the unopened box. Then, carefully, he unwrapped it. Inside was a brooch. A brooch embedded with a dazzling red gemstone. A brooch, huh? Indeed. Alone took it out and nodded. Evan, observing from the side, commented. Well, a gift is ultimately about the sentiment, but after waiting a whole month, don't you think it's a bit underwhelming from your perspective, Marquis? At first glance, Yusha's brooch didn't seem as grand or powerful as some of the other gifts. However, it's not disappointing at all. Alone wasn't the slightest bit disappointed. Really? Yes. As you said, gifts are about the thought behind them. Gently running his fingers over the brooch, Alone then placed it into the breast pocket of his coat. This is more than enough. Before he realized it, a soft smile had spread across his face. A clear and unmistakable smile that anyone could recognize. Seeing that expression. Lately, he changes his expressions so easily when it involves those kids. Evan couldn't help but have that thought. Duke Merkiliane had been traveling for about an hour since leaving the Marquis estate. He turned to glance at Zukarak beside him. Zukarak was even humming a little tune, clearly in a good mood. Meanwhile, Duke Merkiliane had absolutely no idea what was going on. They hadn't even had a proper conversation. Zukarak had simply declared that he had confirmed something and that they should leave. Not that he could have easily inserted himself into their discussion to ask questions, anyway. In any case, since he hadn't been able to grasp anything properly. Can I ask you something? What is it? Duke Merkiliane questioned Zukarak. Before, you said you came to confirm whether the Marquis Palacio was a god, correct? That's right. And did you finish your confirmation? Of course. You judged that just by looking at him? Yes. Duke Merkiliane's frown deepened. As I recall, you had already seen the Marquis before. Isn't that correct? That's right. Then, if you could tell just by looking, why couldn't you confirm it back then? A reasonable question. Zukarak smirked. Because at that time, I was overwhelmed by something else. Something else? No, thinking about it now, perhaps the Great One deliberately hid his power. I can sense it so clearly now, yet back then I only felt that. Zukarak trailed off, lost in his own musings. Naturally, Duke Merkiliane found no answers in this conversation. From what he could see, Marquis Palacio was just a noble. Of course, not an ordinary noble. Regardless, even if he was special, claiming he was a god was an entirely different matter. In the end, this is too absurd to believe so easily. That was the only conclusion the Duke could come to. Hearing this, Zukarak let out a chuckle. You don't need to force yourself to believe it. What do you mean? Because you'll soon be convinced by those who are about to catch up to us. Zukarak threw out another cryptic remark. Just as Duke Merkiliane's expression twisted in confusion. They're finally here. Muttering to himself, Zukarak turned his gaze forward. And there, emerging from the shadows of the forest under the setting sun. Elves. A group of elves. And then. These pointy-eared bastards. I was wondering when they'd finally show themselves, after lurking around the Primordial One's domain for so long. Following Zukarak's boisterous laughter, Duke Merkiliane heard it. A chilling voice carried through the air. Do not approach the primordial elf lizard. For Duke Merkiliane, elves were both mysterious and terrifying beings. It was natural. The allied kingdom and the allied races. Their relationship was not good enough to allow for any meaningful exchange. Since he had never had the opportunity to see elves, they remained an enigmatic existence to him. An elf's lifespan is 10 times that of a human, while a high elf's lifespan is 20 times longer. At the same time, What he had read in old books made him fearful of them. Despite their appearance being similar to humans, they were beings who lived for what was, in comparison to humans, an almost eternal span of time. With such a long lifespan granted to them, it was written in books that each individual elf was naturally far stronger than humans. And that wasn't all. I feel like I can't breathe. A suffocating pressure. Duke Merkiliane unconsciously let out a rough breath as he stared at the elves before him. A group of elves numbering well over 10. Each of them exuded a powerful killing intent, pressing down on Duke Merkiliane and Zukarak, as if they were ready to kill them at any moment. However, these pointy-eared bastards still have the same nasty temper. Zukarak received the killing intent as if it were nothing, letting out a hearty laugh from beneath his helmet. I won't say it twice. Do not approach the primordial elf. The elf, Drain, once again gave a chilling warning. Seeing the clear fanaticism burning in his eyes, Zukarak smirked and thought to himself, as expected, it's certain. That person is the primordial one. Of course, ever since he first saw Marquis Palacio, he had already suspected that he was not just the primordial elf, but the primordial one. Starting with the shadow leaves that surrounded him, and that black thing behind the Marquis, something no ordinary human could possibly carry. On top of that, the unmistakable divine presence he felt when he met him in person today. It left no room for doubt that he was the primordial one. The only question was, why did the Marquis subtly deny being the primordial one himself? That part bothered him a little, but, well, he must have his reasons. Zukarak glanced over the elves before him, and once again reaffirmed that his suspicions were correct. If the Marquis wasn't the primordial elf, if he wasn't the primordial one, the elves wouldn't be acting like this. Having sorted his thoughts, Zukarak casually spoke. Sorry, but that's not going to happen. I follow orders as well. If you approach again, it won't end in words next time. Do you have the strength to back that up? If all of us attack together, it'll be a different story. Pfft, just because we had a conversation, you're getting all hostile now? Think about what your kind did to him before you speak. Blatant hostility. But Zukarak simply, well, suit yourselves. I don't feel like fighting you guys right now. With a shrug, he turned away as if dismissing the elves. Let's go. In this situation? Then are you not coming? No, but the elves. Don't worry. These pointy-eared guys are rigid, but they do have a sense of honor. Ignoring the Duke's concerns, Zukarak strode forward without hesitation. W8. Duke Merkiliane quickly followed him, afraid of getting separated. He had been anxious about a potential confrontation. But just as Zukarak had said, while the elves remained wary, they did not attack. At that moment, in an instant, the group of elves disappeared without a trace. I think that should be enough explanation for you to understand, don't you? Zukarak's voice rang out. Then, are you saying that Marquis Palacio is the primordial elf? A brief silence. Strictly speaking, the primordial one. But yeah, the pointy ears call him that. At Zukarak's confirmation, Duke Merkiliane could only gape in shock. Marquis Palacio is actually a god? Overwhelmed by an unbelievable truth. It had been about a week since Zukarak and Duke Merkiliane left. Alone had been resting during that time, all thanks to his outstanding assistant, Alexian. In the past, when he returned from a trip, he would have to wrestle with paperwork for at least a month. But now the highly competent Alexian took care of it all. As a result, Alone only needed to review and approve documents briefly in the morning. For the rest of the time, he either rested or focused on magic research with Pinia. Though, to be fair, the time spent on magic research far outweighed his rest. Leaning back in his chair, Alone let out a small sigh. Pinia, who had been closely observing his magic, finished writing something down and nodded. I think we've found up to 5 seals now. I see. Meow. What Alone had been researching was the proper linkage to control Blackie. Over the past week, they had found 2 additional seals for linking. That was faster than I expected. Well, as you know from last time, once we identify the molecular structure corresponding to the linked seals, we can find them quite quickly. Indeed. As Alone stroked its head, Blackie let out a pleased meow and pressed against him even more. Oh, by the way, I also looked into the nature of Arrow. Did you discover anything? I did. As he resumed his magic training, Alone had wondered whether this arrow could be incorporated into magic, so he had asked Penia to investigate. That inquiry had led to their research on the nature of arrow. Is it useful information? It's half and half. When Alone straightened his posture, Penia hesitated briefly before speaking. To start with, while arrow shares some similarities with mana, it feels different. For example? Well, with mana, the way a mage arranges and utilizes molecular structures determines the magic's outcome, right? That's right. But this arrow that you've shown, my lord, isn't quite like that. It feels more like your phrases or sentences. My phrases and sentences? Yes. Penia placed a finger on her chin, deep in thought. The phrases you use twist mana, and your sentences warp magic itself as if they were some sort of law. This arrow feels similar. But if there's a difference, it's that it feels absolute. Absolute. Yes. Your sentences may alter magic, but this arrow is much broader. In short, it's like an absolute law, something that remains unshaken under any circumstances. What do you think would happen if it were used alongside magic? Based on the arrow you've shown so far, I'm sorry, but I can't say for sure. I still don't fully understand what kind of phenomenon it truly is. I see. Alone felt a slight tinge of disappointment. But if this absolute law can be incorporated into magic, it could create truly unbelievable spells. Such as, it's just a rough thought, but if the absolute law were something like immutability, you could create an eternally burning fire, for example. In any case, it's definitely worth researching. Impressive, as always. Hearing Alone's praise, Penia briefly puffed up with a humph. Who do you think I am expression, but then she suddenly let out a small exclamation. But just in case, you should be careful about using arrow within the phrases or sentences. And why is that? As you already know, phrases is fundamentally a phenomenon caused by irregular mana distortions, so irregular that they interfere with space and time itself. Would using arrow there cause problems? Normal magic wouldn't be an issue, but if you were to use an absolute law-like power in such a place, I doubt the outcome would be good. Muttering as if piecing together a hypothesis, Penia soon added as if she had realized something. If I had to guess, the already unstable space-time could warp even more severely, dropping you into some bizarre location, or your magic might fail to manifest and trigger an explosion instead. One of the two. I'll have to be careful. Either outcome was best avoided. Later, as they wrapped up their research and shared idle conversation, a thought suddenly struck Alone, prompting him to bring it up. Come to think of it, isn't the academic conference coming up soon? Yes, sir. The moment the topic of the magical conference was mentioned, Penia answered almost as if she had been waiting for it. A smile had already formed on her lips, and in her cat-like eyes, a peculiar gleam of ambition shimmered. Then I suppose we'll be attending this time. When should we leave? Around a week from now should be fine. Then let's do that. Leaving behind the now highly motivated Penia, Alone stepped out of the secondary office and prepared to use Footsteps of the Past. Originally, he had wanted to use it the moment he returned, but he couldn't. Ironically enough, he had only recently realized that if he didn't use Footsteps of the Past immediately after fully replenishing his mana, it would slowly start leaking mana over time. Having restored the mana that had gradually evaporated, he could now finally use it. As the scenery shifted, "You've arrived." Alone found himself once again in the ruined world, facing Kilris. "You followed all my previous instructions, correct?" The first thing Kilris did upon seeing him was confirm the progress. Alone nodded before asking a question himself. "Before we start training, I have something I'd like to ask first. Would that be all right?" "What is it?" "It's about ritual techniques and arrow." "Ritual techniques and arrow?" At Kilris's questioning tone, Alone recounted what had happened in the elven lands of Grainifra. The story of the technique that defies heavens. How, among the multiple arrows, he was only able to use the green arrow. Kilris listened intently before furrowing his brow. "Ritual techniques are one thing, but why are you asking me about arrow? You already know how I became a god. Asking me won't do much good." I see. I asked just in case, but is there really nothing you can infer?" Kilris let out a thoughtful hum before answering. "I've already said that my knowledge of arrow is shallow. What I do know is mostly secondhand. But if I had to make a guess, you should go to the symbol." "The symbol? Yes. Didn't you say that out of the 5 arrows, you have an idea where faith for at least one of them converged? That's right. Then go to that arrow symbol. Seeing Alone's puzzled expression, Kilris elaborated. A god's power ultimately comes from faith. And that faith flows into you through symbols. If you can find that symbol, awakening your dormant arrow won't be difficult. Simply finding the symbol will awaken it? Yes. Symbols are incredibly important to a god. And if my assumption is correct, you'll be able to wield yet another arrow. The possibility of handling another arrow. Alone's expression subtly shifted in thought. He hadn't needed to find a symbol to awaken the green arrow, the arrow of the primordial elf. But that doubt lasted only for a moment. He reconsidered. If the world tree itself is the primordial elf symbol, then it does make sense. After all, when he was inside the world tree, the green arrow had reacted. With that in mind, I should visit the Thunder Serpent tribe. Alone decided that after attending the magical conference, his next destination was set. After asking about arrows, Alone immediately threw the next question. It was about the story he had heard from the mysterious man in the mirror within the world tree. The technique that defies the heavens. Do you know something about it? Even at Alone's question, Kilris, lost in thought, continued speaking to himself. Contemplate the anomaly. Recognize it. Perceive it. Do not run away, huh? As if savoring the words, Kilris muttered the sentence Alone had conveyed slowly. Then, lowering the hand that had been stroking his chin, he looked at Alone. This seems to be a teaching. Is this how mages teach techniques and mental images? What nonsense are you spouting? Of course not. Didn't you just say it was a teaching? Doesn't that mean it's a lesson about the technique? Good grief. Even with such power, you're still a novice. Kilris let out a sigh. I told you last time. Fundamentally, every mage possesses a mental image, but each takes a different form. Therefore, the methods of obtaining a mental image and their types all vary. In other words, it's rare for the training methods to overlap when acquiring a mental image. Kilris continued explaining. Despite that, the reason I judge this to be a teaching is that I believe there's a hidden meaning in those words. Then can't you tell me what it is? Let me ask just in case. Do you think that if I explained those words to you, you would obtain a mental image? Wouldn't I? Kilris did not answer. Instead, Alone could see it. What it meant to curse someone with your eyes. After a brief silence. Before anything else, I want to ask whether this technique is necessary for you, or rather, whether it's something you can even learn. What do you mean? Why do you think the man in the mirror left his teachings in such an obscure manner? Do you think he twisted the words just to mess with the learner? That wouldn't be it. Then, why do you think he conveyed it in such a convoluted way? Alone pondered for a moment before answering. If, as you say, this is a teaching, then maybe it's because I need to realize it on my own? At least you're not a complete novice. That's a relief. But one thing to keep in mind is that what's important in obtaining a mental image is not just the realization, but the process of reaching that realization itself. So, the process of arriving at the result is more important than the result itself? Exactly. A mental image is built up from the ground. The goal isn't to attain realization, but rather, the process itself is what matters. A mental image is ultimately formed through the process of realization, and as a byproduct, you naturally reach enlightenment. So in the end, I can't receive your help. Correct. However, Kilris let out a thoughtful hum before adding, it's a bit strange. What part? The talk about against the heavens. That part is certainly. As if something didn't quite fit, Kilris pondered over it several times. If you truly wish to obtain a mental image related to going against the heavens, go to the north. The north? He offered new advice. Yes, to the coldest place at the center of the north. You might find some help in your process there. Do you know something about against the heavens? Not exactly. He left it at that, saying he had only heard about it. Now then, novice, if you're done asking questions, let's begin the lesson. Kilris stood up in front of Alone. Alone also faced him. Got it. But how will the lesson be conducted? Obviously, through combat. Combat? Yes, from now on, you will fight me. Wait, you haven't taught me anything yet. You'll start learning now. By seeing for yourself. With those words, Kilris suddenly began forming seals with his hands. Although his face remained expressionless, Alone was utterly flustered. Still, he didn't hesitate to form a counter seal. From this moment on, I will try to kill you. So, fight me with the resolve to kill me in return. What if I actually die? Don't worry. This is the mental world. Even if you die, you won't actually die. You'll just be ejected from here. As Kilris completed an unusual sequence of hand signs, just as he had demonstrated before. So grit your teeth and face me. Fight to claim what is mine is yours. He uttered those words. Spiritual faith. Suddenly, shadows began creeping up, coiling around Kilris's body. His figure was instantly swallowed by the darkness, as if sucked into the shadows. And a moment later, Kilris emerged, looking completely different from before. A mask, formed of black shadows, covered only the lower half of his face. Whoosh! His once white robes turned black, fluttering in the air. The fabric, rippling like flames, seemed to veil the ruined world behind him. His eyes, now in the form of reverse pupils, gleamed with paradoxical dark light. At that moment, Alone felt threatened. His opponent hadn't even moved. He was merely standing still. Yet, that alone was enough to completely overwhelm his entire body. And then, Spirit Wood. Alone, belatedly regaining his senses, tried to chant a technique. But he couldn't. The next moment, he was back in reality. What in the world? Don't worry. This is the mental world. Even if you die, you won't actually die. You'll just be ejected from here. Kilris's voice echoed in his mind. Huh. Alone let out a hollow laugh without realizing it. He slowly looked down at the fading remnants of the footsteps of the past. He had returned to reality, which meant he had died inside that world. A fleeting sense of emptiness passed through his mind, but only for a moment. Taking a deep breath, Alone calmly replayed the recent battle. No, that futile death that wasn't even a fight. The moment Kilris put on that mask covering his lower face, I chanted my technique, and then my memory cut off. The last thing he could barely recall was that the shadows had spread widely beneath Kilris's feet. Huh. Alone let out another hollow laugh. I expected that he wouldn't last long. From the moment Kilris mentioned that training would be conducted in the form of a sparring match, Alone had somewhat anticipated this situation. He was clearly weaker than Kilris. But even so, he hadn't expected to be killed this easily. After all, he hadn't just been idle for the past 10 years. Alone took a deep breath. Now was the time to shake off his thoughts. Instead of emptiness, he filled his mind with determination. This wasn't a battle, but training. Winning or losing didn't matter. What mattered now was using the same magic that Kilris used. If I can absorb all the techniques he used to control the Shadow Dragon. The image of Kilris in the mental world was vivid in his mind. Standing there arrogantly with a black half-mask covering his face. Just standing still, he exuded an overwhelming pressure that sent chills down Alone's spine. That means I can become like that too. Alone quietly clenched his fist. A week later, to keep his promise to Pinia, Alone left the Marquisate of Palatio. First, I'll visit the Magic Society, then stop by the Thunder Serpent tribe in the Duchy of Luxable, and after that, head north? As he mentally organized his travel itinerary while feeling the increasingly chilly weather, he heard Pinia's cheerful voice from ahead. AD. She was so excited that she was even humming a tune. Sitting beside her, Felon watched his sister with an expression that was half understanding and half perplexed at her reaction. At that moment, Evan spoke up. Marquis, this trip seems like it will take a while. Is that correct? Yes, even if we move quickly, it will take at least 4 months. Huh? 4 months? I thought 3 months would be enough. Alone clarified. There are a couple of additional places I need to visit. Where? There's an item I need to find. Alone thought of footsteps of the past tucked inside his coat. It takes way too long to recharge. Although the recharge time had always been long, he had never found it particularly inconvenient until now. As long as he could enter the mental world once a month, it wasn't a big problem. But now that his training had begun, it was becoming a serious obstacle. If one training session required an entire month, then he needed an artifact that could shorten that time. At the very least, he had to be able to use footsteps of the past once a day. I don't know if things will go as planned, but he had to try. Alone continued pondering for a while. And exactly 1 week after they had set out, Alone arrived at the Magic Society. Without even greeting the mages properly, he headed straight for the library. In truth, he wanted to exchange greetings with the mages and listen to some of the strange rumors he had picked up on, but… Hee. Penia's eyes were sparkling like a puppy that had just spotted a treat. Under the mage's curious gazes, Alone went up to the library with Penia. It's been a while. A brief moment of hesitation, then, naturally, he encountered Heinkel, who greeted him. Hello. Penia, stiff with nervousness, quickly bowed her head. Though her gaze toward Heinkel was filled with admiration. Alone, noticing the adoration practically dripping from her eyes, got straight to the point. I have a favor to ask. Is it another request to learn magic, like last time? Yes. And this time, I'd like you to teach someone else as well. Someone else saw. Heinkel tilted her head slightly and pointed at Penia. You mean your betrothed? In that instant, the excitement on Penia's face completely froze. She began nervously glancing at Alone. Since Penia had already confessed everything to him, Alone wasn't particularly flustered by Heinkel's misunderstanding. Still, Penia seemed to feel guilty as she darted her eyes around while looking at Alone. With a casual shrug, Alone said, Ahem, first, let me correct that she is not my betrothed. Huh. After clearing up the misunderstanding, he explained the full story. A moment later. So that's how it is. Yes. So if you accept, I'll also share my magic with you as you requested. At that, Heinkel turned to look at Penia. Penia hesitated, subtly shifting her gaze away and pursing her lips. Ack. She bit her tongue by mistake, and tears welled up in her eyes. But in those eyes, there was unmistakable anticipation. However, no thanks. What? I refuse. If this had been the offer from the start, maybe I'd consider it, but I don't like people who lie. An unexpected response. Penia was completely shattered. Like a ghost whose soul had left its body, Penia turned pale white. Watching her, Heinkel smirked to herself. In truth, this was the exact situation she had been hoping for. Of course, her primary goal was to study Alone's magic. But even so, the reason she had rejected his offer was simple. Penia had lied to her. She disliked liars. But that was merely an excuse. The real reason was far more practical. She wanted to squeeze something extra out of this deal. The thing trailing behind him doesn't seem to be trying to cause harm. As long as I don't ask about magic directly, it doesn't even move. During her previous lesson with Alone, Heinkel had realized something. As long as she didn't show hostility toward Alone, that I wouldn't pose a threat. So, now, what should I demand in return? As she pondered what else she could reasonably extort from him. Her gaze suddenly landed on Alone's brooch. A brooch adorned with a red gemstone. Normally, she wouldn't have given it a second thought, it wasn't particularly flashy. And yet, instinctively, her eyes were drawn to it. At that moment, a chill ran down her spine. She met eyes with it. The red eye that was staring directly at her. And then, Spirit. A voice echoed. You should stop while you can. A voice that was both alluring and eerie. Heinkel stared blankly ahead. The scenery that filled her vision. A temple drenched entirely in red and a red moon. A foreboding moon hung in the sky. A crimson moon that cast its glow upon the entire world. Spirit. A girl had appeared before she knew it. She spoke each syllable as if she were biting down on them. You should stop while you can. A black sacred robe. Crimson red eyes. Seeing her, Heinkel's mind raced. Her thought process accelerated, constructing, discarding, and deriving multiple hypotheses in an instant. Not to figure out who the girl in front of her was, but to understand the reason she was thinking. To define this abnormal space that had unfolded before her. And with her exceptionally brilliant mind, Heinkel grasped the situation in no time. Without hesitation, she awakened her magic. She was a massive magic, perhaps magic itself. Yet, paradoxically, for that very reason, she should not be able to use magic. No matter how revered she was by all mages, she was ultimately nothing more than a spirit. Unless she somehow laid her hands on black magic, manifesting magic in her spirit form should have been nearly impossible unless it was of the simplest kind. But, quagagagak, as if to defy that rule, Heinkel deployed magic in an instant. Because she had realized that, within this space, She could materialize magic. No, it wasn't even a realization. She had already experienced this space before. 3 magic circles overlapped and unfolded around her. From the 3 magic circles emerged 9 more. Then from those 9, 27 magic circles appeared. In less than 10 seconds. The magic crafted by Heinkel, known as the Chalice of the Origin, who had stood at the pinnacle of all mages past and present, was such a spectacle that merely witnessing it compelled all to bow in awe. In this world where only the red light existed, Kuag, the colossal meteor shower she had conjured, was plummeting down, tearing through the air, shredding even the red light as it descended. Heinkel's magic. However, the reaction of Yusha, who gazed at the meteors rushing toward her, was unbelievably lighthearted, as if she were merely enjoying a spectacle. Just that level of response. And she showed no intent to stop the falling meteors. She simply watched. With no interference, the meteors crashed into the ground, obliterating everything. The temple roof, the pillars, the trees, the ground, the girls standing before him, and even Heinkel herself, who had deployed the magic. Thus, drip. Heinkel returned to the beginning. The situation was exactly the same as before. She was staring blankly ahead, and everything still existed as it had. The red temple, the red trees, the red marble floor, the red moon. Everything remained unchanged, as if time had been rewound. And the girl was still there. I only meant to give a warning, but your reaction is more intense than I expected. At that, Heinkel scowled deeply. Why are you here? You should be in the abyss. She tried to speak. Sure. But she couldn't finish. The girl's Yusha index finger had gently pressed against Heinkel's lips, rendering her unable to move properly. I've never once revealed my true form, yet you still figured it out? You're quite sharp. But this is as far as it goes. She smiled at Heinkel as if praising her. Yet, tremble. Contrary to her composed demeanor. From the moment she realized her true identity, Heinkel was consumed by terror, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Her rationality vanished, leaving only fear in her eyes. Yusha, who silently gazed into those fear-filled eyes, gently caressed Heinkel's face. Once, twice, and then, tap. She lightly tapped her cheek with her index finger. Listen carefully, spirit. I'll only say this once. And then, if he wants help, give it to him. If he does something, accept it. If he asks for your heart, offer it. That is all you can do for him. Understood? The girl's voice poured down, like the meteor shower Heinkel had just created. If you understand, nod your head. Heinkel barely managed to nod, because she knew that there was no other choice. You've always been obedient, and that's good. And, at Heinkel's submission, Yusha patted her head once more. You're smart enough to understand, aren't you? About me. Then, placing her index finger on her lips, she smiled in satisfaction. And with that, gasp. Heinkel gasped for air, sweat dripping down her face. Are you all right? Alone asked, his face expressionless. Heinkel, trying to calm her pounding heart, looked at Alone with an utterly perplexed expression. Alone tilted his head slightly, confused by the sudden gaze. You? Heinkel was about to ask. There were so many questions. Even more than when she first saw the black figures behind him. She wanted to ask right away. Did Alone know the girl who had just appeared? If so, what was their relationship? Why was the abyss following him? Who the hell was he? She wanted to ask. But, no, never mind. Your request, it was to have that woman learn magic, wasn't it? Heinkel couldn't bring herself to say it. Because the moment she did, she knew, with absolute certainty, that she would not survive. So, yes, that's correct. Alone, still looking slightly confused, nodded. Fine, I'll accept. Huh? But just a moment ago. That was just a joke. I was slightly annoyed, that's all. No, to be precise, she glanced at the red gemstone on Alone's brooch, then awkwardly curled her lips into a smirk. Kiaya. Pinia, who had seemed on the verge of turning into ashes just moments ago, shrieked like a pterosaur. Come starting tomorrow. Alone wasn't entirely sure what had just happened. But for now, he nodded. Thank you so much. There's no need. You paid a price, and I merely upheld my end. Still, thank you. With sparkling eyes, she bowed several times before practically floating away with happiness. It was almost like watching a chubby Shiba Inu waddling around in an old YouTube video. As he watched her figure recede, Alone recalled the events from earlier. What was that? Something definitely changed. Everything had seemed normal at first. But at some point, something had drastically shifted. And those eyes. Alone wasn't particularly sharp at reading people's emotions through their eyes. But even he could tell. It was unmistakably a look of fear. Marquis. At that moment, Evan's voice called out. What is that? In his hands was a pile of something. Oh, this? Gifts for me. The gifts were stacked so high that he had to turn sideways just to see ahead. Gifts? Yes, despite everything, I'm quite the handsome man, you know. The female mages seem to be quite interested in me. Haha. Marquis, that look of utter incomprehension is a bit hurtful. Especially coming from someone who barely shows emotion on their face. Did I make such a face? Yes. Evan sighed deeply. Well, technically, they were given to me, but in reality, they were meant for you. No need to explain, I understood the moment I saw it. Before, Basiliora had been nowhere to be seen when they went to meet Henkel. But now, as if it had been waiting, it finally showed up. Marquis, why don't you give that snake-headed bastard to the librarian? Maybe she can correct him once and for all. Pfft. Don't talk nonsense. That damn... Basiliora, who had been speaking boldly, suddenly lowered its voice. It stretched its body like a meerkat, scanning its surroundings before. You think I'd ever bow to that demon? It finally shouted. What a spectacle. You're more of a spectacle. As the two bickered childishly. Alone and his group finally arrived at their temporary lodgings. Marquis, speaking of which, I have something to report. What is it? It's about some rumors. Earlier, you asked if there was any useful information to gather, remember? Were there many? Well, since I haven't visited the Information Guild in a while, a lot has piled up. Evan then began relaying the accumulated rumors. That seems to be everything. After the report, Alone sorted through the rumors. Out of all of them, 3 were particularly noteworthy. First, Eli Ban was erasing strange figures while following the Stalian Kingdom's route. Second, something major had happened in the capital of the Varnos Duchy. And lastly, the rumors about Luxable Duchy, or more precisely, the mystical jungle of Lonavelia. The rumors regarding the Varnos Duchy and Lonavelia. These were worth investigating. Monsters devoured the capital of Varnos, and black magic is spreading in Lonavelia. But the most concerning of them all was Varnos. The reason? The fall of Varnos. That's supposed to be the beginning of the Four Factions episode. Indeed, the destruction of Varnos marked the start of the Four Factions episode, which normally occurred in the mid-phase of Psychedelia. Of course, Alone was aware. That much of what he knew about Psychedelia's narrative had already become irrelevant. But even accounting for that, the emergence of Ogue, the Devourer, was happening far too soon. Evan. Yes, Marquis. Soon, visit the Information Guild and get more details about the Varnos Duchy. Understood. Alone entrusted Evan with further investigation. A few days later. Take care. See you next time. Leaving behind a beaming Pinia, whose face practically glowed with happiness, Alone set off for Lonavelia to meet the Thunder Serpent tribe. At that same moment, inside the royal palace of Ashtalon. I greet your majesty. Where is Zukarak? He said he had a stop to make and headed elsewhere. He asked me to inform your majesty that he had to visit a place briefly. King Stalion V furrowed his brows slightly at Duke Merkiliane's report. But it can't be helped. He soon exhaled deeply and then asked Duke Merkiliane. So, did you investigate what I asked? Yes, I did. And? To put it bluntly, the identity of Marquis Palacio. Duke Merkiliane hesitated for a moment, as if struggling to say it. Then, calmly, he reported. He appears to be a deity of another race. At that, what? King Stalion V's voice trembled faintly. Stalion stared blankly at Duke Merkiliane. The god of other race. Yes. What do you mean by that? Stalion V asked, looking utterly baffled. Duke Merkiliane calmly recounted the events so far. Starting with Zukarak's actions at the Marquis of Palacio. Then, the elves who had appeared on their way back to Ashtalon. And finally, the conversation between Zukarak and the elves. After listening in silence for a long while, Stalion V finally spoke. So, Duke, you're saying that Marquis Palacio is actually the god of other race? Based on what I've seen so far, that seems to be the case. And Zukarak, he knelt before him? Yes, that's hard to believe. When they first brought him in through a secret contract, there had been an opportunity to gauge his power. He had strength beyond common sense. So overwhelming that it was almost absurd, enough to make one suspect he might be a god. And yet, that man knelt? That could only mean Marquis Palacio is an even greater being than him, but why would someone like that? No answer presented itself, no matter how much he thought about it. He couldn't even begin to guess why Marquis Palacio was pretending to be a mere noble and hiding his true identity. But only for a moment. Stallion V decided to stop thinking about it. Why he was hiding his identity. Whether the one acting as Marquis Palacio was really Marquis Palacio. Instead, Duke Merkiliane. Yes, I believe you have some level of acquaintance with Marquis Palacio. Well, yes, to some extent. Can you find out what he likes? What he likes, you mean? Yes, more precisely, what he needs at this moment. He had made up his mind to draw him into the kingdom of Ashtalon. A week had passed since Marquis Palacio left. You're quite good. Oh, please, it's nothing. Even after the magic conference had ended, Penia and Henkel continued their training at the Mage Tower. Despite being relentlessly drilled all day long, Penia's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face radiating, "This is so fun. It's always thrilling, rather than exhaustion." Henkel clicked her tongue, but... All right, now for the 72 ring array. Layer connections within the circles. The key is the straight line. The array must be deployed with a direct line passing through all 72 rings. Yes, I'll try it right away. The moment she assigned the next task, Penia answered energetically and immediately started practicing. Without realizing it, Henkel felt a sense of pride. She hadn't particularly noticed before, but lately, Penia Chryson had been reminding her of her younger self. Back when, no matter what magic she learned, instead of thinking this is hard, she always thought, I'm curious, first. Naturally, her fondness for Penia had grown significantly. Well, aside from the first lie she told, she embodied the ideal mage Henkel envisioned. And on top of that, Penia was a genius. A genius so extraordinary that even Henkel unconsciously found herself nodding in approval. Teaching her was becoming increasingly enjoyable. Tell her one thing, and she understood 10. Teach her 10 things, and she grasped 100. Her personality is a bit eccentric, but well, any true mage should have at least one odd quirk. Of course. Just as she was nodding in agreement with herself. Watching Penia begin to construct the magic circle, Henkel suddenly recalled something from a few days ago. More precisely, the moment when she saw the brooch on Alone's chest. Her face involuntarily stiffened. Thump, 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 thump. Even in her spiritual form. Just recalling that moment made his entire body feel cold. Her heart pounded violently. A sensation she hadn't felt in so long. No, one she had thought she'd never feel again. That magic. No, that place. Henkel ran through the verification process again, for what must have been the 100th time. Though, deep down, she already knew. The abyss. That girl had cast that magic. In fact, she had even been slightly impressed when she realized Henkel had figured it out. But even now, the reason she kept going over that moment again and again was, I can't understand it. Because it was not something the girl should have been able to use. It was an impossible ability. That was definitely, back then. No, to be precise. Even if it could be replicated someday right now, it was an ability that should not exist. That's why Henkel kept wondering, what exactly is she doing? Why hasn't she lost her power, and how is she still here? Why? For a long while, she pondered. Why is that being following Marquis Palacio? As unanswered questions swirled in her mind. At that moment, Alone had arrived at the Lanavelia jungle. Marquis, speak. It's about Varnos, which you previously mentioned. Strangely, there's no information on it. No information? Yes. Even the Information Guild says they know nothing about that place. Apparently, all intelligence networks in the surrounding area have been completely severed. However, it's certain that something has happened. I see. Should we look into it further? No, that's enough. Even with just the information Evan had gathered, Alone could already tell. The events in Varnos were related to the emergence of the four great powers he knew. It was just like this when Agwid first appeared in the game. The four great powers, which only emerged in the mid-game, had already shown themselves. Realizing this, Alone quickly fell into deep thought. If this happens, what comes next? Will the other great powers reveal themselves too? As far as Alone knew, once the four great powers appeared, the Allied Kingdom entered an era of great chaos. Each of the four great powers possessed strength that far exceeded that of the entire kingdom. If they started rampaging in earnest, the kingdom would fall in an instant. In the game, strong individuals eventually sided with the Allied Kingdom around the mid-game, so unless the kingdom was destroyed by a sin, things could somehow be resolved. Unfortunately, this was still the early stages of psychedelia. The powerful figures who could balance the power scale against the four great powers had yet to appear. In other words, if the four great powers started rampaging now. Except for Ashtalon, where Zukarak was present, it was impossible to predict what would happen elsewhere. The only silver lining is that the other great powers haven't surfaced yet. But his thoughts were soon interrupted. Marquis, there's something else I need to report. At Evan's words, Alone turned his attention back. What is it now? This came up while I was gathering information on Varnos. Do you remember the rumor that spread in Lonavelia last time? A rumor. You mean the one about black magic spreading? Yes, that one. Did you find additional information? I did, but it's not good news. What is it? Evan hesitated for a moment before speaking with a troubled expression. A massacre occurred. A massacre? Yes. But the strange thing is, it wasn't caused by a single entity. What do you mean? At Alone's questioning, Evan detailed the rumors. In other words, people killed each other? Yes. From what I've heard, it was extremely eerie. Their minds were supposedly intact, but they picked up weapons, fought, and killed each other. As a result, most of the mercenaries and explorers in the jungle died. Alone frowned internally. As he listened, a particular thought involuntarily surfaced in his mind. So their minds were fine, but their bodies moved as if possessed? Yes. One of the few surviving mercenaries described it as feeling like being turned into a puppet. A puppet? Do you have any suspicions about this, Marquis? Alone didn't answer, but Evan was right, he had a suspicion. No, he had to have one. Because what Evan had just described was something Alone had encountered multiple times when he played psychedelia. The Sin of Sloth. It was precisely the type of rumor that spread when the Sin of Sloth manifested. In other words, for Alone, it was the worst possible rumor. Fortunately, Alone managed to maintain his composure. There's no way a sin has manifested already. If it had, the world wouldn't be this peaceful. It would have been an absolute disaster. He knew exactly how quickly the world fell into chaos once a sin was born. But what about now? A horrific massacre had taken place, yes. But there were no reports that the sin had awakened. Nor had similar events spread elsewhere. This meant one thing. It wasn't the work of a fully awakened sin roaming the world to slaughter humanity. In that case, the only possibility left was an apostle. An apostle of sin. And specifically, it seemed the apostle of sloth was in Lonavelia. Evan. Yes. We're heading to the duchy immediately. Understood. There was no time to waste. Exactly 1 day later, Alone arrived at the capital of the Luxable Duchy. And the first thing he saw was, it's huge. Yes. It's really huge. I agree. Isn't that basically a monument gifted by Deus himself? Right in the middle of the Luxable Duchy stood a massive statue. Kalanon, the lightning receiver. A statue that, in essence, depicted Alone's own back. Though not as grand as the one at the Marquis of Palatio, it was still large enough to be unbearably embarrassing. Alone stared at it for a moment before pretending not to care and heading toward the palace. We've been expecting you, Marquis. Circle. The moment he entered the palace, Circle greeted him. She bowed politely before saying, I'll guide you inside. She led Alone further in. Then, Marquis. What? I'm a little scared. Evan clutched the hem of Alone's coat. Alone didn't brush his hand away. Because, to some extent, he felt the same way. No, this is a bit much. Everywhere Alone walked, members of the Thunder Serpent tribe working in the palace prostrated themselves. They pressed themselves so flat against the floor that it felt excessive. Of course, as a noble, he had never been treated disrespectfully. But such extreme reverence was a first. The overwhelming display of devotion left him momentarily bewildered. Wait, I thought they were working alongside Luxable's forces? Why do I see only the tribe members and not a single Luxable soldier? A sudden question surfaced in his mind. But before he could fully process it, another mysterious sight caught his attention. What is this? This is our tribe's sacred stone tablet. We brought it here when we allied with Luxable. A large, weathered stone tablet stood in the palace, looking slightly rough for its setting, but emanating an unmistakable aura of mystique. As Alone examined it, his eyes were drawn to the inscriptions. The day I first came into existence? He read the words. And in that instant, whoosh! The world around him shifted. Before he could even perceive the sensation of entering another space, in the blink of an eye, his surroundings changed entirely. One moment, Alone had been inside the kingdom. Now he stood in an entirely different realm. If he had to describe it, a space wrapped in a dreamlike night sky, where dark blue galaxies shimmered like flowing rivers of stars. And at the very center, a girl with blue hair. With blue eyes the same shade as her hair, she gazed at Alone. She looked utterly displeased. Alone felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Even though he had never seen this girl before, it felt as if he had. As he tried to recall why she seemed familiar. He realized it. Where he had seen her before. The girl was the Thunder Serpent NPC. She was an NPC who only appeared when players attempted to complete the Thunder Serpent quest by dealing with Basiliora. Then vanished once the quest was finished. The moment he recognized her. Give it back. Give me back my divinity. The girl's voice, filled with grievance, rang out in Alone's ears. Give me back my divinity. With a face full of grievance, as if carrying all the world's injustices, Alone swallowed his surprise and asked, What are you talking about? Don't pretend you don't know. You took all my divinity. I took all your divinity? The girl looked even more aggrieved at Alone's response. What is she talking about? Alone decided to stay calm and think. Why was the girl in front of him demanding the return of her divinity? Then, Alone let out a quiet exclamation. The Thunder Serpent quest. The NPC. The girl who always appeared. His thoughts linked one after another, and ultimately, he reached a single conclusion. Kalanon. An uncertain, yet at this moment, the most logical guess. At that name. Why are you pretending not to know when you do? The girl, no, Kalanon, clenched her fists and shouted again. Alone realized his deduction was correct. But what he still couldn't understand was, I took your divinity? That he had supposedly stolen the divinity of Kalanon, the lightning receiver. Alone couldn't agree with that claim. Never once had he, let alone tried to steal someone else's divinity, even attempted to become a god of his own volition. Yet, in response to Alone's protest, Kalanon placed both hands on her hips and shouted as if dumbfounded. You didn't just take it. You completely turned me into a forgotten relic. Me? Yes, you. Can't you see this? Kalanon spread her hands wide toward the sky. Then, in what had once been a night sky filled with the Milky Way, familiar statues began appearing one after another. Here, there, over there, at the very end, and even here. Everywhere stood statues erected by the Thunder Serpent tribe. Showing them furiously, the girl fumed. They're all you, not me. Because of you. You've taken all the faith that should have come to me. She spat out her resentment. Alone quickly grasped the situation. I get the gist of it. But as ridiculous as this sounds, I never acted with the intent to steal your divinity. How does that even make sense? I also think it doesn't make much sense, but... Then are you saying the believers who should have worshipped me suddenly started following you for no reason? The faith that should have been mine, why is it going to you? As if daring him to deny it, Kalanon glared at him with eyes full of disbelief. Yet Alone stood firm. I feel bad saying this, but I'm innocent. Truly. I have never once said or done anything to manipulate this situation. Or so he thought. Alone stopped speaking. Because suddenly, a hypothesis flashed through his mind. Something so obvious, he had overlooked it completely. A fact he had ignored all this time. Could it be because of that phrase? Alone had never once claimed to be Kalanon, the lightning receiver. He had never acted as such. Furthermore, he had done nothing that could have made people suspect him of being Kalanon. That is, until he learned the girl in front of him was Kalanon. Up until then, he had believed himself innocent. Under the low sky, I shall find my way to you. Rejoice, for you who greet the dawn shall welcome me. Alone recalled the phrase. The words he had spoken in front of the Thunder Serpent tribe. It was the very phrase that the girl had mentioned, the one that had made the Thunder Serpent tribe revere him. That one moment of repeating those words. That was undoubtedly what had led to the misunderstanding that he was Kalanon. At last, the pieces of the puzzle that had baffled him began to fit together. The coherence built up. Scattered doubts started to resolve. You did, didn't you? However, see, you did. Kalanon stomped her feet in frustration. Alone could only avert his gaze slightly. Alone had spoken that phrase, and though he didn't fully understand the process by which faith had gathered around him, the conclusion remained the same. He had been mistaken for Kalanon, and in the process, had stolen the divinity meant for her. That was the truth of the matter. Alone looked at the girl. The girl, in turn, glared at Alone. Her teary eyes pricked at his conscience. Clearing his throat needlessly, he finally apologized. I didn't mean for this to happen, but I'm sorry. A simple, straightforward apology. To which Kalanon, still full of resentment, opened her mouth. Give it BA. But then, her pupils suddenly dilated, and she shut her mouth. Hey, something wrong. Like a pause screen, Kalanon froze in place. As Alone tilted his head in confusion. No. As if a rusty machine groaning into motion, Kalanon awkwardly responded. Then, wiping the frustration from her face, she forced a smile. No, actually. I should be the one apologizing. Thinking about it, I don't really have the right to blame you. Suddenly? And now she was even apologizing? Alone was taken aback by Kalanon's abrupt change in attitude. But despite her stiff, awkward smile, she pressed on. Yes, either way, I wouldn't have been able to help my believers, and, well, I guess I would have been forgotten naturally. Alone easily understood what she meant. After all, in the game, the NPC Kalanon didn't appear in the early stages, but only after some progress had been made. Sorting out his thoughts, Alone got to the point. So, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to return your divinity? No. Before he could even finish his sentence, Kalanon shook her head vehemently. Absolutely not. No way, no how. I mean, I thought I asked for my divinity back at first, but after thinking about it, I realized that's impossible. Why not? Finally stopping her frantic head shaking, Kalanon awkwardly clasped her hands together. Regardless of how unfair this feels to me, the faith is already directed toward you. You know the basic principles of divinity, don't you? You mean, when faith accumulates, one can become a god? Exactly. And since you're already receiving faith as Kalanon, the lightning receiver, there's no way for me to take it back. Wouldn't it be enough if I simply told them myself? No matter how much you tell them you're not Kalanon, that faith won't break so easily. Faith inherently travels through belief and anchors itself in a symbol to manifest its results. After a brief pause, Kalanon added, even if you correct their belief and redirect the faith back to me, my divinity would have already weakened significantly. Why? If it were a gradual shift over a long period, it might work. But if the object of faith suddenly changes, faith doesn't accumulate as easily. After a moment of consideration, Kalanon offered an example. If I told you I was the primordial god, would you believe me? I wouldn't believe it easily. Exactly. Faith builds up through absolute belief. If the object of faith changes abruptly, belief itself inevitably weakens. And on top of that, I don't have the power to manifest myself anymore. In other words, I have no way to restore your divinity. Her voice dispersed with an oddly lonely tone. Then what happens to you? A forgotten god disappears. But aren't you the real Kalanon? I already told you, there is no real Kalanon. Gods are ultimately beings created by their followers, unless they are primordial gods. So gods are defined by those who believe in them. Exactly. Behind his blank expression, Alone felt slightly awkward. Even though it wasn't intentional, the fact remained that he had inadvertently obtained Kalanon's divinity, placing her at the brink of erasure. And, through their conversation, he also realized why merely being mistaken for someone allowed him to wield the divinity of the primordial elf. As this new understanding settled in, alongside a lingering awkwardness. So, I wanted to ask, could you do me a favor? A favor? Kalanon cautiously inquired. Yes, I know that disappearing is a natural rule, but I still don't want to vanish. Could you help me? You know a way to avoid being erased? It's not as difficult as you might think. In fact, it could even be beneficial for you. What's the method? You just have to learn how to wield Kalanon's divinity. A surprisingly simple method. That will keep you from disappearing? Yes. Though to be precise, there's a bit more work involved. But if you can fully control Kalanon's power, I can avoid erasure. I have my own means of managing that. It's not exactly an offer I have a reason to refuse. Indeed, the proposal actually worked in his favor. As Alone nodded, Kalanon clapped her hands together. Then, please find the symbol. The symbol? Wait, wasn't that monument in the kingdom the symbol? That was just a stone infused with Kalanon's power. The real symbol is somewhere else. Just as Alone was about to ask for more details. Rumble. Suddenly, the world began collapsing inward, as if it were being crushed. Alone turned to Kalanon in alarm, and she, too, hurriedly spoke. Alone? Please, I really need you to do this. You have to reach the symbol within a week, okay? A week. Yes. Right now, there's something weird lurking near the symbol, but please, I'm counting on you. I'll try my best. Don't just try, you absolutely moo. Before she could finish her sentence. What's wrong? Nothing. Never mind. Alone had returned to his original location. He was back in the palace where he had entered. Scanning his surroundings, he let out a quiet sigh. I guess I should get going. Upon arriving at the audience chamber, Alone faced the king of Luxable, exuding the majesty of a ruler surpassing even that of a mere duchy. King Pamalono of Luxable looked down at Alone. And beside him, there was a very familiar face. Janira, the quick-witted younger sister of Circle, the woman who had sought him out during the previous ball. She now stood beside King Pamalono, as if serving as his strategist. Alone blinked at the sight for a moment before stepping forward toward Pamalono. Are you Marquis Palacio? A deep, resonant voice rang out. Huh. Alone, accustomed to such situations, prepared to bow politely in greeting. Cling. Only to be interrupted. As he lifted his head again, he saw Pamalono looking at Janira with a bewildered expression. More precisely, at the shattered remains of a wine bottle in her hand. Oops, my mistake. I accidentally broke the bottle. Holding the broken neck of the wine bottle like a makeshift weapon, Janira apologized in a tone that lacked any sincerity. Drip, drip. Like drops of blood, red liquid trickled down from the broken glass. Alone's face twisted in confusion. Be careful. Yes. Pamalono cleared his throat once again. Welcome to Luxable, Marquis Palacio. Exuding his regal authority once more. Cling. Yet another wine bottle shattered. Oh my, I'm really sorry. I keep making mistakes. Hadn't she just smashed that against the wall on purpose? Alone thought as much but dared not say it aloud. Meanwhile, Janira, still holding a broken bottle, stared intently at Pamalono. Alone was just about to tilt his head in confusion when, Marquis Palacio, welcome. Unlike before, King Pamalono's tone now carried an unmistakable formality. And as Alone saw Janira nod in satisfaction, he finally understood. He now had a clear grasp of exactly what kind of situation this kingdom was in.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.